Listen just for a moment to a string trembling in the dark. The sound is small at first, a silver thread laid across the night. Then it widens into something with breath and pulse, a calm that settles even the restless. Stones stop their slow giving way to time. Water forgets its hurry. A watchful hound blinks and lowers its heads. If a song can quiet the world like this, can it call one life back across the line no one crosses twice? We often tell this story as if it were carved once and for all the perfect singer, whose love is beyond fear, the bride who is beauty and silence, the underworld softened by a single melody, the one rule set and broken, the door closing forever. We tell it as though there is only one path down, one reason for the snake in the grass, one kind of doubt near the light. We polish Orpheus until he shines like a hero without cracks. We set Eurydice behind him like a shadow without a voice. And we forget how many hands have carried their names through the centuries, changing the weight and warmth of the tale with each touch. Yet the truth of old stories is rarely a single blade. It is a bundle of reeds, bound tight enough to hold shape, loose enough to breathe. One teller says she died while dancing, another that she ran from a hunter and the earth itself rose with a fang. One voice makes Orpheus reckless, another makes him patient until the very last footstep. A third calls him a coward for wanting life and love at once, as if courage meant nothing but the clean edge of sacrifice. In some halls the gods are moved to mercy. In others they offer a test so simple it frightens, because love is fiercest where trust is thinnest. Change one thread, and the whole pattern wavers a wedding torch that smokes instead of burns. A river's ferryman who hesitates and then nods, a three-headed hound that dozes under a palm of sound, a queen who listens, a king who sets a price, a shoulder that turns too soon. What follows is not an argument with the past, but a quiet walking beside it. We will keep to what the old poets and keepers of stories set down, and to the ways later artists answered them. No invention, no easy victories, no thunder borrowed from elsewhere. The lyre will be our lamp, not to banish the dark, but to make a safe circle inside it. We will look closely at the parts the world thinks it already knows, because that is where the gentlest surprises live, the omen lodged inside a wedding. The meaning of silence on a road where only one pair of feet can be heard. The single command that sounds simple until your heart is the one that must obey. There are places we'll pass that have been named many times. A Latin farmer poet who plants grief among his verses and gives Eurydice one last breath to speak. A Roman craftsman of change who fits sorrow into shapes that still move. A collector of old learning who keeps a spare, hard outline a snake, a bite, a fall. A philosopher in a symposium who weighs love against death and finds Orpheus wanting. Later, a composer who lets the bride plead in music until the promise of not looking becomes harder than any mountain path. A painter who catches the second before a face turns. A filmmaker who sets mirrors where doors should be. A poet who hears in the singer's name the wind that lifts a throat. All of these are steps along the same descent and ascent. None of them cancels the others. They lean together like stones in an arch, holding a passage open. The heart of this story is not only love, it is what love asks for when the world goes quiet. Faith, when the person you would die for makes no sound behind you. Patience, when fear offers a shortcut. Humility, when the wish to touch becomes the urge to claim. And the knowledge that art can do almost everything, soften kings, hush monsters, bend rivers for a while, but not erase the law that separates breath from its last release. Even so, art leaves markers we can follow back from the edge. A head that sings after it has been severed is not a horror here. It is a sign that the voice we lean on at night does not belong only to lungs and ribs. It belongs to something that endures, a pattern louder than ruin. If, in telling this with care, a different Eurydice steps forward, do not be surprised. Sometimes the quietest figure in a tale is the one we were meant to hear last. If she is a token in one telling, she will be a will in another. If she is a prize in one song, she will be a presence in the next, the kind of calm that changes a room without a word. The story holds room for both. It always has. There is a path ahead, and it begins at celebration, because joy so often stands right beside the place where a fall can happen. There is a snake in the grass, and a choice no human should have to make, and a bargain that sounds kind, as all hard bargains do when spoken by rulers in the dark. There is a long climb where the only guide is the music you yourself are making, and the temptation to check, which is to say to doubt, which is to say to love in a way that cannot let go. There is grief that breaks a body, and the strange grace by which a song outlives the one who plays it. There is also a small promise we carry out of the underworld each time we close a book or let a chord fade, that even if we cannot bring back what we lost, we can learn to walk without turning, and to trust that the steps we cannot hear are still there. For now, breathe with the string. Let the night be a listener. Picture a torch that should blaze and only smokes. Picture a river that has almost forgotten how to move. Picture a gate whose guard lowers its eyes and drowses under a hand of sound. Somewhere beyond the last bend, a queen tilts her head and a king draws a line. A figure sets a foot on the first stone of the ascent. The air grows lighter, the silence grows louder. And between the urge to look and the will to believe, a story we think we know tightens and begins. Listen, just for a moment, to a string trying the air. One note rises, soft and sure, and everything nearby seems to lean toward it. A moth hesitates in its small line. A leaf rests against the wind. Even the stones hold their breath under a pale seam of light. The note does not ask for attention. It arrives as a kindness, as if the night had noticed your tired chest and offered a gentle hand to steady it. Then another note joins, and another, until a pattern takes shape that is less song than shelter. You could stand inside this sound and not be cold. You could put down what you have been carrying, and forget for a while where it began to feel heavy. There is a name that follows such a sound: Orpheus. His mother, they say, was Calliope, the muse who kept the stories that needed more than a page to hold them. His father was Eurydice, a king in Thrace, where hills rise like folded cloth and rivers learn to sing before they learn to run. Some tell that Apollo himself taught the boy to set his fingers on the strings, to listen for the line beneath the line, the quiet pulse that holds any melody together. However you place the parents around him, the child grows into the kind of musician whose playing changes the world just enough to be felt by more than people. Birds find a slower arc for their wings. Animals settle as if remembering a time before fear. Water meets stone and forgets its hurry. Even a river, faced with a phrase that asks nothing and gives everything, will bend its course for a moment and keep an echo pressed like a secret along its bank. None of this is commotion. It is order, but the kind that does not shout that it is right. The lyre's frame fits against his shoulder as if it had been carved to return there at the end of every day. The strings answer a touch that never seems to force them. Orpheus listens more than he plays, which is the way with those who are most fluent. When he does play, the air around the sound changes in a way you cannot point to and cannot deny. He learned early to give the space between notes the same care as a note itself. Apollo, if he was the teacher, would have approved. Calliope, if she watched from a doorway where the morning light gathered, would have known the danger in a gift like this. Because any gift that can calm the world can also ask more of the one who carries it than the world will ever know. Stories love a voyage. The one that people still whisper when ships set out from a coast with a thin fog is about a crew that called themselves Argonauts. Orpheus was with them. When the sea lifted a set of voices shaped to deceive, he gave the sailors another sound to follow, and the voices lost their power. No one had to cover his ears. No one had to fight the water with fear as a weight. They simply listened to the steadier song, and the dangerous beauty blew past like weather that could not find a harbour to enter. It is a good story to tell at the beginning of a longer one because it explains something plain his music could undo harm without breaking anything. And that is rare. You can make a loud noise and drive trouble away for an hour, but the loud noise will still be in your chest when the trouble is gone. Orpheus offered a shape of sound that left no debt inside the listeners. The sea went on being sea, and the men went on being men, and the ship leaned into the next mile with no bruise on its surface. This is the first truth the old poets keep bringing back. Power can be gentle and still be power. The second truth stands beside it, and looks the same at a glance. Gifts are not given to be kept indoors. They are meant to be spent. Once you know how to quiet fear, fear will find you, and you will be asked to quiet it again and again. And each time you will give a little more of what makes you able. Orpheus did not hoard his music. He could not. It was the way he breathed. He woke with half a melody already formed, set it on his lap, and watched as the day filled the rest. At night he would put the instrument away and still hear its wood cooling in the dark, as if the very shape held the last warmth of the notes and was reluctant to let them go. When love enters a story like this, it does so as naturally as a shadow laid beside a body. Eurydice is the name we use because it is the name the old books carry, the one they keep in their lines when they speak about the path that turns and the rule that holds firm until it breaks. She is a nymph of the green places, the kind of presence you do not disturb if you wish the morning to arrive clean. Beauty is the easy word for her, but it is too small. The better word is balance. Where she stands, the air does not need to choose between cool and warm. Where she walks, the grass decides to be softer. She does not claim space. Space is glad to claim her. When Orpheus first sees her, nothing grand happens. 2 breaths line up. The sense that the world is almost in tune becomes the sense that it just might be. If a flower opens at that moment, it is not because some law of magic has been spoken aloud. It is because timing has a sound of its own, and sometimes, if 2 people are quiet enough, they can hear it. To speak of how they came together is to return to simple details. A clearing at the edge of a wood. The river line nearby, moving in a way that matches what the wind does to the top leaves of a poplar. The small rhythms that come whenever a day decides not to rush. He is playing, not for anyone, but because playing returns the world to itself. She's walking, not toward him, but toward a patch of sun that has chosen a pattern on the ground that pleases her. When she passes within reach of the music, the notes notice. This is not magic in the sense of a wand and a word. It is the recognition that happens when 2 patterns that meant no harm meet and discover that together they mean something finer. The first words they share are ordinary. That is important. Stories that begin with fireworks burn fast. Stories that begin with a question about where a path goes or whether the river is safe to cross by the stones. And then a shared laugh at the same small slip of the foot have room to last. Orpheus puts the lyre aside because sometimes the truest song is the one the voice finds without help. Eurydice answers in the tone of someone who has learned that kindness and caution, both in measure, make life gentler for all who pass near. You could watch them as if you were the 4th leaf on a stem, and you would see nothing startling, only a steadiness forming, a quiet shape that will be strong enough to be tested. Happiness can seem like a room without a door, lit from within and sealed against weather. It is never that. Happiness has thresholds the way a house has them, and sooner or later you will stand on one with your hand on the latch. The day of their wedding is such a threshold. Hymen comes to bless the union. He is the god of marriage, the one who, in the best hours, brings a light that warms without scorching. Yet on this day the torch he carries does not catch. Smoke rises where flame should be. It stings the eyes of those who hope to watch without tears. Everyone knows what it might mean when a light meant to be bright makes only a shadow on itself. People look at the ground because looking at the torch would shame the hour. A murmur goes through the gathering and then stifles itself, like a breeze that realizes it is walking through a room of sleepers. You could say the omen speaks because it does. The old poets do not waste a sign, and this is a sign you can read without learning a new alphabet. Still, the vows are spoken, the hands are joined. A promise does not depend on whether to be strong. Orpheus keeps his voice level when he answers the words that are asked of him. And he keeps his eyes on Eurydice's eyes because human courage is not the absence of fear, but the choosing of direction in its presence. Eurydice listens as if the sound of the promise might be something she could carry in a pocket against later cold. When they step away from the place where they were made one in view of others, the world arranges itself to make a path. Petals do their best to stand where feet are going to fall. The river remembers to be clear. Even the smoke from the torch, which has finally found a thin flame, chooses a course that will not cross their faces. No one tells a new couple not to be too happy. It would be a cruel wish to set in the air. Yes, a saw in the mind of anyone who has lived long enough to see how fortune and loss share a wall. There is a pause. The same pause can be heard in the music Orpheus plays that evening when the guests have gone, and the voices have thinned to the low talk of people, cleaning up what a feast always leaves behind. The melody moves the way a lamp flame moves when a window is opened a finger's width. It holds. It bows. It finds its way back. Eurydice listens with her head turned just enough to make the smallest angle between her eyes and the instrument. As if she's guarding the edge of a dream she does not want to break. There is no fear in the room, only a sense that the beauty has grown wide enough to touch something you cannot name, and whenever that happens, the world becomes very attentive to itself. Every story that matters has a moment when time behaves like a careful animal putting its paw where weight will not break the surface. Here it is the breathing the house does when everyone inside it is finally still. It is the low sound of the river heard from a distance you do not measure by steps. It is the way sleep comes in layers when you have spent the day in joy, and each layer brings a different softness. Orpheus places the lyre where his fingers can find it in the dark. Eurydice's hand rests on his arm in a way that tells him she's travelling toward rest and would like him nearby when she arrives. Between them there is the usual warmth. Above them there is a sky with stars arranged as they have been arranged for longer than any name we can remember. None of this is warning. It is the ordinary perfection of a quiet night at the edge of a new life. Morning is no less kind. The light comes in as if it were trying not to wake anyone who needs a few more minutes. Birds move through their small errands. The river is already busy polishing pebbles on its bed. Orpheus checks the strings and hears, more than sound, the readiness of sound. Eurydice steps into the day with her hair still remembering the pillow. She pauses at the threshold. Some thresholds do not look like thresholds until you have crossed them and turned back. She will not turn back in the way that matters yet. She's only choosing between the path that runs along the water and the path that moves into the trees where her friends often gather. If this were any other story, we might follow one path and find laughter, gather flowers. Stay there. In this story, the paths do not declare themselves, but the choice is the same as the choice in any human morning, the company of others or the company of quiet. She chooses the place where the green is deeper because the day is warm and the shade will be good to stand in. It is here that the wide net of versions begins to loosen into strands. Some tell that a man named Aristeus sees her and gives chase. Not out of love that knows how to ask, but out of grasping that does not know how to speak. In that telling, the forest shelters her long enough to leave a hunter alone with his breath and his poor choices, and in her running, the ground hides a danger that will rise and make its precise mark. In another telling, there is no chase, only dancing. The kind that happens when the body remembers it belongs to the day, and the day remembers it belongs to the earth. In that telling, the same grass, the same sunlight at play in the leaves, the same ease between friends, and then a small coil where a foot will fall. A third voice is plainer and offers no reason beyond the one that requires none a snake in the right place at the wrong time. These are the strands. We will take them up one by one when the road reaches them. For now, it is enough to hold in our hands the fact that from this point onward, a very small difference in what came before will make a very large difference in what comes next. Because the day is still morning, sound carries a little farther. Orpheus, where he stands tuning a phrase, hears the forest the way a sailor hears the sea at the beginning of wind. It is not a warning. It is not a promise. It is the sense that the shape of the day is about to become more sharply itself. He plays a line that remembers the vowels without repeating them. The line is simple enough to be spoken, and if it had words, they would be the kind you can say in any language and be understood. Eurydice is near enough to catch the edges of the line, whether through air or through the smaller channels by which those who love know what the other is doing when no one is there to tell them. If she turns her head, it is not because she expects a visitor. It is because some notes know how to tap once on a door without waking the house. What we know is what the old sources keep. A wedding blessed by a god whose torch does not burn as it should. A bride whose name is the quiet of green. A husband whose music has softened guardians and riverbanks and the parts of the heart that resist comfort. A morning of paths, a forest where joy stands in its usual places, a coil that does not announce itself. If you were to draw this on paper with a thin pencil, you could place the figures in the trees and leave a small circle where the danger waits. No line would yet be crooked. No face would turn toward pain. Every stroke would still be part of a scene anyone would wish to keep. There is a way to think about what happens next that might help us breathe through it. Imagine you are listening to a story you have known since you could sit long enough to hear one through. The story is not yours in the sense that you made it. It is yours in the sense that when someone says the first sentence, your body settles into the chair it likes best. You know there will be a place where something sweet is taken. You know there will be a place where someone walks downward and someone else waits. You know there will be a rule that looks simple and turns out to be the hardest work a human heart can be asked to do. Knowing does not save you from caring. It is the opposite. Knowing teaches you that care is most necessary when nothing new can be done. This morning in the green, this man with the lyre, this woman who has balance made into a person. They are walking toward the part you already know. The knowledge sits with us, it does not hurry us. It puts one hand on our shoulder and points. Not with a finger, but with the weight of a small attention there. Kindness is still the centre of the room. When friends greet Eurydice among the trees, they do so with the ordinary joy of people who expected to celebrate yesterday and find they can celebrate again today. Only quieter. They tease her for the way a new wife glows as if she had slept near a lamp that likes her. She answers with a look that says she knows it's a trick of the eye and does not mind. The ground is the ground. The air is the air. We can let them be what they are for a few more moments. The lyre in the house is a patient creature. It waits without complaint for the hand it knows. Orpheus steps outside, not because he suspects danger, but because morning deserves a proper greeting, and that is the work he was made to do. If you need an image to hold while we pause, take this one. A path that begins where the shade cools the back of your neck and moves forward into a light that never quite fixes itself. On the left, ferns. On the right, a small rise where the roots of a tree have made a ripple in the earth like a sleeping animal under a blanket. Ahead, voices. Laughter broken into pieces by leaves and then put back together by the open air beyond the trees. Behind, a room with a lyre in it, and on the edge of that room a man whose fingers cannot help but find a tone that says remain. Between the room and the path, a space just big enough to hold a decision no one knows is being made. The world is so quiet that even those who are not given to listening can hear the sound of a snake hiding in a word. We will not rush. Our work here is to set the frame so clearly that when variations arrive, they will not feel like contradictions, but like different lights falling on the same form. The form is constant. There was a marriage. The god of marriage came. His torch smoked. There was a morning after. There were trees. There was the comfort of companions, or the comfort of being alone among beautiful things. There was a chance in the grass, the way there is always a chance in the grass. There was music not far away. Music that had once kept sailors alive when song was the only rope long enough to throw them. There was love, not in the bright costume of victory, but in the plain clothes of daily life. There was a step. When people later write about what Orpheus does after this step, they will argue, and they will do it for good reasons. Some will say that his sorrow proves how vast love can be, because only the largest thing can make a hole that size when it goes. Some will say that his sorrow shows a different truth, that art, even when it sings mercy into hard places, cannot untie certain knots tied by the world itself. Some will turn their faces toward the underworld and ask what sort of rule would allow mercy, and then set a price that asks the very nerve of trust to stand as if it were stone. Some will turn toward the living and say that not looking back is the only way to carry any promise out of the dark. We will get to those rooms and those voices. For now, we stand at a door the day has made without realizing it, and the air on one side of the door is the same as the air on the other, which is how such doors often work. Orpheus speaks her name once before noon. It is not a call. It is a reminder he gives the world of the correct pronunciation of joy. The world, which is old and knows how names function, answers by making the sound of leaves turned by a light hand. He thinks nothing of it. This is a lucky thought, to think nothing of a good answer. He tunes again, and the small adjustment puts the instrument in a temper that will match the afternoon when it comes. Inside his chest, the rhythm is steady. Outside the house, the day is the day. In the forest, among her friends, or among the quiet trees, Eurydice moves her foot forward to a place that has been waiting since before she woke. There is a sort of mercy in the way stories forget details that would be too much to carry across centuries. We are not asked to know which leaf shadow fell on her shoulder at the exact moment the skin of her ankle found what it found. We are not asked to know whether a bird was making a hollow sound 2 branches up. We are not asked to know precisely how the light stood in the opening of the wood. We are asked to know only what matters to the shape. She is in a place where beauty is ordinary. He is in a place where sound makes order. Between them, a thin thing waits. It will do what thin things do. It will not ask permission. You might feel the day narrowing, as if it had drawn a belt up a notch. That is only attention getting ready to do its job. A story like this loves thresholds more than anything. They are where rules become visible. But a threshold is also where the best listeners slow down. If we cross it too fast, we will miss how the rule was set, and then later, when the rule is tested, we will think the test was unfair simply because we did not hear it explained. So let us stand a moment longer on this side, in the part where vows are still warm in the air, where the torch that smoked is a memory that has not yet taken the weight of prophecy, where a man at a door and a woman under a branch are both doing the most human thing there is, which is to believe that this hour can be an hour and not a hinge. In a few beats of the story, music will go down to a place that prefers silence. A king who looks like the end of the light will feel something close to pity, because a melody shows him what his realm cannot produce. A queen whose patience is the only kindness some souls will meet will shift in her seat and let a bargain pass her lips. The bargain will be simple. Its simplicity will be the sharp edge that opens everything. But that is ahead. The forest at this hour is breathing through many small mouths, and none of them is speaking a warning that anyone could claim he ought to have heard. If you are listening in your own dark, if you came here because sleep needs a companion, you can stay where you are. This is not a story that demands the heart to run. It asks the opposite. It asks the heart to lie down beside the places that hurt, and let a song reach them without forcing them to heal before they are ready. Orpheus the musician knows this better than anyone. He knows that the first thing a note must do is arrive gently enough to be allowed through the door. Eurydice the Presence knows this too, though she would never put it in such words. She is the door that light makes in a room when it has found exactly the right angle. From here, a single blade of grass shifts against another. The sound is nothing, and also everything. Somewhere a friend lifts her head to tell a story and forgets the punchline because a beetle's back has caught the sun. Somewhere a hand moves on a string and stops. Not because the player cannot go on, but because a body that trusts its instrument knows when to leave a breath between phrases so the line does not break under its own length. The snake that every version agrees upon, whether it came by chance or was set in a path by the larger designs that keep the balance between joy and sorrow, has already made its small decision to be exactly where it is. A tale like this does not need to hate the snake. It needs only to tell the truth that danger can be perfectly placed without being cruel in its own mind. The last image before the change is almost too simple to hold. A foot about to fall, a face turned to listen to someone else laughing, a breeze that considers moving and then delays, a house that keeps a liar safe as if it were a sleeping child. That is all. The rest belongs to the next breath. And because the next breath is where each version takes its own path, let us let this one draw in without letting it out quite yet. The lungs know how to make that gentle pause. It is the pause that does not deny life but honours it by feeling its weight. In that pause, the old poets gather in a loose ring. Virgil holds out the chase as if to say that sometimes it is a man's rush that breaks a day open where it ought to have stayed whole. Ovid, with his careful attention to how people carry love inside the architecture of their choices, reminds us that joy can lean too far into itself and step where it should not. The collector of spare facts says nothing more than necessary. A snake. A bite. And after all of them agree on what happens and disagree on how much of why is fair to say, we will listen to each. We will not ask them to fight. We will let them place their candles on the table one by one until the room is bright enough to see the shapes in it clearly. Bright enough to see the shadows as part of those shapes and not accidents laid over them. For now, the morning narrows at the edges the way a funnel does not because it wishes to trap, but because the flow will be truer if it passes through a smaller place. You can step closer if you like. Not to interfere, not to fix the scene, but to honour it with attention. The sound that comes next will have two homes. In one, it will be the beginning of the deepest song Orpheus ever played. In the other, it will be the end of the hour when no one needed a song. Between those two homes is a path that descends, and on that path, the only light reliable enough to use comes from something you cannot see. It is made of trust. It is the sort of light that looks like darkness if you stare at it too directly. The story will go there. The strings are warm enough now. The forest is listening the way a congregation listens, even before the priest has opened his book. The river tightens its line a little to hear better. The air stills. In the house, the man who will soon do what no one has done in the way he will do it lifts his hands from the instrument and puts them by his sides. In the trees, the woman whose name keeps the balance in place takes one more step. The ordinary kind, the kind that belongs to any morning. The point where all versions must decide is here, and the next beat belongs to it. The breath that the forest was holding breaks very softly. It is the sound a leaf makes when it slides across another leaf. It is the sound a small stone makes when it settles one grain lower on a path. Eurydice is laughing, or almost laughing, because a friend has stumbled over a word and then rescued it with grace. Her foot lifts, light as a bird's first try at morning. The ground looks ordinary. In one telling, it is not. A watcher in the trees sees her and wants, not in the way that asks, but in the way that takes. His name is Aristeus, and he runs where he should have stood still. Eurydice moves away from the noise of him. The grass parts and closes like lips that will not gossip. The green gives her shelter, then gives her up to a small coil hidden where sun and shade trade places. Her skin finds the coil. The coil answers the only way it knows. The sound that follows is not large. It is a breath that forgets itself. In another telling, the hour has no hunter in it. There is only a circle of companions, a rhythm found without effort, arms that draw air and give it back as joy. The ground is the same. The pattern of light is the same. Feet place themselves in the same lucky order until one foot chooses a patch of earth that has been waiting since dawn to be quite exactly there. The answer is the same. A touch. A misstep. A quiet that does not match the laughter around it. In a third voice, there is no why at all, beyond the why that does not require a story. A snake. A bite. An end that begins in the smallest place on the body and spreads like ink through a cup of water. The forms differ. The shape does not. The shape is a happiness interrupted in the hour when it most believed itself to be safe. What happens next is grief learning to stand up. Orpheus hears nothing new. Silence can be louder than any cry if you know how to listen. He goes toward the place where morning had been kind and finds it emptied of its kindness. He says her name the way a person says a word when he hopes the word can still hold its meaning. The answer is air. The answer is the ground being careful not to move. He kneels and finds no purchase in the world as it is. He stands and finds no purchase there either. The lyre that has always known where to rest on his shoulder feels like something he has stolen from another life by mistake. He lifts it anyway because the body needs something to do when it cannot make the world go back to the last frame where it was whole. The first note is not pretty. It is honest. The next note is the kind of mercy musicians keep for themselves for times like this. The melody that follows is built out of breath that does not know if it wants to stay or go, and because it cannot decide. It chooses to move forward by leaning on the smallest steps it can find. Animals that loved his playing do not draw near to be charmed. They step close to be quiet beside him, which is a different kindness. The air around the song takes it in as if it were a child that will only sleep if the room promises not to argue. Stones do not shift because of magic. They shift because pressure makes small adjustments when faced with sound that requests rather than demands. The river pauses at its own edge and considers whether it can spare a moment to listen. It can. Grief is a law and a landscape. Some walk its edges and never enter. Some go in and learn the paths. Orpheus steps over whatever line marks the beginning, and discovers that the way forward is downward. There are places where the world thins, places where roots stretch through a seam and find soil that belongs to another order of things. He does not choose among a dozen gates carved with warning. He chooses the one a man with his gift can find, a gap in the weave where sound travels differently and light behaves as if remembering a prior task. The lyre is not a torch, yet it guides. Downward is quiet work. The ground takes on a cooler mind. The air forgets brightness and then forgets that it forgot. Orpheus does not fight what he must pass. He names nothing by its sharpness. He calls only to the part of each thing that would rather be soothed than feared. At the bank that separates one realm from another, a boat waits. The ferryman watches with eyes that know the weight of coins and the weight of silence. He has permitted many bodies to cross and many souls to travel the river no one returns across in the same form. He does not expect a living man to ask for passage with a song instead of payment. Yet when Orpheus plays, the water changes its texture and the boat learns a new way to rest against it. Charon's hands ease on the oar not because he is bewitched, but because the music tells his arms what they have wanted to hear for a very long time. There is a steadier pace available than the one that duty demands. He finds it and rows. On the far side, the gate does not swing on iron. It opens on attention. A creature with 3 heads stands there, broad as a house and patient as the sum of all its nights. Cerberus knows hunger and knows what it is to keep it in line. He knows the smell of fear as a fabric he has torn many times. What he does not know is how to refuse a lullaby that has no threat inside it. Orpheus does not charm him. He speaks to the part of him that has spent a lifetime on guard and offers it rest without shame. The dog's breath slows. The close eye softens. The first head lowers because it is tired. The other 2 follow because they trust the first. The way through is made, not by force, but by permission. Orpheus bows his own head in thanks as he passes. Deeper in, the geography learns a different language. There are fields where nothing grows but remembrance. There are rooms where those who loved power must wear the shape of their choices until the shape itself learns to loosen. There is a wind that does not move air but still moves faces. Tartarus lies where voices that once mocked the idea of measure are measured without end. It is not a place anyone can bear, yet when Orpheus plays, even this place lets go for a short while. Chains that do not break nevertheless grow lighter. Wheels that never stop nevertheless turn more slowly. Cups that will not fill hold for a moment the thought of being filled, and do not hate the thought. Punishment listens, and listening is a form of relief. News travels in the underworld in currents of noticing. By the time Orpheus stands where he must make his case, the court is aware. Hades looks at him as a man looks at weather that does not belong to his season. He is not cruel in the sense that counts. He is the keeper of the line that gives sense to all the other lines. Beside him, Persephone is a presence made of what grows even where growth is forbidden. Spring has touched her face and left its print there for anyone gentle enough to see. Orpheus does not fall to the ground or carve new rules with his voice. He does what he knows how to do. He sets his fingers on the strings and lets truth rise through the wood. The song he gives them is not a trick. It's a picture he draws in sound of two lives in a small house with a river near, and trees that have learned to be kind. He names no god as debtor. He scolds no fate for being a fate. He holds up what he loves and asks only that it be allowed to last. He sings the wedding and the smoke that stung. He sings the morning and the path. He sings the coil without anger. He sings the quiet that followed, and how a man cannot breathe inside such quiet for very long without becoming something less than a man. Around him the hall changes in ways that belong to listening. The attendants lower their eyes because they have not been asked to look at anyone's pain like this before. The stones underfoot warm the smallest degree because grief has a temperature and music can find it. Hades listens as a keeper of boundaries must listen. He measures what is owed against what might be given. He knows that if the doors he keeps begin to swing to any open song, the world above will lose its shape and the world below will lose its meaning. Persephone hears a different balance. She remembers fields that lie under snow and then do not. She remembers seeds that swear they are stones and then change their minds. When the last note fades, the quiet does not rush in. It settles. The king speaks as he must, with words that cannot be mistaken. There can be a return. There can be a path traced backward from darkness to light. There can be a place for the living that was meant for the dead, occupied once more by the one who left too soon. There is one rule. Orpheus will walk before Eurydice will follow. No eyes will turn. Not once. Not until earth has taken back the weight of both their feet, and the sky has found them again with its day. The rule is simple, and it is exact. It is a test that is also a mercy. It asks for trust, which is the only currency two worlds share. Orpheus, who's persuaded a river to row more softly and a guardian to sleep, does not argue. He bows to the boundary and to the grace being offered within it. If there is a thought that moves across his face, it is gratitude for the chance to carry her name again in a room that has windows. If there is a fear that draws a small line at the corner of his mouth, it is the fear every loving person knows when asked to keep their eyes forward, while what they love moves behind them. He says yes. He says it as a promise he means to keep. Eurydice is brought to the place where the bargain begins. Hermes stands nearby in the role he knows, gentle and precise. The sound she makes is a sound he will remember later when he needs to believe that the past can be a place that helps rather than harms. It is not loud. It is the way breath changes when it recognizes a familiar room after a long absence from rooms. He wants to reach for her hand because the body is wise about how humans manage hard passages, but the rule holds the space between them like glass you must not touch if you want it to stay clear. He nods instead. Once. A small motion that means more than 100 words could mean. She answers with the same restraint. Neither of them pretends that this is not strange. Neither of them lets the strangeness become the whole of it. There is no trumpet for the departure. There is only the road, the slope, the curve that all ascendings must follow. Orpheus steps into it and feels what can only be called the weight of attention. He knows his own feet. He knows how his body balances itself on uneven ground. He knows the way the lyre shifts on his back and how to keep it from knocking against his shoulder. What he does not know is how to walk as if every step were a word in a sentence that will break if even one letter is wrong. Behind him, the place where steps do not usually sound is learning to speak in a different way. Eurydice moves and does not move the air. She's close enough to be near and far enough to be invisible to everything he has ever relied on to tell him that he is not alone. The path through the underworld is not made to be kind to human doubt. The light is more suggestion than substance. The openings come and go as if they were made by breath. The echoes favour tricks. Orpheus keeps his attention where it must be. The rule does not say, do not think. The rule says, do not look. He lets his hearing do what it has always done best. It finds the small edges of silence and reads them. It measures the absence behind him and decides that absence is not the same as loss. He breathes in a pattern that will keep his chest from tightening. He places each foot so that nothing in his body jerks his head back to find her. He lets words form without sound. I am here, you are here, we are moving. There are places along the way where the walls lean close. They carry the size of those who have tried bargains before and failed them. He does not borrow those size. He keeps his own air. At a bend, the floor lifts as if remembering how to be a stair. He climbs without counting. Counting would make each step heavier. Up, the passage narrows. He can feel the difference in the way the temperature kisses his skin. It is not warmth yet, but it is less cold. The part of his mind that loves music for its logic begins to imagine the shape of the sunlight at the mouth above them. He does not let the shape become a picture. A picture would pull the eyes as surely as a rope. Behind him, Eurydice moves like a thought you must not chase if you want it to stay. If she speaks, he cannot hear it because the world they are inside of does not let voices travel the way they travel in the fields. If she reaches out, she cannot touch him because the bargain has its own arms, and they are firm. The queen who allowed this path to be drawn sits in her place and listens to her own decision. The king keeps his gaze steady on the law in it. Hermes is the only one who lets his attention rise and fall with each of their steps, the way a careful friend keeps watch from far enough away not to embarrass. There is a bend where gravity seems to take a breath. The slope changes by the smallest degree. The air above them thins in a way that allows a promise of light to pass through. Orpheus feels it on his eyelids before his eyes. He knows this feeling. It is the one that comes in the last bar of a song that has learned exactly how much to withhold and how much to give. He does not speed up. He knows better than to hurry the last bar. He does not slow, either. He keeps the same pace he found when the boat shifted and the dogs slept. He keeps the same care he used when the court was still air and stone. The rule walks beside him like a companion who will not speak until spoken to. His mind is a place of quiet work. It takes each fear as it appears, names it, sets it down, and moves past. What if the bargain was offered only to be taken back at the end? What if the path is a loop that will spit him into darkness no matter how he walks? What if what follows him is not a woman he loves, but a shadow made to comfort a fool until the light exposes him? Each what-if arrives. Each what-if is given the courtesy of being seen and then the discipline of being released. He has learned this from music. A mistake is not a curse if the next note is true. The tunnel lifts again. It is enough now to change the scent of the air. There is a hint of green where there has been only the smell of stone. He does not look for it. He lets it enter him the way a blessing enters when it is shy. He knows that in a few more steps, his ankles will feel the loose dust that only the upper world sets in the cracks of rocks. He knows that in a few more breaths, the roof will allow a single thread of daylight to find the bridge of his nose. He knows that the rule will feel heavier at the exact moment freedom arrives, because rules often do. He lets this knowledge pass through him without catching on anything it could tear. The mouth of the passage is not a door so much as a thinning. Beyond it, the world rests in its usual brightness. Birds are engaged in their small tasks. The river is doing what rivers do on afternoons that do not threaten rain. Somewhere, not far, there is the place in the house where a lyre waits like a promise kept quiet on a shelf. Orpheus reaches the last turn before the opening. He knows there is very little left to endure. He knows that very little, at the wrong angle, can become very much. He thinks of Hymen's torch that smoked when it should have blazed. He thinks of vows spoken with eyes steady. He thinks of Eurydice's hand on his arm as sleep drew her down. He lets the thoughts pass without changing his step. Another pace. The air is on his face now in a way it has not been since he began. Shadows rearrange themselves on the ground where he will soon place his foot. He can feel the sun on the skin that is not yet in the sun. Behind him there is only the same near silence that has been with him from the first step. If he could hear a thread of her dress, he would. If he could hear a soft shoe kiss the least stone, he would. The rule does not give him these small gifts. It gives him only forward. He takes it. He takes it again. The path to the living world rises into a narrow ribbon. It lifts over a last shallow ledge. At the top, there will be light that tells the body it has returned to a sky that remembers it. He adjusts his shoulders to keep the lyre from grazing the rock and making a sound that could pretend to be a footstep. He keeps his hands where they will do no harm. The next step will put him into the mouth of day. The mouth of day is a hand's breadth away. The stone in front of him remembers sun. His next step would place him where shadows behave like servants again instead of hosts. The body knows the right thing to do, which is to keep walking. The mind knows 1,000 ways to ruin that simple grace. There is a small sound that might be nothing at all. It could be the lyre shifting against the strap. It could be a thread in his sleeve deciding it has done enough for one journey. Orpheus does not give it a name. He lets it pass, as he has let many small things pass since they began to climb. Yet the heart has its own separate memory. It remembers how a shared room announces itself, with the weight of another breathing inside it. This tunnel has given him only the weight of his own breath. Faith is a bridge, and he has been on it for long enough that the boards feel thin. He keeps his face toward the light. The law does not ask for certainty. It asks for obedience. He understands this, and still a brief picture draws itself behind his eyes without asking permission. In that picture, she is close enough to touch the hem of his sleeve. In that picture, he turns and gives her the smallest smile a man can give when the world has been restored to him by a king who does not loosen gifts. The picture is not the world. The world is a step and then another step. Some tellings say he is seized by doubt in that final breath, and the doubt is larger than his training. The doubt asks whether a bargain made in a realm that is not his is a bargain that will keep its shape once the sun intervenes. Other tellings do not accuse him. They say he mistakes the place where darkness ends, believing that the crossing is complete when it is almost complete. A few voices from a later stage imagine something gentler and harsher at once. She calls his name because she cannot read the silence in his shoulders and thinks it is lack of love. The heart that could sway a river cannot refuse a familiar voice when it trembles. Whichever door opens, he looks. The light has not yet touched both of them in the way the rule requires. Eurydice stands within reach and not within reach, made of what the lower world allows to borrow shape. In the next blink she will be ashore at last. In this blink the law asserts itself like tide. The pull is not violent, it is exact. She draws back as a leaf draws back from a current it cannot ride. The word that reaches him is small and perfect. Goodbye. It is not resentful. It is not dramatic. It is a stone placed quietly on the sill of a window to keep the night from pushing in. He moves without moving, the way grief moves when it has not yet remembered how to run. His head turns because it has already turned. His hands rise a finger's height because their work is already undone. Hermes is there, not with the cruelty of a warden, but with the care of someone whose craft is passage. The messenger does not seize. He accompanies. The air closes gently around what must return. The bargain holds. There is no argument left that has not already been answered by the condition that he accepted when he asked for mercy. The mouth of the tunnel watches a little longer as a courtesy to the song that brought them this far. Then the world that listens only to daylight takes him back into its measure. He steps forward because backward is not available. Emery dust lifts around his shoes in the way dust always does when a foot reaches the surface from a cave. The sky greets him with its usual generosity and no special fanfare. This is the worst and most ordinary of moments. When a man stands under blue light while the largest thing that has ever happened to him continues a few paces behind where he can no longer stand. He does what he has always done when there is no language for a room. He leans his cheek against the curve of the lyre and lets the strings decide what can be borne. The note that arrives is clean. It has no smoke in it. It holds at the edge of breaking and does not break. He does not sing yet. The instrument speaks first the way a friend knocks softly before entering. When his voice comes, it remembers how to carry sorrow without accusing heaven of malice. It remembers how to be exact. He sings the path as it was. He sings the rule that was given. He sings the look that cost them both a lifetime. There are birds that go still at the sound, as if day has paused for the length of one human regret. Grief teaches a person about distances. Hours become rooms, fields become deserts. Even the shade under a tree can be too loud. He goes through the days as students go through a sacred house, when no one has told them whether they are allowed to speak. The places that once welcomed his music welcome it more, and that hurts in a way that is not always useful. People who have never heard a lyre learn that it can make water remember how to curl its edge when the shelf it kisses is too straight. He does not play to display power. He plays because the body needs pattern when it cannot find reason. He does not apologize for the way the playing has changed. It has lost nothing of its beauty and all of its ease. There is a way to live among others while keeping yourself in the next room. He chooses it without choosing it. When faces approach, He lowers his eyes in politeness that looks like refusal. Some speak to him, seeking to borrow a piece of what they believe a great musician can spare. Some offer a love that is urgent, as if the quickest cure for a broken thing were to replace it. He declines gently. In some tellings, he declines so completely that he devotes his affection to boys and makes songs that praise tenderness with a different grammar. In others, he simply keeps himself at a thoughtful distance from women in particular, because the shape of that first loss has filled the doorway of that desire. Whichever music he keeps, it is not the music anyone can command. There are hours when he is asked to lend his gift to delight, and he does not. There are days when he is asked to lend it to worship, and he chooses silence. Those who live by a festival of ecstasy do not easily forgive restraint. If you sing for yourself, they say, sing for us as well. If you have a cup in your hand, pass it. If the dance lifts your grief, let it lift ours. He smiles and declines because the song he carries is heavy and would tilt the floor if he poured it into their revelry. The refusal burns the pride of listeners who do not believe any music can exist outside their circle. Anger, when it is dressed as sacred frenzy, believes it is holy even as it forgets patience. The end they bring him in several versions of this tale is vigorous, but this is not a story that benefits from a loud description. Think of a garment unfastened stitch by hands that have not learned to be gentle. Think of a house dismantled to its beams by those who would camp where it once stood. Think of a body that cannot be on earth any longer in the usual shape. The river watches as if it would like to withdraw and cannot. The air takes the echo of a last chord and hides it for later use. In one quieter branch of the tradition, he is taken by an altogether different force. A bolt that does its work without anger because it is made of law. Zeus does not give reasons to those who ask for them. He gives an end that arrives with the directness of a line. What remains is still more than the sum of an absence. The head, set apart from the rest, continues to sing while the water carries it. The mouth is not frantic. It shapes sound with the same clarity it had when lungs and ribs and measured breath stood behind it. The river does not hasten. It escorts. Waves make a pillow that remembers 1,000 other nights when other travellers needed a softer place to rest. Banks slide by with their ears, listening so closely that they forget to discuss the weather. The shore where it lands is an island that has often served as a harbour for voices. Lesbos receives what is given and keeps it, as a person keeps a letter that refuses to dry its ink. There. The song turns from a record of one life into a thing other lives can use. A voice that knows how to make sorrow walk upright becomes a voice that answers questions people do not know how to ask. If someone needs to know whether a promise can be repaired after it breaks, the mouth that floated here can hold the silence long enough for the answer to form in the listener. If someone needs to believe that music does more than decorate hours, the air above the shore teaches them. It continues long after the feet that once found their measure have forgotten shoes. The sound does what his gift has always done. It makes room. Other tellings prefer a gentler ending under the earth rather than on an island. They say that after the last of him is done with daylight's chores, he is where Eurydice is. It is an economy the lower kingdom understands. What could not be kept together by an obedience tested at noon can be held together by the kind of forever the night owns. There are no bargains there, only arrangements that respect what has arrived at last. They walk, and there is no law now that keeps one face from recognizing the other without fear of losing it. In all these endings, the central weather remains the same. Music is stronger than stone, but not stronger than the boundary it sings to. Mercy can be granted by a king who keeps the line between realms, and still that line will not disappear. A rule small enough to fit into a single sentence can be large enough to hold two lives apart by the width of a glance. The details lean this way and that depending on which mouth is telling them. A shepherd's chase. A dance that did not watch its feet. A bite meant for nothing and ending everything. A thunderstroke from a god who tidies the map. A chorus of devotees who mistake insistence for devotion. The thread they share is the same pattern drawn with different inks. Love finds the door. Art is the key. The lock allows itself to turn. A hand reaches too soon or too late. He does not return to the court below to make his case again. The rule that let him try was made for one journey. That in itself tells us something about the world that made this story. They believed in a structure that would bend once to pity and then stiffen so that the story could hold its weight. They believed that law without compassion is a desert and compassion without law is a flood. In such a world, the ferryman works forever because the river keeps its edge. The dog stays because someone must keep watch for those who would enter boldly asking for what the living will not be given twice. The queen carries spring in her face even when her throne is surrounded by winter, and the king guards what gives meaning to spring. The messenger remains kind. Above ground, instruments still learn from a hand that is no longer there to tune them. A melody shaped by loss is passed to others who shape their loss more quietly because of it. Pain becomes technique. Longing becomes phrasing. The one who would not step aside for hunger disguised as worship becomes a parable for what happens when a gift belongs to more than one god. If this is a quarrel between Apollo and Dionysus, it is not a quarrel that can be settled for long. Order needs ecstasy, and ecstasy needs order, and when each refuses to learn from the other, beauty pays first. Some painters who came long after the islands and the oars have dried take this hour into their hands and turn it into colour. One sets the couple in a light that has not yet decided how bright to be, and asks us to watch a face that knows the cost of the next motion. Another chooses the last steps on the path and shows a man whose head is already tilted slightly in the direction it must not go. A third catches the instant not of the turning but of the listening just before the turning, as if a human ear were a hinge between two worlds. They do not add new laws, they arrange the same law under a different sky. Elsewhere a poet makes sonnets that treat Orpheus as a sign that song can outlast the bones that make it. A woman writing in a century that teaches women to speak back gives Eurydice a voice that will not let the man carry all the narrative. She accuses. She refuses to be the instrument in another's proving. The myth expands to hold even this without breaking, because myths at last are rooms with windows on more than one side. But tonight we are still with the oldest room, the one made of a path that climbs toward daylight while two lives move upon it, with the carefulness of those who have learned what care must do. The rule is a thin thread laid down between them. It glows faintly, visible only if you look past it rather than at it. It is possible to love and fail by looking. It is possible to love and fail by not looking sooner at what needed your eyes. The story does not erase either possibility. It shows them both and lets the listener decide where to put their breath. If you close your eyes now, you can almost hear the oar making its neat half moon on the water, the blade lifting and dripping. The ferryman's sleeves whispering against the shaft. You can hear a dog sleep as if sleep were a duty that must be performed well. You can hear the court below discover that listening is a kind of justice, when a man asks for what cannot be his, yet is given a chance to hold it. Anyway, you can hear the last step, the halt, the soft intake of breath, the word that is farewell and love in the same small syllable. These sounds do not vanish. They become part of how the world remembers itself, and the hill above the mouth is still there. The entrance still smells of stone that keeps cool through summer without complaint. The path that led down will lead down again for someone else in some other story that uses the same architecture. There will be a boat. There will be a boundary. There will be a rule that is kind and exact. There will be hands that ask to be trusted more than eyes. The rest is inside the pauses between notes. When the pauses have taught you what quiet can hold, the song is ready to begin again, not with triumph and not with defeat, but with that patient motion that takes you from one shore to the next while the water pretends it is standing still. The oar lifts, the oar falls, and even on dry land you can still hear that rhythm if you stand very still. It is the oldest metronome a traveller knows. The river keeps time for the living and for those on the way to what comes after. There is a man at the stern who does not ask many questions. His craft is passage, not judgment. He will take you if you have the fare or if the law itself has named you. The boards of his boat speak in a soft grain that never changes its mind. On the far bank waits a gate that is not a door, more a seam in the earth that has learned to open without light. You step where thousands have stepped, and none of their footsteps shout. The air has learned how to hold breath without letting it escape. At that seam the dog is already awake. 3 heads, 1 patience. Each head keeps a different watch. One listens for deceit. One listens for panic that can become violence. One listens for the small tremble that tells the truth about a heart that knows it has crossed a line it will not uncross. The body of the dog is not cruel, and it is simply accurate. It has a task that helps the world to remain a world. This is the first lesson of the place below. What looks like terror from far away is often structure up close. Fear is a rumour. Law is the thing itself. Beyond the seam there is a slope that does not need torches because it knows how to guide feet. Stone remembers the way. The walls do not press. They accompany. This is a city of listening. The living forget how much sound rules a room. Here, sound is the governor. Water drools from the roof an account that tells you how large the cavern is. Wing beats of creatures that do not hunt the living make measures that your ear can hold without naming them. When music finally comes, the place is ready for it, as a hall is ready for the first footstep that will set the dance. At the heart of the halls, the court is set. There is a king who has learned that mercy is a tool that must be used rarely, or it stops being a tool. There is a queen who carries seasons gently in her gaze. Their thrones are not bright, and that is their strength. This court does not cultivate spectacle. It cultivates continuity. A cry has never been able to change its mind, and a plea only sometimes can. The law here is simple enough to fit inside one hand and heavy enough to anchor a river. The living come only by mistake or by grace. The dead are not punished for having obeyed the shape of time. They are kept because keeping is what gives shape to time at all. If you listen long enough, you can hear the difference between a place ruled by fear and a place ruled by measure. Fear makes silence that bites. Measure makes silence that hosts. When Orpheus arrived, he did not break the silence. He tuned himself to it. His gift was not violence. It was accuracy. The strings did what the walls had already taught them to do. They held and released. They rose only as far as they must to carry sense and no higher. He did not crowd the room with sound. He asked the space to let him join what it was already doing. The court heard itself in him. That is why it listened. For a people who imagined this realm, it mattered that a song could calm the dark without lying about it. They shaped a world where music comes from a god who keeps the sun steady. Order and ratio are not cold in that tradition. They are kindness in a form that lasts. When pain grows wild, it turns into frenzy. When frenzy believes it is the only honest response, it pulls down roofs to prove the sky is there. In their telling, Apollo teaches the hand to measure a string so that one note touches the next with respect. That training is not against life. It protects it. Under that sky, the lower kingdom is not chaos. It is the final measure. It is where the last note of a song goes when it needs a place to resonate without harming anyone. Charon knows all of this without speeches. His arms have learned a tempo that does not surprise the river. He does not need to say why he does not turn back once he has set out. The oar says it for him. Cerberus knows it as well. The three heads could be three instruments tuned to duty. The king and queen know it best. If they let one petition change the way the seam in the earth works, then the seam would begin to fray. They can listen. They can weep. They can grant a path. They cannot abolish the boundary that makes their work meaningful. Every mercy they show must be held inside a rule that can be told in a sentence and kept by a glance. So the world that gave us this story made space for a traveller with a lyre to enter without bearing a sword. That tells us something about their faith in what music does. They had seen song carry sailors past voices that meant to drown them. They had seen rhythm turn a mob into a procession that could walk all night without injury. They had seen how a right proportion can talk a river into flowing where it would have crashed instead. This is not magic that rewrites nature. It is craft that learns from nature and answers it with quiet mastery. When you live among hills that echo, you do not shout unless you intend to wake a mountain. When you sail among rocks, you do not trust your hunger to the voices on those rocks. You trust the man with the oar and the one with the string. Those truths are not small. They are the ground. Every court needs a language that can reach it. Force has its tongue. Money has its. Tears have theirs. Here the language is pitch held with patience. Orpheus brings it because he has lived close to its teacher. The tradition calls the teacher Apollo, the one who sets limits so that beauty can enter a room and stay. This is not to say that ecstasy is a lie. It is to say that ecstasy can break the vessel that was made to hold it. The world below is a vessel. It cannot be broken. It can be persuaded to open and then to close again around what must remain. That is why a song could walk where a spear could not. Listen to how the halls reply when a note is played correctly. They do not resist. They receive. The dead do not rage at being asked to pause their penalties. They rest for the length of a breath that belongs to someone else. The guardians do not feel insulted. They are relieved for a moment to set their jaws aside. This is not weakness. It is recognition of a higher order, not higher in rank, higher in exactness. The string that vibrates just so tells a truth about the seam that no speech can carry. Everything that keeps the worlds apart likes to be reminded that it is not random. Music is the reminder. Because the law is measure, the path out must be measured too. It is not enough to grant a return. The return must be conducted in a way that affirms the court rather than diminishing it. That is why the condition is simple and complete. Walk. Trust. Do not use your eyes to claim what is still being given. The rule does not insult love. It protects it from turning into possession at the very door that would release it. The Queen understands this in a way no one else can, because she knows what it is to go up and down on rhythms she did not author yet now keeps. The King understands it because he knows that a king who forgets the border will soon preside over nothing. If you could have stood there in the half-dark when the permission was granted, you might have heard no words at all. You might have heard a change in the room, a small easing, as when wind lowers its voice at the edge of a cliff. Or you might have heard a sentence spoken in the tone that courts use when they say yes, while reminding you of the shape of yes. Perhaps it sounded like this. Walk ahead. Do not call. Do not turn. Daylight will claim what it is meant to claim. And when it does, you may look as much as you wish. Orpheus would have bowed not as a courtier bows to please, but as a craftsman bows to a tool that fits his hand. He knew the rule was not an insult. He also knew it would cost him something he had not yet named. He turned toward the seam that becomes a slope when your feet accept it. Behind him there was a presence that needed no footsteps to be real. Sometimes love must be trusted without proof, and the only proof permitted is the breath you take each time you do not ask for proof. The halls did not shout after him. They leaned back into their listening. The dog lay down. The ferryman set his oar across his knees and did not move. The king and queen let the room settle into its old shape so the promise could keep its new shape within it. All of this only makes sense in a world that believes that art is not decoration. In that world, art is a discipline that reveals the skeleton of reality so that flesh can rest upon it without fear. The people who told this story lived with measures on every side. They counted stars in habits that returned each year. They measured harvest by hands and by moons. They traced the way a body falls under gravity with a poet's language long before a scholar wrote it down. It was natural for them to think that a right sound could align a misaligned heart. It was equally natural for them to think that no sound can erase a boundary that gives a road its edge. Without edges there is no path. Without a path there is no homecoming. The court below is not evil in this imagination. It is the keeper of edges. There is a tenderness even in the things that frighten us when they are doing their real work. Cerberus is the picture of that tenderness. 3 heads that do not bite unless biting is required. Muscles that stretch like ropes between docks at low tide. Eyes that do not enjoy fear in others, only recognize it. If you knew how to scratch the place behind the left ear of the left head, you might feel it lean for the length of one heartbeat before it remembers what it is. Orpheus did not pet it. He did not need to. He played a figure that made all 3 necks set down their questions. The figure said, "Rest." The figure said, "You are not needed for 1 minute." The figure said, "Thank you for what you do." Charon also contains this kind of care. He looks like a man who's forgotten joy. Perhaps he has, yet his boat does not leak. He replaces the rope when it frays rather than waiting for it to fail with passengers on board. He keeps silent not because he despises talk, but because talk confuses those who need to cross without being reminded of what they leave behind. When Orpheus sang, Charon did not smile. He rested more fully in his stillness, and that is better than a smile in a place where smiles can be misunderstood. He knew that the same law that made his work honourable was receiving honour in the song. The king and queen at the centre do not wear crowns that glitter. They wear the habit of attending to the same truths each day without boredom. When Orpheus stood before them, he did not perform tricks. He did not show how stones can obey. He sang as if the court itself were the instrument and he had been asked to tune it. The song had sorrow, but it did not accuse. It had longing, but it did not beg. It told the story of a vow among the living, and then it did something rare. It asked for the law to make an exception while promising to honour the law in the manner of the exception. This promise is everything. Without it, the court would have been flattered and then fortified. With it, the court was moved and then willing. It is useful to remember that this calm court contains all endings. It must be difficult to surprise those who see every kind of grief pass in, every kind of love loosening its hold by degrees. A song that does not try to surprise is what could reach them. Orpheus offered that. He brought the exactness of training to the wildness of need. He placed the wildness inside the exactness, as a lake sits inside a crater without arguing about how it got there. The permission he received is proof that the world they imagined loved order, not because it feared passion, but because it knew passion without order turns on itself and eats the thing it loves. This is why the rule about not looking is not petty. It is large in a small shape. The eye is the most possessive of our senses. It takes and keeps. The ear is the most faithful. It receives and lets pass in a realm built of measure. The ear is king. The path out is designed to train the lover back into trust by turning him into a listener again. Walk. Listen. Breathe. Let her be present as a sound in a room you cannot yet describe. When daylight touches your hair, then you may let the eye do what it was made to do, which is to praise by seeing. Until then you will praise by not seeing. This is what the condition asks. If a whisper passed in that hall when the condition was given, it might have belonged to Persephone. She knows both soils. Perhaps she said, very softly, let the song pass, and let the rule hold. Or perhaps Hades spoke in a tone like basalt worn smooth by water. Go, and keep the promise as if it were the music itself. These are not inventions to add drama. They are ways of hearing the court's character inside the single decision we know they made. The tradition you brought to me is clear about the essentials. They were moved. They allowed. They imposed a single boundary so that their allowing would not break the seam that keeps all seams. Walk now beside that imagined path for a moment as a listener, not as the hero. Feel how the air handles footsteps. Notice how your own pulse becomes part of the rhythm of the place. A room that begeets noise, except the right kind. A single plucked string can mark it from end to end without strain. This is why music could move here. It travels by proportions that speak the place's native tongue. The story would not make sense if the halls were a storm, but they are not. They are a cathedral that never needed an architect because stone can be patient for millennia and still end up at a perfect curve. And above all of this, on the earth where sun keeps wheat alive, there is an echo of the same belief. People who told this story trusted song in storms at sea. They trusted song to tire a child gently into sleep. They trusted song to gather mourners into one body that can carry weight without dropping it. Their faith was not naive. It was tested by winter and by loss. Out of that testing they gave us this vision of an underworld that is not a chaos to be conquered, but a law to be respected. A law that can be spoken to in the court's own language when the right voice arrives. What follows is already waiting in that understanding. A traveller will leave those halls by the path permitted. He will keep his face toward the light that holds him like a hand he cannot yet see. Behind him, love will attend to each of his breaths as if counting as a kind of touch. The court will listen without interference. The dog will sleep. The ferryman will not raise the oar. The seam will pretend it is a wall until the exact moment it pretends it is a door again. The rule will hold, not as a trap, but as a bridge whose boards must be walked in order. And at the lip of day, where stone begins to forgive and air begins to forget the names of shadows, there will be a question that no court can answer for him. It will not be shouted. It will arrive in the silence between two steps. It will ask for the same thing the song asked of the court: trust, and let this be enough for now. The slope does not grow steeper. It keeps the same mild grade, as if the earth itself is careful of ankles. Every few steps the air loosens, almost like a hand that has remembered gentleness after a long watch. If you stop and breathe, the cavern will answer with a breath of its own, slow and even. In this answering you can feel the shape of the law that keeps this place. It is a house rule more than a threat. Do not tear the fabric that lets both worlds keep their names. When music came here, it did not argue with that rule. It found its place inside it and showed how a song can be obedient and still move the hardest things. This is the simple heart of the journey downward and upward that stories keep in a safe drawer. People called it catabasis because the word fits the motion: down, witness, return. Many travellers in tales go for a secret or for a weapon or for a map that was never written. The man with the lyre goes for love only. That single motive changes how the halls receive him. He is not hunting, he is not raiding. His hands are empty except for strings that refuse to harm. The guardians notice. The court notices. The stones notice in the way stones do, which is to refuse to bruise the feet that are being careful. It would be easy to think that this gentleness means the law has loosened. It has not. The law is the reason the gentleness is possible at all. A place that knows its edges can afford to be kind within them. That is one of the old truths the myth gives us. Above ground, you can forget it. You think freedom means doing whatever your hunger asks. Below ground, you see what freedom means to a realm that must hold everyone who leaves the sun. It means mercy inside measure. It means a pause that does not break the mechanism. When Orpheus sings, he does not throw a net over the gears and call that compassion. He oils them. He reminds them what their cycle is for. Punishment rests because it remembers justice is not breathless rage. Duty rests because it remembers worth without noise. Now think about how a court listens when a craftsman speaks the language it respects. The king and queen have a memory made of endings. They do not startle. They do not lean forward unless something exact has arrived. The song that came to them knew their grammar. Pity in that room is not a flood. It is a measured tide. The melody did not demand a storm. It asked for a channel. You can hear something like a conversation in the space between notes. Hades, in a voice like stone that has been polished by water, could have said, not with words that echo, but with a small lowering of the head, yes. But carry this yes correctly. Persephone, who knows the taste of earth and sky in one season, could have let her gaze soften, and made the rule float between them like a ribbon that guides the hand rather than binds it. Walk. Do not look back until light is no longer a promise, but a fact. The rule sounds simple, and that is its strength. A complicated rule invites cleverness. A simple one invites character. The myth knows that what matters is not whether you can calculate a loophole, but whether you can live with a line drawn for your good, and the good of a world that must outlast your grief. The condition uses the weakest and strongest part of us at once. The eye that claims and the trust that releases. The path out is a school where the ear is teacher. Follow what you hear. Let the footstep that is not yours prove presence. Let breath prove more than sight. The halls are designed for this. You can hear your own heart more clearly here than anywhere else. The space sends sound back with a patience that feels like a hand on your back. This is where Apollo's gift shows its second face. On the surface, his teaching looks like skill. Finger on string. Ratio between intervals. A scale that shines like polished copper. Inside the halls, that teaching becomes a kind of civility that lets a man carry sorrow without smashing everything he touches. Pain without measure becomes frenzy, and frenzy confuses honesty with harm. The worshippers of that confusion will later pull the body of the singer apart. You told me this, and it belongs here as a shadow on the wall even while he walks whole. The story keeps both gods in view without turning them into rivals who speak only hatred. Order does not cancel ecstasy, it cradles it. Ecstasy does not cancel order, it tests it. The underworld is the one place where the test cannot break the bowl. Listen to how Charon's oar fits the water. That is measure. He does not need to measure in numbers. He measures with bone and habit. That is music as well. He is not a musician, but his body holds the same wisdom. Orpheus recognizes it the way a mason recognizes another mason by the way he looks at an arch. There is a brief glance that is less than a nod. The ferryman returns to his stillness. He knows what he is watching is not a trick to steal a soul, but a ceremony to honour a vow among the living without dishonouring the housekeeping of the dead. Cerberus, too, is composed in a key that the song respects. No need to call the dog a monster when he is merely a gate held in flesh. A soft figure on the lyre tells the three heads that their watch has been valued, and that this room will not be made foolish by 15 heartbeats of grace. The heads rest. A paw that can take a man's leg with one lazy swipe prefers to curl itself under a rib cage and dream of slow rivers. One of the necks lets out a sound that is not a growl and not a purr. You hear in it the sound a door makes when it allows a late guest into a warm house. It is not romance to imagine this. It is fidelity to the way the myth refuses to make enemies where there are only custodians. The king and queen are not above this music. They are under it the way a roof is under the sky. Their power is dignity, a manner of refusing to be rushed while never being cruel for its own sake. When Orpheus finishes, there is a clarity in the room like the moment a bell stops ringing and you can still feel it in your bones. The permission slips into the space where the ring used to be. The condition stands next to it like a friend, and quietly, so that no one mistakes mercy for negligence. The court lets the returning begin. This is the part of the story where a listener above ground might ask whether art can change fate. The answer given here is careful. Art can soften, can pause, can assemble grief into a shape that does not spill. It can move a court to grant a path where no path is granted on ordinary days. It cannot take away the boundary that keeps time honest. That is why the condition is not accessory. It is the very hinge the door must swing on to be a door and not a hole. If you ask the myth what the hinge is made of, it will answer with a few small words. Trust, patience, and the refusal to own another person with your eyes. The journey upward therefore becomes an exercise in hearing. Think of how a choir walks in darkness between two verses. They do not need light to keep together. They need the breath they share. Orpheus has been a leader of men at sea. He has used his strings to keep hearts steady, while rocks invented voices worthy of fear. He knows what it is to hold a line that others can follow without questions that bruise. Yet here he walks almost alone. He must lead a presence he loves more than he loves his own safety. And he must not check with the sense that has most often protected him. The music he carries has to turn inward and become discipline rather than display. It is the hardest work a performer does, doing nothing exact at exactly the right time. He knows all this because the court did not give him a lecture. It gave him a simple shape and asked him to fit inside it and find out what he's made of. The myth, in this moment, is teaching something about vows that the living make. The most binding ones are not policed from outside. They are kept from inside by people who have learned how to be rooms for their own promises. If you have watched a craftsman fix a tool until it holds an edge again, you have seen this. If you have watched a mother lower a fevered brow into sleep by rocking without counting, you have seen this. That is why this story has always felt true to people who do hard, quiet work. The path out of the underworld is what work looks like when the work is love. There is another truth folded into the walk. The myth is not ashamed of the underworld. It is not a garbage pit that a hero climbs out of bragging that he escaped. It is a courtroom where the verdict is not in dispute and the sentence is both sorrow and structure. To be allowed to visit without staying is already beyond what most can hope. To be allowed to bring someone out requires a ceremony of respect that says to the court, "We know what you do, and we will not pretend this place is a mistake." That is why the song can work here. It is not music used to dominate. It is music used to greet and to promise. If you ask the myth why music, it will show you the ear of the world. The ear is the organ that trusts before it sees. A child hears a mother and rests. A sailor hears a rhythm and rows. A judge hears a tone and knows if a plea is honest before the words finish piling up. The underworld is made of listening. Light cannot live here. Sound can. So the messenger is not random. A painter would have no canvas. A dancer would have no floor. A singer has a room that was always waiting for him whether or not he knew its name. When the song begins, the place itself leans closer as if meeting a friend of a friend. It helps to remember that the world that told this story loved proportion. That love made their temples stand even when time meant to shake them. It made their thought precise enough to shape language for centuries. It made their music a way of paying respect to the mathematics hidden in sunlight and vines. They did not think of art as escape from law. They thought of it as a way to perceive law without despair. The lyre should not feel foreign in a courtroom. It should feel like the right tool to polish what already shines. The result is mercy that does not embarrass justice. The result is permission that strengthens a boundary rather than erasing it. Imagine now the path as a staff in a musician's hand. Each step is a note. Silence between steps is also a note. The rule about not looking is a rest sign that cannot be skipped without changing the meaning of the whole line. To obey it is to play the piece as written by a composer who knows more about endings than any living man. To break it is to improvise in the moment where improvisation is a kind of vandalism. This is not to insult improvisation. It is to insist that places exist where order was stitched, for reasons you will understand only if you allow yourself to be taught. The presence behind him has its own music. Eurydice has been given a way to follow that asks nothing from her except willingness and patience. She does not need to call out. The permission has turned her into a companion of silence whose steps do not make a demand. The underworld is letting her pass through like a scent rather than a body. If she speaks, it will be when speech can thank without taking. If she touches, it will be when touch can bless without claiming. The path is teaching both of them how to hold love as a form of listening. It is not punishment. It is apprenticeship. Sometimes, to make this more real, a teller will let a voice slip through the air. It will not be a shout. It will be the kind of whisper that lives where breath is careful. Hades might say, and you could hear granite in it and keep your face to the way. Persephone might say, in a tone like gardens kept alive by a river that never floods, let the promise carry both of you. Orpheus might answer with the only words a craftsman speaks when the pattern is clear. I understand. I will keep time. That little exchange is not there to add drama. It is there to let the principle be heard without the need for any scrolls. Out of sight. Hermes is ready at a distance that does not crowd. The task of leading souls belongs to him. He will keep the rule if it breaks. He will gather what must return. The story keeps his sandals light. This is not cruelty. It is a way of saying that the court will not be cheated. When permission is given, guardians stand straighter, not looser. When exceptions are made, the ones who keep order do not nap. They attend more closely. The myth is honest about this. It wants us to know that mercy is labour like anything else. If you stand in your own house and listen at night after the last cup has been washed, you can feel something like this path. It is the sound a life makes when it is trying to keep faith with a simple rule. Do not injure to protect what you love. Do not seize when a promise begs to be allowed to ripen. Do not flood a room with your fear when gentleness will keep all the furniture from splitting. The underworld story takes these little domestic truths and sets them where a river is older than maps. It is easier to see them there. Then you can bring them back down your own hallway without feeling foolish. In other tales, a traveller brings back a tool or a prophecy. In this one he's given an ordeal that will show him his own inner furniture. He will find out whether the order he learned as a musician is only a public trick or a private habit. He will find out whether he trusts the court he asked for grace, or whether he sees it as an obstacle. He will find out whether he trusts his beloved as a soul who is keeping her side of the road in a realm that cannot be hurried by need. The outcome is later. For now the principle is the teaching. Walk as if the rule is your companion and not your jailer. Play the rest sign as if it is music and not a pause like a cliff edge. The ancient tellers placed this journey among other journeys that also went down and came back up. You told me that in another land across the sea of stories, a god once descended to try to bring his partner back, and the joining failed because of a sight that was not meant to be allowed. The echo is not accident. It is the shape of human doubt traced into two languages. When you long enough for what has been taken, you will ask for a glance to ease the ache. The law will ask you to live without the glance a little longer. The myth's wisdom is to dignify both the ache and the law without pretending either is small. It is in this balance that music is most itself. A song built from ratio can cradle a heart that thinks it will burst and can refuse to flatter the part that wants to own what it loves. A courtroom that hears that song can give a gift without letting the world split. That is why, even in tellings where someone calls Orpheus a coward for not daring to die with his beloved, the underworld scene keeps its reverence. The court is not mocked. The guardians are not bribed. The seam in the earth holds. The man is tested by kindness, not by cruelty. A test of kindness is the hardest because it asks you to be gentle with your own terror. If you lean your ear into this passage, you can hear another gentle contradiction the story keeps. The lyre that could lead sailors past singing rocks cannot save a man from the need to trust on land. Gifts are specific. They shine in some rooms and vanish in others. The court believes him when he says he will carry the condition like an instrument. The path believes him by becoming the kind of path that makes it possible. The presence behind him believes him by keeping near without clinging. The law believes itself and does not explain. All these beliefs make a weave that can carry weight you cannot see. If any thread is pulled early, the whole weave loosens. So the ancient truth hidden here is not that love conquers death. The truth is quieter and more practical. Love can be admitted into the place where death keeps order if love agrees to be quiet enough to learn the rules, strong enough to obey them, and faithful enough to wait until light can do its work without being hurried by fear. That is why the journey is possible at all. Without this shape of love, no song would be taken seriously at that court. Without this shape of law, no mercy would be safe to give. The story is not a duel. It is a rehearsal where both sides learn how to step without stepping on each other's feet. He climbs. The world above uncurls like a fern in his mind. Fresh water. Leaves that remember how to be green. The weight of sun on the shoulder. He does not quicken too much. Rhythm will not be bullied. He keeps the count his teacher taught him when he was a boy under clear sky. Pulse. Breath. Step. He keeps the count he discovered as a man among creaking timbers and tired men. Patience that sings without words. He keeps the count he's learned now in halls that hold secrets without paranoia. Silence that makes room for trust. Behind him, a presence keeps nearer than shadow. He can smell the air change by a grain. He can hear the air thin. He can feel the stair widen into path. Between two heartbeats, something in him begs to accelerate the proof. It is not wickedness. It is the oldest hunger we have. He is a musician. He knows how dangerous a hunger can be when it is not tuned. He has written melodies that carry ache without letting it spill. He He has slowed a crowd with a cadence that made knives look embarrassing. He can do the same here. He tells his hands to rest. He tells his eyes to be like sleeping birds on the eaves. He tells his jaw to unclench. The rule is not a hurdle. It is a friend keeping pace. If he whispers anything, it will be only to himself. Keep time. Keep time. The path does not argue. It gives the same advice back in a different voice. In the wet glint on stone you can read a message that has no letters. Gentle. In the steady breath of the cavern you can feel a nod. Almost there. In the way the dog's dream does not stir, you can take courage. The court has not changed its mind. In the way the ferryman holds still as carved wood, you can trust that nothing is being smuggled into the story to make it easy where it ought not be. All the old truths are doing their work at once to bring two people to a line of light that marks where one kind of patience can turn into another. When the first lash of daylight begins to draw a pale signature on the rock ahead, everything that has been taught in the walk gathers itself into one small room behind the ribs. The room has chairs for many guests. Faith sits there, fear sits there, habit sits there, love sits there. Each guest knows its place if the host remembers how to host. The host is the will that has been trained by music and by grief, and by the kindness of a court that believes in order more than display. The host looks at each guest without moving the head. The host offers water. The host keeps the rule warm without letting it sweat. The light enlarges. The air begins to carry dust that is not from caverns but from roads, a scent of grasses that have learned wind. The next lesson wants to climb onto the table too soon. It is a lesson about the eye and the way eyes hunger. It is a lesson about how love tries to make seeing into owning, and how a simple rule tries to teach love to wait until seeing can be praise alone. The room behind the ribs grows very quiet so the next breath can be heard when it arrives. The path does not yet end. It becomes thinner, then wider again, like the voice of someone who is gathering courage to speak plainly. He does not say anything aloud. The presence behind him does not either. The halls refuse any noise that would pretend to be a finish. All the music is inside the count now. Pulse, breath, step, above. A kind of sky waits that a man can enter and call his own without making a court weaker. Between here and there is a handful of paces where the rule must finish its work as teacher before the eye takes back its throne. The air's full of that small electricity you feel when a door is about to open, and you are deciding whether to leave your hand at your side or lift. The light does not arrive all at once. It moves like a thin ribbon across stone, pale as milk before dawn, and the stone returns a sheen that is not brightness yet, only the idea of it. The path listens to their feet and answers with a hush so soft it feels like felt laid under a set of dishes. The breath of the cavern has changed. It carries a taste of dust that remembers sunlight. In such air even the smallest sound behaves like a guide. Leather that bends, a strap that sighs, the hill's long patience underfoot, and behind the man with the lyre, a presence that has asked for nothing except time. On the way down every door had a keeper, a boat and a hand that knew water better than speech, a dog whose watch was a craft, not a hunger, a court that could crack the world if it liked, and liked instead to measure. On the way up the same places do not ask for a second performance. The song has done its work. The river has nothing to add to what it has already agreed. The keeper does not ask for payment a second time. The dog sleeps with one ear open, and the ear says all is in order. Mercy, once given by a house that keeps the dead, does not flutter from mood to mood. It sets its cup down and trusts you to carry yours without spilling. Anyone who has ever kept a promise knows this stretch of road. The first part is the speech you give. The last part is the silence you keep. The man has sung as if the throat were a rope thrown over a high branch and every word a pull. Now he must keep time without playing. The rule that follows him, close as a hand on his shoulder, is simple. And it is precisely that simplicity that makes it heavy enough to teach. Do not turn your face. Keep the way. Let proof be patient and let trust do the seeing. He does not talk to the stone or to the air. The cavern has already said yes. If words come to his lips, they are not for bargaining. They are for steadying the self that can bargain with anything. Under his breath he might shape 4 little sounds that belong on decks at night, and in orchards at noon, and in courts where a silence must not break. Keep the count. He has known counter's craft ever since a god of order gave him strings and a pattern to live by. It is a small thing to set a finger where it must go. It is a great thing to let the finger rest when resting is the shape of love. Up ahead the gloom thins and then gathers again in slow waves. The earth is making lace with darkness and light. Every time the light pushes us, the back of the throat wants to open and call a name. The body is an old servant who thinks it knows better than its master what to do when joy is near. The man does not scold it. He asks it to wait. The path assists him with small proofs. Pebbles click under his sandals, then fall still. A thread of air moves against his cheek from the direction of the upward world, brings the clean, green edge of leaves, then withdraws. He holds those proofs as if carrying water in a full bowl down a narrow stair. No sudden turn, no swagger, just care. Far behind, where the court sits, there is no echo of second thoughts. Permission is not a rumour down here. It is an event. The queen who knows the round of seasons has lent her gaze to this exit, and the king who keeps the ledger of endings has signed below it. If a voice could cross so far without cracking, it might sound like granite that has learned to be tender. Keep your face to the way. If another voice joined it, it would carry the cool of stored water and the grace of a garden that returns every year because someone tended it. Let the promise carry both of you. The man answers, but only inside the cage of his ribs. I understand. I will keep time. It helps him that this house of the dead is honest. It does not brandish terrors at the end to harvest a failure it did not need. It gives the same measured conditions at the mouth as it gave in the throne room. That is why a dog can sleep. That is why an oarsman can sit with his hands folded on the handle of his oar and watch the way the water holds the boat as if the water knew the plan 2. That is why a messenger with light shoes is neither eager nor bored. If the law must enforce itself, it will do so without drama. Until then it honours what it has allowed. The steps lengthen. Stone turns to packed soil where a trickle has worked for centuries to teach rock how to be ground. The first tiny insects that belong to the upper air have a way of losing themselves near this line. They drift in, then remember their names and turn back. The man notices and files the lesson beside other lessons. Everything that belongs above will know when to claim him. He does not need to rush the claiming. The presence behind him, the one that has crossed on the strength of a song, makes almost no sound. That silence is not absence. It is ceremony. Each pace she takes is a form of consent. The court asks them to earn daylight with quiet. They are earning it. There are memories that take this stretch and lay them against other rooms in his life, the way a carpenter lays a straight edge across two boards. The narrow deck that groaned in a mild wind while cliffs ahead shouted. The men fell into his rhythm and the ship obeyed. He did not watch their faces every second to be sure. He listened and he felt the deck's answer. Later, in groves where training was given without scolding, he learned a scale and then the scale inside the scale, the measured setting of breath to phrase. The god who taught him was not generous with gifts he did not expect to be used well. Now the gift is under its hardest test, not to convince but to restrain, not to dazzle but to endure. A man who holds order as a friend does not become a stranger to wildness. He understands it devours without listening. That is why he cannot hate the women who, somewhere above, will someday confuse the right to be swept away with the right to tear. Their dance belongs to a god as old as wine, and wine does not apologize for running red and hot. The story remembers both gods at once. It lets measure do the ushering today. It remembers that ecstasy is honest and powerful, and without measure can break the very bowl that lets it be shared. The path is a bowl. The rule is a rim. The man inside it is wine that refuses to spill because love is sweeter unspilled. They pass a place where the ceiling has lowered for generations and lifted again by inches. A person who did not belong here would scrape their back and swear and think the house was cruel. The man who belongs by permission measures himself instead. He keeps the lyre against his side and ducks without hurry. In the tightness he can hear the smallest tones, ones too soft for a hall filled with praise. He can hear the catching of a breath behind him that is more like a memory than a sound. Something in him rises to meet it and is asked to sit down again, polite as a guest who knows not to stand before the host invites him to stand. If you have ever carried a sleeping child from the back of a cart into a house, you know this feeling. The body you love has weight and grace together. You would rather look at the face and confirm its soft mouth and the eyelashes that make weather across the cheek. You do not, because a glance can bump the head against the door frame. You keep your face forward and feel what you already know. Warmth, breath, trust that has placed itself in your arms without a speech. The myth puts that domestic truth into a corridor older than maps. It does not change it. It only enlarges it so that when it is returned to your small rooms it shines. From time to time the air from above pulses and brings with it sounds that have nothing to do with strings. A bird that is not in the habit of entering caves tests a call near the mouth and is startled by the reply. A blade of grass scuffs a stone and learns that even small things scrape when they are dry. Those noises do not confuse him. They confirm that the exchange has begun. He is no longer only in a house of endings. He is on a stair between houses. There are rules for stairs. Do not run. Do not shove. Keep your hand on the rail that is not made of wood but of will. He quietly tests a word inside himself. Faith. It is too big to say with his mouth without turning into something else. In this place it is not a jewel or a speech or a pose. It is one step that does not rush, and then another. It is 4 measures of rest in a piece of music that expects them. It is a lid that fits a jar and preserves what's inside. If he were to talk to the presence behind him, he would not dare say her name louder than the thought of it. Names are heavy. They pull eyes. He offers, instead, a sentence that does not reach his tongue. I am here. Keep with me. The path is kind enough to carry the sentence the way a slow current carries a leaf without turning it over. At a bend that the earth has carved with a hand none can see, the light draws longer across the ground. It does not blaze. It writes. The letters are not the ones you find on tablets. They are lines anybody can read. Up is near. The pressure that has shaped his chest for hours loosens by a notch. This is the most dangerous comfort in any vow, the ones near the end. A runner's eye trains itself to ignore the last banner until it is past. A sailor's hand trains itself to keep a room of sail even when the harbour shows its houses and a child waves. A singer trains the throat not to reach for the note before the breath. He is trained, but training is only the bones of habit. Love gives muscle to those bones. Fear teases the muscle with small tremors. The path offers him a firm floor for all of this to dance without falling. There is a noise behind him then, so soft it would not belong to fear in other rooms. It could be nothing more than fabric that remembers a branch. It could be the earth itself settling a fraction after carrying 2 griefs in one file. It could be the first very quiet gasp a person makes when they smell weather that belongs to the living. His shoulders notice, then report to the part of him that keeps watch on every door. That watchman is good at his work. He is also tired. He asks for proof the way all tired watchmen ask for proof. He wants eyes. The man with the lyre does not fire him. He asks him to hold until the bell. His hands tighten a little on wood he has almost forgotten he carries. He lets them loosen again. The wood is not a weapon. It is the reason he is being allowed to carry anything at all. If the cork could be felt from here, it would not scowl. It would smile in the smallest way a cork can smile without looking foolish. This is exactly what permission is for, to teach a soul how to carry fire past straw and not set the house alight. The house has risked itself to allow this. The house is trusting the man to be equal to the risk. The air takes on the faint sweetness of meadow. The skin on his forearms wakes. The little hairs align toward the mouth of the world the way a field leans when wind writes in it. Every instruction he has been given sits up together at the same table and waits for his next act. He can feel the weight of the chairs. He can feel the humility that comes over a room when a host remembers that guests are equals and not pieces. A person tells a tale like this because it makes what is inside us visible in a place where no one has to be embarrassed by it. Doubt is not a villain here. It is a child. It asks a fair question at a dangerous moment. Are you sure? The rule turns to the child and hands it bread and says, eat first. There will be proof when proof is safe. The man who hears both voices refuses to make them fight. He lets them sit side by side. He does not reach to separate them by force. He walks and keeps the rail. She keeps with him, the one the story has tried to protect from becoming only a prize. Her silence is not emptiness. It is skill, to be carried by permission without grabbing, to be near without pulling, to be called by daylight and not fly ahead at the last. This is as much craft as any song. If she were to speak, it would be like water through reeds, almost not speech at all. I am with you. The last word would be a thread more felt than heard. He would not answer with sound. He would answer with a step that matches the pace she has chosen. There was a torch once, at a wedding, that smoked instead of blazing. People coughed, and the coughing wrote a warning into a day that had tried to be perfect. Warnings are easy to loathe when they make a joyous room taste of ashes. Later, when you have learned that a warning is a hand and not a fist, you may bless it. The memory flares and fades like a lamp turned down. He does not hate the omen now. He treats it as a school he has not yet finished. The lesson remains the same. Joy is honest, and it needs measure to last. The path is a long measure. He is almost through it. Somewhere above, the wind has learned a path across grasses, and it practices that path even when no one watches. It sends one more rehearsal down into the earth. The breath that touches his face this time has warmth from a day that has already started. Even the sun that will receive them is not eager. It does not flood the corridor, it waits beyond it. It would be a kindness to say that all this makes the man easy. It does not. It makes him careful. Care is a finer courage than any shout. It's also quieter to carry. He carries it. If you put your ear very near to the scene, the way a child puts an ear to a seashell and hears a world where there is only geometry, you can catch little things the broad story leaves out. The slight drag of a sandal on a place where moisture has made the soil tacky. The way the neck learns to keep still on purpose, separating itself from a spine that longs to coil. The way the eyes learn to be generous by not seeking more than what belongs to them at this moment. The kindness of a heart toward its own stuttering, not calling it failure, only calling it life. The path straightens. There is a last bend that is hardly a bend, more like a suggestion. If he were to hold out his hand, he could touch air that has never been inside a cave. He keeps his hand where it is. He keeps all of himself where it is. The nearness has become a presence of its own, a third companion walking with them, the sort of companion that asks to be honoured by restraint. He shapes one more thought and places it like a small stone on a grave for safekeeping. When we are out, I will turn. Not yet. He does not promise with the future a way to solve the present. He asks the present to keep its own small covenant for a handful of beats more. A quiet voice rises in him, the one he learned as a boy and confirmed as a man and has been made to trust again under earth. It is not a god's voice, though a god taught him how to hear it. It is the voice of measure, which is older than any one god and kinder than most. It says what it has said from the throne to the river to the ferry to the watch at the gate. Keep the way. Let sight be the last guest to enter. He breathes that sentence as if it were air. The world ahead opens like a book that has waited on a table all winter. The page that shows a line of sky has been saved for them. If he spoke aloud to the presence now, it would be to give her what belongs to her, not a demand to prove, not a call to hasten, only a blessing he does not need to hear, answered. With me, nearly there. These are not orders, they are courtesy. A house does not become yours because you step over a threshold. It becomes yours because you step over it with manners. The threshold keeps its dignity. The threshold keeps you safe. The last of the stone cool slides over his feet and becomes a warmth he recognizes from paths that hold sun most of the day. He does not call it victory. He calls it the next measure. His neck is as calm as a sleeping bird on a beam. The eyes continue to do what they have been taught, which is to love a line that leads forward. The air is not thin anymore. It is generous. In that generosity, a small pressure grows that every living person knows. The ache to gather what you love into sight as proof that love has not been alone in the dark. The ache is not wicked. It is sharp as a clean tool and honest as salt. He leans into the rule the way a craftsman leans into a bench he built himself and trusts not to wobble. One more step. The first shadow of a branch, drawn across the ground like ink that is finding its flow, writes itself where his foot will go. The noise behind him is not louder, it is wetter, as if a breath has finally learned again how to be breath in air that cares for lungs. Everything is correct. The court would say so if courts spoke at doors. The dog would say so if dreams could be translated. The boat would say so if wood had a tongue. The world has arrived at a point where patience is a door jamb you can touch. Square and true. He allows the next breath to be full the way a note is full when it does not need to conquer a room to be heard. The ribs open and close. The hand that holds the lyre relaxes again as if the instrument had become nothing more than a piece of his own body. A rib made of wood. The step that follows belongs to the same family as the ones before it. He does not gild it. He does not starve it. He gives it its exact weight. The light lifts the dust in front of him and makes a dim gold out of air. That colour is a kind of kindness, and kindness is always a risk. You can lean into it and forget the railing. He does not forget. He feels the rail inside him as clearly as if iron ran under his skin. The presence behind him keeps its steady distance and is closer than any word can place. There is a sound in that presence the way there is a sound inside a shell when you hold it to your ear. It tells you are near a sea even if you cannot see it. He hears, and he does not turn. And the story holds its breath the way a room does when a door is almost open and a hand has not yet moved to the latch. First sound is a soft thread, the kind of sound that could belong to mist-brushing stone. It is not music. Not yet. It is the memory of a note. The place where a note could live if the chest opened and the strings answered. The cave carries it forward the way a careful hand carries a bowl that is full. The air up here is different from the air below. It has the thin sweetness of leaves that have seen light and given light back. Even in darkness, that scent knows where it is going. Two figures move in this air. One walks where light has not arrived, and one walks where light begins to collect like pale ash on the ground. The path rises with the patience of something that was once river and learned to be road. Stones remember water and keep its hush. The man who holds the lyre counts with his breath. He does not count to make time smaller. He counts to give time a place to sit. His voice stays inside his ribs. His hands keep the instrument at his side like a companion that has done its work and now keeps quiet for honour's sake. Behind him, Eurydice keeps her own ceremony. The story has called her a nymph, a daughter of green places and running streams, but down here she's neither branch nor current. She is a presence that stays near because keeping near has been permitted. The court below has said yes in a way that does not need to be spoken twice. When she breathes, the breath is more suggestion than sound. Sometimes it is not even that. It is the way the air changes shape around another life. Her silence is not absence. It is a craft, learned quickly, held carefully. They move through rooms the world rarely shows. A pillar rises and falls like frozen surf. The ceiling holds a million small teeth of stone that never bite. Pools listen and say nothing. Somewhere far behind, a dog who is a sentinel by nature sleeps and lets sleep be a form of vigilance. Somewhere farther still, a boat leans gently against a shore that is not land but boundary, and the man who rows with a single oar allows his palm to rest because a bargain once made does not require more oars than it takes to keep still. The man does not speak to the keepers. He has spoken already. He knows what the song has done. He also knows what the song cannot do. Permission is a bridge only when the feet know how to cross it. Now his feet learn again how to place weight. He takes care with each step, not because the ground will betray him, but because care is the shape of love when love cannot hold. The shape is simple, forward, soft, true. If he were to put words to it, he would mistreat it, so he keeps it in motion instead. At times the light head draws long across the floor. It does not break into brilliance. It writes. The letters are not letters, yet any creature could read them. Up is nearer than it was a moment ago. Down is still present, still gentle, still absolute. Between these two, the path thins and then fattens like a breath, and the breath is the only measure that matters. The man takes it in and lets it out with a care that could be mistaken for prayer. It is not a request. It is a keeping of rhythm, the old friendship between air and song. He was taught long ago that order is not a chain. It is a vessel. Apollo did not press a rule across his mind as if it were a lid. Apollo taught him where to place a finger so that sound could grow in the space below. Measure is not the enemy of feeling. It is the room where feeling can stand without falling. That lesson has carried him through other thresholds. On a deck where cliffs kept poor company, and a group of voices tried to claim the men, he took the measure and made it into a rope. He threw it over the air and pulled. The ship obeyed because bodies answered what was steadier than fear. He remembers that steadiness now, not to boast, not to take pride, but to provide shelter for this quiet moment which has no room for pride at all. If you watch his shoulders, you can see a small conversation happen inside them, a small lift, as if something has asked a question and expects warmth for an answer, a small release, as if the answer was given without voice and was enough. Questions too gentle even for whisper would sound like this if it had sound. Are you there? The answer would not be a sentence. It would be a step measured to match the soundless beat of another step behind him. He gives that answer with the whole line of his body. He does not turn to see that it has been received. He trusts the path to deliver his meaning. He trusts the permission that holds them both in the same line, once at a wedding. A torch burned cold and made eyes water. That smoke has followed him as memory instead of flame. It has appeared in odd corners of his life, a grey line at the edge of a morning, a thought that passes through joy like a moth through a room. It is not malice. It is a reminder that the world is built with both sweetness and law. He does not hate the reminder now. He sets it beside his breath. There is room for both. There must be. The cave at this height holds pockets of sound that do not belong to him. A line of water remembers it is water and lets go of a new drop. Somewhere a seam in the rock eases, the way old timber eases when the day has warmed it. These are not warnings. They are proofs that the world moves without acting against him. When one proof arrives, his spine grows calmer. When another moves past, his neck learns a little more stillness. The body that wants to look learns to listen instead. Listening makes a home for trust. Sight can take trust away by spending it too fast. There is law that says the one behind him may not be flesh at all. Philosophers who love sharp words more than soft rooms have called him timid and said the House of Endings gave him only a shadow, not the living one he pleaded for. The air near the man's ear does not argue with the philosophers. It is too busy with the practice of return. Whether shadow or the one who once walked among vines and grass, the presence keeps time. The keeping is the important part. The court below has wisdom the living often lack. It knows that appearances do not carry a soul across a threshold. Ritual carries it. Patience carries it. A single rule given without flourish and obeyed with exactness carries it. He thinks of Hermes as a line that enters and leaves rooms without friction. If Hermes were to step behind them now, his sandals would be a whisper inside a whisper. The messenger loves boundaries because boundaries let him do his work. He loves the way a line can be both invitation and restraint. If he could set his hand on the man's back, it would not be to press. It would be to remind a shoulder that it already knows how to stay. The man thinks this without wanting to rely on it. He has his own hand now. It rests on the invisible rail that runs up the side of the path. He will not let go. In the deeper halls, the dead often murmured in a way that made any living sound feel rude. Here, where the skin of the world thins, silence changes nature. It becomes generous. It gives space for tiny noises that before would have been lost. The leather thong that binds the lyre taps once against wood when his stride changes. He hears it and makes a small correction. The sole of his sandal lifts a grain of grit and lays it down again. He hears that, too. The ear becomes the eye. What the eye cannot have, the ear adopts and cares for, and in caring it grows strong. He remembers a day in a grove where a god pointed. The pointing was not command. It was invitation. Place your finger here, wait for the note to come, then move. The waiting was the part that felt most like love. He is practicing that lesson again now. The cave is the grove. The note is not sound. It is the moment when you choose not to spend what you have been saving since the first step. He can feel the choice widen in front of him like a doorway that is not a doorway yet because one more breath must finish. From behind, a shape of breath arrives that touches his neck in the smallest way. Like a moth that is sure of nothing but warmth. It is not a call. It is a life that has remembered the ease of air. His body, diligent and old in its own knowledge, wants to turn that touch into an image. His craft, diligent and older, asks him to let touch be touch and not force it to become more. With me, he says inside himself, and the two words move out of him without sound. The corridor takes them the way calm water takes a leaf. They travel. They keep their shape. They do not sink. There are many tellings of how this path works. Some walk it with their eyes bright and fixed on a point that is not yet before them. Some walk it with a kind of plain attention that belongs in kitchens and orchards. The man who walks now has learned both styles. He avoids the blazing focus that can burn the thing it longs for. He avoids the lazy gaze that lets attention fall. He holds the middle. The middle is not dull. It is the single place where law and hope do not injure each other. He thinks of the king below, who has a ledger and a mind like bedrock. He thinks of the queen, whose crown is woven from the patient return of seasons. If their voices could reach, they would not say much. The king would say, keep the agreement as given. The queen would say, keep each other as possible. These are not two commands. They are one. He keeps them both by keeping his face where the path points. If the past wanted to own him entirely, it could do it with a single picture. Bare feet and grass and a smile that did not know its own cost yet. A hand that learned the lay of another hand and made a home there. The picture would climb through his back and take his head. He does not let it. He treats memory with respect. He gives it a seat and does not allow it to take the chair at the end of the table. He's not cruel to it. He keeps it from ruling. This kindness toward memory is the quietest bravery he has ever practiced. Light draws another line across the ground. This one carries a moted shimmer. The small dance of dust in air that has begun to learn the lesson of day. He sees the pattern on the path and feels it as well, because sight is patient enough now to offer without seizing. A line of dust, the line of stone, the line of breath, the line of his will. Lines love company. When they keep each other, they make a fabric that is strong. He walks inside that fabric as if it were a cloak. The cave that once seemed like a throat now seems like a sleeve. Eurydice follows with a steadiness that is its own music. She does not ask for more than has been granted. She does not test the rule by hasting. The story will always be tempted to make her only into the cause of a man's act. Here she refuses that smallness. Her stillness is a choice. Her trust is not stupidity. It is a dignity that knows how to stay without calling attention to itself. If she were to choose a word, it would be simple. I am here. It would not move the air with volume. It would move the man with peace. He answers with a pace that says the same. If someone who loves debate were here, they might ask whether this is courage at all. They might say that courage always turns toward danger with a visible face. They would miss the room in which some acts are done. A person can face a storm with a lifted chin and not be brave in any useful way. Another can lower the face and keep the promise that holds another life, and that keeping can hold more weight than shouting ever will. The cave understands this. It has seen too many loud heroes travel through it and leave nothing but echoes. It has learned to bless the quiet ones. He comes to a place where the roof has bowed. The rock asks both bodies to bend. He sets the lyre tight against his side and lowers without hurry. In that closeness, small sounds become magnified, and magnified they become clearer rather than frightening. The scrape of a sandal, the thin slide of linen on skin. The fewer the sounds, the more they can mean. He lets them mean what they are. He does not ask them to mean more. When his head rises again, he does not rush the straightening. He gives the last inch back to the cave with the same patience it used in making the stone. He imagines the island where a head will sing someday. He does not linger there. That future is not given yet. It may never be given. Tales break into many paths, and some of those paths are told to test the wisdom of those who listen. For now he refuses the future the way he refuses a glance that would unhouse what he has been allowed, not because he is punished by refusal, but because he is honoured by the chance to choose the present with complete attention. The corridor widens enough to allow a faint breeze to turn upon itself. The breeze circles his throat and loosens the last knot that belonged to fear. Fear does not leave ashamed. It leaves like an apprentice who has been thanked for the work of watching and is now allowed to rest. He does not despise fear. He does not blame it for asking questions at the wrong time. He tells it quietly, "Wait for me at the door." It goes and sits where doors learn patience. Somewhere above, grass leans because a morning has started. Even in the underworld, the world above has a way of making news that travels without messenger. The brightness that is not yet visible sends its scent and its slight warmth ahead like small scouts. The man receives them and does not mistake them for arrival. He holds them gently and lets them go, the way one would hold the first words of a friend who has come back from far away. They are not the whole story. They are the beginning of it. If he could lay the lyre across stone and draw a single soft chord, it would relieve him in the simplest way. The chord would say what bodies say to each other when they cannot risk language. The rule keeps his hands at rest. The rest is not absence of music. The rest is the most delicate measure in any piece. It carries more meaning than any burst of notes because it holds trust without proof. He honours the rest by keeping it perfectly. He thinks of the women who dance in other stories, the ones who will someday mistake refusal for insult and frenzy for truth. He does not judge them. He knows their God, not by worship but by witness. He understands how a body can be a vessel for both delight and ruin. He understands why measure is needed even in joy. This thought keeps his feet careful and his neck quiet. It also keeps a tenderness in his chest for whatever may come, as if kindness could pad the edges of any blade the world might hold. The ground changes under his sandals. The grit grows larger, more like weathered earth than powdered stone. Somewhere a tiny insect miscalculates and enters a span of dark it does not love. It turns back and finds what belongs to it. The man notes this without smiling. He holds a neutral face the way a singer holds a neutral mouth between phrases, ready to shape the next line but not giving it away too soon. If his life were a scroll, this would be the part where the ink thins and the page brightens. Yet nothing here is rushed. The hand that writes is the same hand that wrote the darker lines. It keeps its pressure even. The last curve of the path tilts toward a mouth that is not a mouth yet. He knows it by the change in the air. The air has a faint metallic taste. The taste of tools left out overnight that will be taken up again and used to make ordinary things. He loves this taste. It makes him feel that the world is willing to be useful again. He lets his eyes soften, not because he intends to turn them, because soft eyes can look forward without reaching. The body often thinks that to be safe it must widen the gaze, collect everything, make a net. He asks it to make a window instead. Windows respect what they are not looking at. Nets steal. He does not want to steal. He wants to be received. Behind him the almost sound of Eurydice's pace continues to be faithful. It does not hurry with the nearness of day. It does not lag with the weight of having been changed. If she had breath enough to give him one word and keep within the rule, it would be very small. Near. If he had breath to answer without breaking anything, he would give the word back. Near. They exchange that single word inside the space between them. It becomes a bridge more reliable than any glance. A thought passes through him, light as a fish under clear water. When he was on the sea, there came a moment just before harbour when the men would laugh too early and hang their hope on the line of houses instead of on the rope and the rudder. He learned then to keep his laughter for land. He is doing the same work now. He keeps his joy at a careful distance, not because he suspects joy, but because he honours it. Joy that is honoured arrives and stays. Joy that is seized arrives and flees. The ceiling lifts. The stone that crowds in becomes generous once more. The path ahead is not yet bright, but it has begun to lose its old adherence to night. It is a thing between... In places like this, rules do not change. They show why they were rules in the first place. The man can feel the reason as a softness in his chest. He does not need anyone to explain it. He will not explain it to himself. Explaining is for later. For now he keeps the simple thing simple. He imagines, for an instant only, the scene as a painter might set it down. A figure forward, a figure behind, light arriving as if from a sun that has decided to be modest. In one telling, the painted man's neck is a column that refuses to bend. In another, the neck has begun to listen to a voice that is not sound at all, but longing that thinks itself permission. He does not choose either image. He does not let the painter enter. He keeps the frame inside his body and lets the picture remain unfinished. If a poet stood by and cast a sonnet at this slope, the poet might praise the stillness more than the song. Another poet might turn the woman into a speaker and let her accuse the man of pride. Both poems could be true in their own rooms. Neither poem is his room now. His room is the space of 4 heartbeats, and then 4 more, and the next step that gives those beats a place to live. He leaves poetry for those who will need it later. He keeps the plain work. The cave lets a cooler breath fall one last time. It has the odour of wet rock and of names that were spoken here once and do not need to be spoken again. He accepts it the way one accepts a blessing from a household that has fed you and now watches you tie your sandals. He says nothing with his tongue. He gives thanks by not stumbling. A thin wash of light spreads ahead, not a blade, not a burst, only a spreading. Dust lifts and shows how it loves to dance when any invitation arrives, even a polite one. That dance reaches his feet. His body remembers circles in open places and wants to answer. He teaches it another dance, the one with a straight line and a small rise at the end. The teaching is gentle and firm. The breath behind him grows, not louder, only rounder. The way a note fills a room it has earned. He lets that roundness be his proof. He refuses the old hunger for seeing because he knows where it leads. Hunger is not evil. It is only ungoverned when it thinks it is owed. He would rather owe the rule. The rule has never asked him for anything but measure, and measure is the friend that has never failed him. A last small slope lifts the path to a point where the world begins. It is here that questions often bloom like flowers too late in the season, bright and unwise. He greets them with respect and does not pick them. He lets them live where they are. The air moves once more across his face. It smells of sun on bark and the dust of roads and of bread that is baked somewhere very far and very near. The smell remembers fields. He holds it until his chest has learned it. then lets it pass without keeping any of it by force. He does not know it yet. But the whole of the telling will lean again toward this same breath. Its weight will deepen, its edge will sharpen. For now it's only air and kindness and the exactness of a promise kept for one step more. The air has started to learn the grammar of day, yet the path still belongs to quiet. Sounds arrive with the careful pace of a procession. A drop in a far chamber loosens. The leather at the neck of the lyre makes a small round tap that means nothing more than readiness. The man listens and builds a shelter out of what he hears. Behind him, the breath that is not quite a sound keeps perfect time. He knows this rhythm better than the outline of his own hands. He lets it lead him without asking it to prove itself. At the edge of every story there is a moment that looks smaller than it is. It waits like a single thread lying across a threshold. You could sweep it away with a foot and not think of it again. You could pick it up and follow where it goes. The path here is that thread. What looks like a simple instruction has the weight of a city gate. Do not turn. It is given by rulers who do not often grant reversals and do not enjoy words wasted. It is given without ornament because the law of this place does not decorate itself. The instruction is heavy, not because it is cruel, but because it holds a bridge inside it. Crossings require forms that seem plain until you see what they carry. From time to time, a mind will try to change a plain rule into a puzzle. It will ask whether the rule is a kind of riddle, whether exceptions exist that the speaker would admire, whether love can turn instructions into suggestions. He has learned that rules set at the root of a world are not riddles. They are agreements that allow worlds to keep being themselves. To walk in a world, you keep the agreements it keeps with itself. Even art bows here, not in defeat but in recognition. Music can calm a dog that is also a gate. It can persuade a boatman who knows many currencies. It can earn the courtesy of a king and the mercy of a queen. It cannot move the boundary stones and call that kindness. There is a relief in this, and also an ache. The kind and old harpist knows when a string must be tuned tighter than comfort and not one turn less. He gives the rule a place inside his chest where it can sit without grinding. He places it next to the thought of light and the thought of grass and the small holy thought of water in motion. The mind wants to hold these thoughts in the front, like charms. The body asks for something older. It wants steady weight. He offers it the rule. In return, the body steadies the head and keeps the eyes forward. And between these two a trust begins to form that is not sentiment. Trust is older than sentiment. It is a kind of craft. Somewhere far above, a day opens its hand to no one in particular. Down here, that opening arrives as a coolness and a very faint sweetness. He receives both without spending them. He would like to spend them the way a thirsty man would like to drink a stream all at once and call the stream finished. But he does not. He folds them and puts them where gratitude lives. The gratitude is quiet and serious. It feels like the moment in a temple when the last smoke leaves the bowl and the stone remembers how to be simple, rock again. He thinks of voices that will later walk through the same scene and leave remarks like footprints. One such voice lives in a hall where words are a kind of sport, and clarity keeps its sandals laced. That voice looks at this journey and calls the traveller unbrave, says that he wanted a gift without paying the price that is always asked, says that he took a shade when he was not willing to give his own life for the living one he loved. There is a chill in that judgment that has nothing to do with the cave. It is the kind of chill that comes when a thinker pulls a fine thread to see whether it will break and forgets that the thread is part of a garment. Someone is wearing to keep warm. The man walking here does not hear that voice, not as sound. Yet the cave keeps history the way salt keeps meat, and the thought is in the salt. He tastes it and lets it pass. He cannot answer a hall with a breath. He can only keep the breath and let the path answer for him. Another telling will stand in a room with half light and a pair of curtains that are never drawn all the way. In that room a woman, once called only a reason for a man's song, will speak with fire without raising her voice. She will call the turning of a head a kind of pride, a kind of hunger that uses love as excuse for certainty. Pride can wear many garments and call itself safety. Hunger can learn the shapes of care. The man walking does not know this poet by name, and yet the cave knows future rooms as well as past ones. Stones are poor at time and excellent at memory, and memory can reach in both directions when it is old enough. He feels the justice in the warning and keeps it without being wounded by it. He places the warning on the same shelf as the rule. They do not argue. They sit near each other and keep their distances like good neighbours. He has been told in other ways that a look can become a possession. A gaze can make a person into a figure and can set them in the frame where the one who looks is also the one who owns. That kind of looking is bright and sure of itself. It mistakes clarity for care. It mistakes the taken image for the offered self. If he were to turn now with that kind of light in his eyes, he would destroy what has been granted and call the destruction knowledge. He feels the old habit tremble in his neck and then fall quiet. The cave rewards that quiet with another faint increase of air that has known open leaves. He keeps walking. The idea that miscalculation can be honest does not excuse it. Yet a story is kinder when it remembers that rushing can look like love from the inside. In one smooth telling of this path, the moment of turning is not about pride or ownership. It is about a breath that goes wild at the edge of a cliff and reaches backward for proof, because proof once saved a ship. A person can fail while meaning to be faithful. That line is part of the weave too. The cave recognises honest error and does not change its rule. Compassion is not an amendment. It is a way to hold the one who failed without making the world into a place where failing becomes the law. From behind him the soft body of a promise continues. It does not try to announce itself, yet it does not ask to be treated as fragile. It simply stays. If breath could speak without trespass, and it would say, "I keep close." If step could answer without burden, it would reply, "I keep true." He lets the exchange happen inside the corridor between them. He knows that if words like those were to find the open air, they might become heavy, and the rule might feel that weight as defiance. He keeps language in its place and lets movement do the work that would embarrass sentences. Light increases in the way dew increases. The air closes one set of doors and opens another. The lack of noise becomes a new kind of sound. The kind an orchard holds at first light when fruit and leaf agree to be quiet so the day can begin without fanfare. He thinks not in argument but in acknowledgement. Of the house below where queen and king heard his song and chose to let mercy stand next to law without injury. Since then, every step has been a shape of thanks. Thanks has shapes. It looks like a back that trusts itself to stay aligned. It looks like a chest that releases air but does not gasp. It looks like a man who knows that to accept a gift is to accept the manner of using it. He remembers that in some rooms the story is told another way. With light dropping through high windows and the stage holding a garden no one can mistake for a real one, and yet no one needs to. In that telling the woman behind him cannot keep from asking, not because the rule is unclear, but because love without answer is a burden even love cannot carry without bending. She asks whether he still wants her. She asks why his face is a wall of stone where it was once an open door. He hears her call his name in a way that makes stone recall that it used to be soil, and he turns. The story there knows all about sweetness and sorrow, and the art that puts them in the same cup without spilling. In that room, what happens next is not darkness. A bright hand enters from a height higher than these rocks and gives a new chance in a new way. That is a good story for a room where the human voice must have a reason to continue. The cave respects that room and does not imitate it. Here, gifts do not return a second time. Here, being given is the entire mercy, and using what is given is the entire act. It is possible to call all of this an examination of trust, but trust alone would make the path too simple. It is also a test of direction. In the world below, the living often try to pull too many directions into one body. A person will reach backward and forward at once and expect bones to be kind. Bones are strong and not indulgent. They want a purpose for each movement and a single vector for the neck. When you give them these, they respond with a steadiness that song knows how to praise. He gives them these. In return, the bones keep him in the line that is asked. There is an old conflict that sits inside him like two instruments hung on the same wall. One belongs to clarity and measure. The other belongs to heat and the holy loss of self that dancing knows. He has learned from both, perhaps too much from one for the comfort of people who dance by breaking rather than turning. The old conflict is not at war today. It rests, because the world has arranged matters so that measure is the only way to love anyone here. He is grateful for days when ecstasy is given its due, when the body can shake itself clean and call that prayer. Today is not one of those days. Today the prayer looks like the restraint that keeps love from becoming its own opposite. Sometimes imagination, which has fed him so often, tries to buy its way into the present with pictures of what is not yet. It shows him a hill that is not stone and grass that owns a colour without asking permission. It shows a hand, not a shade of a hand, learning again the edges of another hand. It shows a face that is loved for itself and not for what it proves. These pictures are not wrong. They are not gifts either. They are a currency that has been declared invalid for this purchase. He thanks imagination for its work and asks it to sit. It sits, hurt for a moment, then quiet, like a singer who has been told to rest before singing again. He can feel how stories use a single gesture to house a city of meanings. A glance could be an insult to the house that let him pass. It could be a refusal to give up the old power a gaze has. It could be the inverse of courage, the wish to have both life and prize. It could be a slip of the clock inside a heart and nothing more. It could be all of these without cancelling any one of them. Worlds like to hold several truths at once when the truths do not bite each other. He tries to become a world, at least large enough to hold the meanings without breaking. He does not try to judge the meanings. He lets them breathe and does not invite them to sit in the captain's chair. On the level of the ground itself there is a simpler account. A person was asked to keep his face where he was going. He did. Then he did not. The simplest account is the kind a farmer can live by without ever once speaking of spirit or law. He can see that a field will not sow itself and will not tell itself to sow. He can see that if you give your hands to the work where they must be, the work will feed you. And if you take them away before the row's finished, you cannot eat the unplanted seed. The cave understands farmers. It respects the plain story as much as the jewelled one. The path has a farmer's patience. It keeps being itself until you either leave it or do not. He remembers one more chorus, one that belongs to the maker who put a mirror at the end of a dream and asked it to be a road. In that chorus, passage between rooms of life and rooms of image is not an offence. It is a practice. The man who stepped between learned how love can travel through glass and still be love. He is not that man. He cannot ask reflection to carry him. He has been asked to let sound carry what sight must not touch. He obeys, grateful that sound can be a bridge where sight would be a thief. The earth above him sets another thin page of scent across the doorway that is still not a doorway. Warm dust. The rind of fruit that has been cut hours ago and calls to the hand that cut it. The small sweetness that lives in straw. He lets the scent surround his face and then float on. They feel like a promise that refuses to become a contract. Contracts can be broken. Promises that keep their softness cannot be broken in the same way. They are kept not by the power that enforces them, but by the love that carries them. He keeps walking inside that kind of promise. If a question insists on being spoken, it is the simplest. Why make such a rule at all? Why ask a mind that loves to starve itself of the one food that could ease it? The cave does not argue. If it were to answer, it would say that mercy without form destroys as quickly as cruelty with a clear plan. It would say that love must sometimes live without the sight that makes it easy, so that it can grow the sight that lives inside the chest and does not ask the eye for permission. It would say that the path out must teach the two of you how to be two, and still be one without turning each other into proof. It would say no more. The step behind him misses nothing. It does not seek to announce itself. It allows the man ahead to feel its presence as a warmth that belongs to neither air nor stone. He remembers how he once thought that love must always be loud to be real. He has unlearned that. Love can be as quiet as a field in late afternoon. When work is finished, and there is bread, and the body remembers that rest is older than hunger, that kind of quiet is not absence. It is fullness that chooses not to spill. He does not ask for a sign. He knows that signs are for thresholds where nothing else will serve. Here everything else is already serving. The stones serve by being stones. The path serves by being a path that does not turn into a chasm just to test him. The air serves by offering news from above without pushing. The breath behind him serves by being faithful without spectacle. His task is to serve by not complicating the service of others with demands for more. If a listener far away were to press him later for a single reason, a single meaning, a banner he could hold and call truth, he would not have one to give. He would say nothing and let the old grammar of step and air be his answer. He might, if pushed, say this much, that a look can sometimes be a theft, even when it calls itself devotion, that the heart can sometimes confuse custody with care, that the gods who hold the gates of endings are neither monsters nor sentimental friends, and that they gave him a way that was hard because the easy way would have turned both lives into imaginations. He would not say more. He would sing instead, and the song would be mostly rest with a little line of melody to keep the rest from falling asleep. The corridor lifts again and loosens the chest. The body would like to celebrate. He offers it stillness that feels like celebration, when you have learned to name things by their uses rather than by their decorations. He gives his shoulders a small release that does not travel to the neck. He gives his mouth a small softness that does not travel to the eyes. He keeps the eyes where the earth is brightening, not where the heart longs to search. He thinks again, briefly and without rancour, of the judgment that called him timid. Perhaps there is a kind of bravery the hall has never had to practice. Perhaps endurance without audience is a kind of deed that does not fit well in sentences. Perhaps a person who keeps a rule that no one praises has done something that words cannot pin to a board. These are not excuses. They are names for things that cannot be owned, and yet must be named if we are to recognise each other in difficult rooms. He does not fear that the gods will trick him. He knows that suspicion would undo the gift quicker than any error. He knows that even a thought that tastes like accusation would be ungrateful here. Gratitude is not grovelling. It is skilled. It knows what has been given and what has not. He knows the difference as cleanly as a craftsman knows the difference between wood that will take a nail and wood that will split if you force it. He has reached a point where light has the courage to lie along the stone as if it belongs here. Dust performs its tiny dances without shame. The mouth of the path grows and does not need to promise more. It simply is. He knows that in scenes like this the old habit returns, the one that asks to verify by sight what breath has already gathered and kept. He can feel the habit walk up his spine and press gently against the base of his skull. He meets it with a breath that he learned long before today, the breath that taught him to pour a note into a room without tilting the chalice. The habit bows and steps aside, not far, enough. Behind him, the presence is steady as a held chord underneath a melody. He lets himself rest in that chord for one slow count and then another. The rule sits in its chair and does not need to raise its voice. The cave waits as caves have always waited, certain that the world beyond it will continue to be a world even if this one person fails. He is less certain and more careful because he is made of smaller materials. Care can be a substitute for certainty when certainty is not given. He is near enough to air that has been day for so long it has forgotten how to be anything else. He does not borrow it early. He keeps to what has been granted, which is enough. If he were to speak one word that would fit the room and not tip the balance, it would be small and curved. The word for children and for oars. Soon. He does not say it. The word exists between his ribs, and is content to stay there as if the body itself were a room where language can sleep without being said. There are listeners who will later take this step and break it into footnotes and gleam meanings from each line. They will not be wrong to seek. Seeking is honourable when it is quiet. Yet there is a kind of knowing that requires lying down inside a moment and letting it own you. He does that now. He lies down inside the simple work of not turning a head. The work covers him like a blanket and opens him like a door. Both at once, the cave understands. It gives him one last coolness to recognise the service, and the coolness sets gently across his shoulders and leaves them ready. The path insists on nothing beyond the next movement. The heart asks for nothing beyond the next breath. The breath asks for nothing beyond not being hurried. He honours these three modest requests and feels how, together, they build a bridge with no rails and no danger. A bridge that needs no drama to be real. He walks the bridge without announcing it to himself. The way a person crosses a room in his own house in the dark without needing to touch a wall. The house and the feet know each other. That knowing is what keeps rooms from becoming mazes. If the world above were to send one more sign, it would be the smallest. A grain of dust settles on the back of his hand and rests there, and in the resting it calls no attention to itself. He sees it, and lets it be. The hand does not tremble. The neck does not ask for sight. The breath slides in and out like a tide that has learned its shore by heart. The promise behind him stays warm and exact. He takes another step and gives it the weight it deserves. No more, no less. And leaves room for the step after to enter the world without competition. The ground does a patient thing. It keeps lifting so slowly you do not notice except in the way the breath becomes less careful. A colour that is not yet morning leans into the rock and does not disturb it. He walks in that kindness. Behind him, the promise keeps the same step it kept when there was no scent of grass and no hint of wind. He gives the promise his trust the way a singer gives a note to silence and asks silence to hold it. In one telling that an old farmer kept in his head for years, the last slope was still, and a single word was all that crossed the space between them. It was small as a seed and perfectly shaped for parting. Goodbye. He never forgot how a farewell can be gentle and still be a gate that closes. The farmer would look at his vines and remember that a soft hand can prune. He would remember that a soft voice can end a life of hope without anger. The story sat with him like an extra cup at the table. He did not drink from it every day. He let it sit. That was how he honoured both love and loss as things that should not be rushed. In another room, lit by candles that do not smoke and by eyes that refuse to lie, a woman's voice rises not to accuse but to recover her name. She speaks to the air that once held a song so sweet kings of shadow wept. She speaks to the habit that makes a gaze into a chain. You love the idea of leading me back more than you love the truth of me, she says, not out of bitterness, but out of a precision that once was denied to her. You made my return a mirror for your courage. I was a person, not a proof. The room does not quarrel with her. It teaches by letting what is said stay said. The man on the path cannot hear this as sound, yet the cave knows her sentence as if it were carved into the wall by time. He feels the wisdom of it touch his skin and then pass without cutting. He keeps the lesson alongside the law, and both keep him from making love into ownership. If there is a theatre where breath becomes flower, and sorrow learns choreography, then in that theatre the scene is dressed with light that understands delay. A pair moves through a painted mouth of earth, and the audience knows the terms without needing the script to raise its voice. She calls his name with a tremor that does not dramatize itself. Do you still want me? She asks. Or do you want only the victory of bringing me to the sun? He stays forward, because that is the path. She pleads, not because she has forgotten the rule, but because a love starved of eyes starts to think it has been abandoned. Look at me, she whispers, and the whisper is like a small hand at the edge of a sleeve. He breaks where the body keeps its gentlest hinge. Forgive me, he breathes, and the break is all it takes. The theatre allows a figure with wings to mend the tear as if a higher tenderness had entered the world, to show that art can sometimes rewrite an hour. The cave does not protest the kindness that room prefers. It simply keeps its own law, where gifts are complete the first time and do not repeat for applause. Paint remembers too. In one canvas, a man leads a figure whose feet barely claim the ground. His face is a compass that refuses to turn, not because he does not care, but because care has been taught to walk in a straight line. The green of the world he is headed toward is clear but distant, as if the earth itself were holding its breath to see whether love can behave like discipline without becoming cold. In another vision, the painter lets the man's head tilt as if pain had weight. The hand that reaches toward the air is not hungry, it is guilty. Not because love is a crime, but because love sometimes wants what keeping a promise cannot give. These pictures do not shout, they do not point. They place the eye at the edge of a decision and ask it to be still. A poet standing between two walls set 14 lines in a careful lattice and told a wandering singer to live inside of them. He did not retell the path. He tuned the space inside a body so that the body could carry grief without spilling. He wrote as if breath could be a string and bone could be a sounding board. He wrote as if song were the one ladder a soul could carry into the dark and not be robbed of. He does not argue law or fate. He shows what craft can do with sorrow when it refuses to harden into stone. The man on the path is kin to that craft, though he does not know the poet's name. He has learned to pour his ache into shapes that serve without burning the hands that hold them. More stories sit in their chosen corners, each tending a different flame. One keeps the boyhood of a river and tells how music lay on its back and let water carry it to a shore where prophecy learned a new address. Another keeps the memory of a stage where laughter was asked to dress as irreverence, and the story learned to make fun of itself without dying. These rooms do not remake the law. They remake our willingness to address it, the way a garment remakes a body's willingness to enter wind. It matters that they exist. It matters that they choose the same story to practice their art on. When many rooms keep a single tale, the tale grows strong enough to hold questions without cracking. He walks, and in the walking you can hear how a command turns into a practice. A rule starts as a sound that comes from outside. It remains a stranger until the body rehearses it enough to make it native. He does not recite the words. He renders them as movement. This is how vows survive past the hour of saying, by becoming habits of muscle and breath. The law of the cave is not cruel. It is exact. It asks the same of him. He answers with the exactness of a hand that knows its instrument so well it can play without thinking, and yet respect every note as if it were the first. There is a reading that calls him timid because he wished to have both life and miracle, because he would not place his body where hers had been taken, because he chose to seek a return without the brave exchange another myth praised. The cave lets the charge cross his path and not touch him. The charge is not false. It is simply one light among several, Another light sees not timidity, but the ache of a creature who has learned to trust the senses and is now asked to suspend one of them. Faith is not blindness. It is a different sight. He's learning it step by step without a teacher standing beside him to mark progress. That kind of learning is harder to measure and easy to misjudge. The cave, being old, does not misjudge. It waits to see what form he will make of the gift he was given. A hand on his shoulder would end the test at once. So would the rustle of a garment or the tiny catch of a breath. But nothing in this law is designed to make the work easier by the old tools. The path gives no proof because proof uses the very sense he was asked to lay down. Love must be strong enough to live in a sense it did not choose. He does not make himself noble to think this. He makes himself quiet. Quiet is an ability that does not need title or witness. When the world began to brighten in lines rather than in pools, he thought for a moment of the old ship where men with good arms pulled oars against a song that meant to undo them. He remembered how sound can be a shield and a sword without spilling any blood. He remembered how his strings drew a curtain the sea could not cut. He did not need that curtain now. He needed a different strength. The sea asked him to be loud. The cave asks him to be loyal. He keeps loyalty like a cup filled to the lip, not because he is perfect, but because he is careful. She keeps pace with him with the certainty of someone who has been given a loan of minutes and will not waste one. If she spoke and the cave allowed it, you might hear words that do not doubt. "I am here," would be enough. If he answered and the law did not take offence, you might hear him say, "I know, they do not speak," not because they lack language, but because language sometimes interferes with what it wants to carry. Silence carries more than words when the world is built that way. It is true that in one account a messenger of boundaries took her hand and guided her down again. Not in cruelty, but in order. That figure knows more about doors than most gods. He does not insult the ones who reach them too quickly. He simply returns the world to the way it was before exceptions were made. Order has to love itself, or it would break. Mercy has to love order, or it would become a flood. He has been given both. He honours both by walking without forcing them to quarrel. Images from painters move along the wall of his mind not as distraction, but as company. A figure in grey leads a figure in pallor, and the forest leans back to let them pass. Another picture lets the space between their hands do the speaking. The space is faithful and terrible. It is a promise with no ribbon on it. It is the distance that keeps love from turning to possession. He accepts the space as part of the gift. He does not end it. He endures it because endurance is a kind of music too. The thought arrives that perhaps the human wish to turn is not sin so much as muscle memory. We are built to verify with eyes what ears and skin believe. We are built to join face to voice and hand to name. The law here asks him to revise his building for a short while. He agrees for as long as it takes to walk a hill. What he does not know is whether the hill ends while the agreement still holds. That unknowing is the fire in the test. It warms and threatens in equal measure. He carries it like a small coal in a gardener's shovel, careful not to drop it and careful not to clutch it. On days when scholars sit together and turn the story like a cup, they will sometimes say that love failed because love demanded confirmation. Others will say that love failed because the world refused to feed it the one proof it asked for. A few will say that nothing failed, that a man reached the threshold of a law and did what laws are made to show us we cannot do. He broke, and in the breaking we learned where we stand. The cave is not a school and not a court. It lets such talk happen elsewhere. Here the work is simpler. Keep walking. Do not turn. Receive what you have been given as if you were worthy of it. Music misses its strings. He misses his own instrument the way a hand misses a ring it once wore every day. He could sing. He does not. A song would turn the path into a stage, and stages ask for witnesses, and witnesses would make the law seem like an audience to be won. None of that fits. He keeps the song as breath only. The breath is a kind of prayer too basic to be mistaken for display. In the telling, where the woman speaks to history's habit of using her as a purpose and not a person, there is a horizon where her words meet a kind of morning and do not vanish. They keep glowing across the top of the earth and teach listeners to hear where pride hides under consolation. The man on the path becomes part of her teaching, not as a villain, not as a saint, but as a shape of love under pressure. That is a kind of honour stories do not often grant. He would accept the honour if he knew it had been given. He does not know. He keeps his eyes toward a patch of light the size of a shield. What waits outside is not a trumpet. It is a plain hill with a breeze that has no idea it is part of a legend. The breeze will cross a field and move a handful of grass. It will smell of straw and something sweet that has not been cut yet. The law will end where that sweetness begins. He does not rush to meet it. He keeps the pace he began and lets the end of the law come to him the way sleep comes when a house has finished all its noise. If we pause our breath and let other rooms step forward, we find a ceremony in which the body is described as a place with bars on its windows, a place where the soul keeps time while waiting to be released. The story of a singer who could not cross one border may be the first verse of another song that promises other crossings. The promise does not cancel the law, calls it teacher, and learns from it how to wait. People who hold that ceremony will say that the wheel turns and turns again. They will say there is a stain in us from an old crime that's not ours alone. They will say that clean living can clean what we did not begin. They will say the word for flesh and the word for prison are not the same, but they rhyme. He knows none of this as doctrine. He is inventing it with his feet. The cave hears a prayer being born that has not been written yet. He does not turn. The idea that he might is now only the shadow of a habit that has lost its strength. The air reaches him in open hands instead of through rock. The world above is not yet loud. It feels the way a temple feels when candles have just been snuffed and the smoke remembers the shape of flame. If a voice were allowed to cross the small space between them at this moment, it would say the simplest thing and be satisfied. We are almost there. It does not cross. Satisfaction learns to wait for morning in a place where the last step matters more than the first song. In another city, a man of cinema taught glass to behave like water so that a life could pass through it. He used images to cradle a soul and asked us to believe that a reflection can admit a body. He was not wrong. He was taking care of a need the cave cannot tend. The cave is not a mirror. It is a door that opens only once, and only in one way. The comfort of pictures is real. The comfort of law is quiet and hard. Both serve. It is good to know the difference. We stand with him just at the place where stone forgets itself and becomes earth again. The breath behind him is steady as a promise that does not need witnesses. It will be enough to keep the balance of the gift if he keeps the balance of his head. He holds it in the way a craftsman holds a tool he has trusted his whole life. Not tight, not loose, not proud, not afraid. The cave arranges one last kindness. It sends a small bird to the mouth of the world to make a sound like a thread being pulled through cloth. The sound is not proof. It is a wordless greeting from the place where rules are lighter. He receives it without leaning toward it. He lets it be what it is, a future that has decided to say hello a breath before it arrives. And because stories know how to fold into one another, because one grief often teaches the language of another, the path that has carried him here learns a second name while we listen. It will be, for others who come after, the beginning of a way of living that treats breath like practice and body like apprenticeship. It will be, for people who whisper their faith instead of writing it on walls. The curve that leads from a broken song toward a circle that says nothing is wasted. Not even failure. Not even a look that learned too late what it cost. The light takes one more step toward his face and waits for him to meet it with whatever the last step requires. The room is candle quiet, the kind that turns a flame into a slow star. You can hear strings in the walls, not because someone plays them now, but because a song once lived here long enough to leave its outline. Air taste of pine and riverstone. If you stand in the doorway and breathe without hurry, you will sense the presence of a teaching that does not knock. It has been waiting since an older century for a listener who prefers listening to conquest. They kept his name in the same careful place they kept water and bread. Orpheus, not only as a lover who walked a forbidden hill, not only as a poet whose voice persuaded gates to consider gentleness, but as a teacher, a founder by attribution and need, the still figure at the beginning of a way. About the 6th century before the Common Era is the shore where that way first shows its pattern. Around it, another current flows, the current of those who counted number as sacred and taught discipline as a music for the body. Some say the writings that wear his name were woven by minds from that counting school. The room does not argue over handwriting. It keeps the thread of meaning intact and lets the page be a vessel. Orphism does not start with a trumpet. It begins with a confession set in a whisper. We are not only what we carry in our hands, we are also what we carry in our breath across lifetimes. There is a wheel that turns, and when it turns, a spirit unhooks from one garment and learns to put on another. The word for this turn is rebirth. Not a fireworks display, not a stage trick, a slow, moral weather that the soul accepts the way a field accepts seasons. The field does not protest spring by denouncing winter. It learns both. In the corner of the room, a soft-spoken mentor places a bowl of clear water on the floor and waits for the surface to become a mirror. "Look," the mentor says, and the voice is low as if speaking to rest itself. "This is not a charm and not a threat. It is a picture of the way things come back until they are finished with their hunger." The pupil does not answer quickly. Orphism likes questions that take time. And patience is the first courtesy it asks of anyone who approaches. You remember a story about a god who was taken and torn not by enemies from afar, but by a wild offence that wore familiar faces. The pieces were carried away, and a terrible banquet took place. From that day, a debt lay inside the human condition like an old ash beneath new grass. This is not a story told to frighten children. It is the shape of a stain that explains why a person can feel wrong without a visible wound. Orphism says the stain is not the last word. It offers a path for cleaning. But first it wants the truth named without fever. "There is a fault older than my choices living in me," a listener might murmur. I accept this without despair. The signature of this teaching is the absence of panic. The body is honoured here as a house that kept us warm through nights we do not remember. A house that carried us through heat and river crossings. Yet the same teaching calls it a cell, not to insult it, but to measure the space we have been given for a time. Soma, sema. Body and prison as words that lean toward each other in meaning, not because flesh is evil, but because spirit wants air the world cannot always offer. This is not contempt for hands and feet. It is a reminder that walls, however sheltering, are still walls. A patient reminder, spoken as if one were explaining the nature of a window to a bird that has forgotten it can leave. Some nights the discipline looks like a table where certain foods never appear. It looks like a fire that warms but does not indulge. It looks like a set of baths whose purpose is not appearance, but clarity. It looks like a vow that keeps the tongue from cruelty, the hand from harm, the mind from clutter that confuses peace with numbness. There is an ethic here that puts softness in front of spectacle. It asks a person to guard the paths that lead into the soul the way an orchard keeper guards irrigation channels. The water you lose to impatience is water you will miss when the trees are thirsty. Orphism spoke in a city that already knew other hymns. Public ones with bright processions and clear sacrifices. It did not shout down those streets. It took the side road and held its lantern lower. A counter voice that loved the invisible and asked for cleanliness in a way that felt less like law and more like medicine. It does not set itself against the gods in stone. It keeps a hospital for the soul and welcomes anyone who arrives with a mind to heal. In such a place, a human life learns to say, "I am a guest." The guest honours the house without deciding to live there forever. The house honours the guest by not pretending to be the sky. This is how the Soma Sema teaching becomes tender rather than grim. The guest sleeps and wakes and provides good company for the house. The house provides shelter for the guest. And when morning arrives, that is not a date on a calendar, but a softness in the bones. The guest thanks the house and steps outside without calling the leaving a betrayal. Sometimes the teacher places a lyre on the floor, not to play it, but to remind the room that a string will sing whether you command it or not when the right breeze arrives. Art does not counsel law, the teacher might say, but it knows how to lead law toward mercy without breaking it. The students know the old descent and the old condition placed on a lover's return. They know how music held the gate and made a king of shadows listen like a man. They know how the promise asked for a discipline that broke at the last stair. Orphism collects that fracture and does not mock it. It builds a path from it. If the law of the underworld demanded a trust that failed, this way offers a slower apprenticeship in trust, across lives, across bodies, where a single hour proved too fragile. A long practice may succeed. There is a tension that bodies feel even when minds cannot name it. Order calls with clear light and steady intervals. Ecstasy calls with wine in the air and the permission to break into dance. A life that refuses both calls becomes dull. A life that chooses only one becomes unfaithful to its full measure. The singer whose strings could tame a sea stood where those two calls faced each other. He chose clarity, a poliscool gift, and in choosing he drew the anger of the wild women who worship an older thunder of spirit. The end they gave him was savage, yet even in that ending there was a service to the teaching. The head that continued its song on the water proved that voice belongs to more than bone. Art remains when the house is knocked down. The lesson bends without breaking. A pupil asks the question that every pupil eventually asks. How do I know when I have paid the old debt? When the stain is lifted enough to call a life clean, the mentor does not answer with numbers or a ledger. Orphism dislikes scorekeeping when it comes to souls. You will smell it, the mentor says, the way you know rain has stopped in the night. The air will taste like metal has been washed from it. You will not rush to open windows. You will find they are already open. Another voice wonders if love can help. The room nods. Love is the first practice and the last. Not love that grips to stop time. Not love that wants to hold a face at the cost of a vow. Love that can walk behind without needing eyes. Love that waits for the sun without arguing with the dark. If a human learns that love in one body and does not finish learning, the wheel will offer another classroom until the lesson is gentled into instinct. Orphism is kind in this way. It believes in education more than in punishment. Someone remembers Plato, the way certain dialogues climb a staircase of thought and place the soul at a height where it can see the city and the body together and choose not to mistake one for the other. The philosopher mentions rites that carry the singer's name, not to flatter him, but to point at a lineage of care. Ideas here are not ornaments. They are handrails on difficult stairs. The body is not despised. It is given a new context, a temporary assignment described with respect and without illusion. In the world outside this room, the temple festivals continue as they must. People bring what they can. They hope for weather and luck and health. The Orphic house does not call them wrong. It prepares a different table. On that table are practices with simple names. Patience, purity, hunger mastered rather than obeyed, tenderness for every breathing thing. That last tenderness explains the food that does not appear here. Eating becomes a ceremony of gratitude rather than a field where craving is king. If a person asks for a rulebook, the house offers a rhythm instead. Rhythms are gentler than laws and harder to fake. Sometimes the teaching takes the form of a story told at the edge of sleep. In that story, a figure walks upward with a silence behind him that is supposed to be enough proof. He almost reaches the place where grass forgives. He breaks and turns. The world keeps its promise to itself and not to him. Orphism hears this and replies without accusation. Then learn a trust that does not burn in a single hour. It suggests, and practice it through lives. And call each life a string on a larger instrument. You can hear how that suggestion changes the air. Failure becomes rehearsal. Law remains law. Mercy becomes time. A child in the room, too young for doctrine but old enough to feel the pull of story, raises a careful hand. Is the body bad? The child asks. If it is a prison, the mentor kneels so the faces can meet at one level. No, the mentor says. The house is not bad because it has walls. Walls let sleep be safe. They let a fire be a friend. We call it a prison so we do not forget that a soul is made for fields. We use the word as a map, not as a curse. The child looks relieved the way a shore relaxes when the tide keeps its old schedule. The pupils keep notes, not as scripture to be thrown at passers-by, but as a garden plan for their own seasons. They write about inherited guilt from the Titans and how it lays a shadow under our choices. They write about cleansing that begins with food and ends with speech, because nothing stains a day faster than words we would never wish to hear again. They write about rebirth without fear, and about the humility that comes when one admits this life is not a final exam but a chapter. The notes are plain and steady. This is a house that prefers clean handwriting to ornate flourish. When conversation turns to the singer's end, to the women who tore and the head that sang on, the room falls quiet in recognition rather than shock. The narrative is fierce, but the lesson it carries is gentle. Wildness is part of the human field. If you bind it, it will break you. If you reverence it, it will dance without demanding your house. Orphism suggests a balance. Apollo and Dionysus are not enemies. They are two sides of a whole instrument. Our mistake is to play only one string until it snaps. A life well tended learns discipline without rigidity and celebration without frenzy. The singer's death and the song that outlived it form a parable of this balance without footnotes. An older student asks a question that carries weight because it is spoken without performance. Can a person fail the law and still grow? The mentor waits long enough to let the question breathe. Yes, the mentor answers. If the failure is carried as a teacher rather than as a chain, if the chain insists on staying, wash it with patience until it becomes a memory and not a metal. The room understands that growth here is not an upward arrow. It is a circle that rises slowly, like incense learning sky through practice. Night thickens at the windows, and another telling. This would be the moment for thunder. Orphism prefers a softer sign. A moth circles a candle without harm. The flame does not resent the dance. The room takes this as a reminder that light does not need to shout to be strong. People stand, and standing is a ceremony too. They place the bowls where they began. They thank the house with a touch on the doorframe. They pass into air that smells of figs and stone. If you walk with them into the street, you will notice that the city has not changed. It still sells olives and news and weather wisdom. Yet each person carries a small quiet that did not exist an hour ago. That quiet is the teaching's proof. It does not need converts. It needs keepers. You can keep it without telling your name to strangers. You can keep it by remembering that the soul has errands longer than one lifetime, and that kindness shortens the distance between errands. A woman at the edge of the group and who has not spoken all evening takes a breath and shapes her first sentence to the night. "I forgive the house for being a house," she says. "I will clean it and not worship it. I will feed it and not starve it. I will not confuse a door with a wall." What she says is not a creed. It is a practical promise that a life can honour while digging a garden or holding a child. When the lamps are far behind, the stars arrive with their old courage. The constellations speak a grammar that farmers and sailors know. Orphism does not turn that grammar into a courtroom. It reads it as a shepherd reads weather. There will be times when the wheel will ask for patience, and times when the wheel will allow joy with no exam at the end. The teaching walks beside both times with the same pace. In the stillness, after the last footstep fades, you may hear the story of Orpheus turn toward philosophy without becoming cold. Plato's city of words nods from a high balcony. It acknowledges a kinship. The soul is not only what the state needs, it is what time keeps. The body is not only a worker of tasks, it is a room where the soul rests between lessons. This is not contempt for the city, it is the city's best safety. Because citizens who remember their souls do not devour each other. They gather around simple tables and talk in voices that leave room for sleep. If you find yourself asking what you must do tomorrow to keep faith with what you learned tonight, the answer will be ordinary and exact. Eat with care. Speak with care. Touch the world without taking more than you need. Choose bread that does not come from harm. Refuse entertainments that make your heart coarse. Clean the places no one sees. Ask forgiveness without making ceremony of your pride. Thank the day and the house it lent you. These are not glamorous tasks. They are how the stain thins. From a distance, this looks like a gentle life, and it is. But gentleness has a spine like a ship's. It holds under weather because it knows what it is for. The Orphic way does not produce heroes for statues. It produces people who can cross nights without getting lost in their own hunger. It does not produce arguments for the academy. It produces rest that does not depend on ignorance. The singer's name is on the door, but the room belongs to anyone who is willing to place a bowl of water on the floor and wait until the surface becomes clear. A last voice rises, almost too soft to keep. If the soul returns until it learns, where does love go while it waits? No one answers with doctrine. The question is allowed to remain beautiful. In another part of the city, a painting of a man leading a pale figure through a forest breathes on its wall. In another, a poem about a singer who turns grief into a ladder waits for eyes. Art and practice keep company without trying to swallow each other. This companionship is the merciful portion Orphism offers to minds that have known the dark underworld of loss. The hour tastes of sleep now. Step slow. The room behind you has gone dark, but the outline of its candlesticks is still visible the way the memory of music is visible after the last note. You could stand here and think of gates and promises and the last restraint before morning. You could stand here and think of a wheel you cannot see that nevertheless carries you with more intelligence than any map. The night does not choose for you. It makes space for choosing. Nothing in this teaching demands that a person stop loving the one who walked behind them once upon a hill. It asks only that the love be practiced as trust rather than as proof. The distinction is small and it saves worlds. A hand does not reach back before the sun. The heart reaches forward and keeps reaching while it learns to name each day a step. There is a kindness in the thought that the steps continue even when shoes wear out. There is comfort in the thought that a soul can rest between steps in rooms that remember its name. You look toward the place where east will begin, and you do not need to see it to believe it exists. Breath understands before the eyes do. Somewhere, well, a moth folds its wings and the flame lifts without fear. Somewhere, a lyre rests on a table and the string vibrates because the air is honest. Somewhere, a mind that once mistook chains for ornaments takes them off and discovers wrists that can bless. The street narrows. The stars remain. A window opens and closes. The city moves without drama. You carry a portion of the room with you, small and sufficient, like a cup that never spills because the one who holds it no longer hurries. The teaching has no anthem for this. It prefers a silence that keeps you company and refuses to leave you alone with noise. At the edge of sleep, a sentence finds you that is not an ending and not a command. Practice what is clean until it becomes what you are. The sentence does not need an answer. It likes to rest beside your breath. It understands that some understandings are better by morning. The lamps are small tonight, as if the room understood that truth prefers a narrow flame. On the low table rests a lyre no one touches. A bowl of water keeps its silver skin unbroken. Around it, quiet shapes gather and leave a respectful portion of the floor empty. The way one leaves space for a doorway in a house without doors. This is not a meeting about thunder. It is a lesson about weather that lives inside the soul, and how to read it without fear. A voice begins not with commandments, but with the sort of sentence that makes breathing easier. "You're longer than your name," says the mentor, and the people listen with their shoulders as much as their ears. The word for that length has travelled through many tongues. Here, it means the soul returns, not as punishment thrown like a stone. As a curriculum, the wheel turns, and a spirit steps from one room into another, carrying what it learned and what it has yet to learn. Like a traveller who keeps his small bag and leaves the furniture behind. The teaching does not rush the traveller. It does not shout about the rooms. It shows a map that is also a lullaby. You can hear the idea before you grasp it. It sounds like footsteps soft on a wooden stair, going up from cellar to kitchen, then to a roof where vines sleep. The stair is the same stair, yet each landing offers different light and wind. The soul rises through lives the way a melody climbs through octaves. The notes are not identical, yet the song recognizes itself. A student at the edge of the circle raises a hand and lowers it, unsure whether questions are permitted. They are. The teacher nods. If I return, why do I not remember? Because remembering is not the point. The mentor answers gently. The point is the grain that forms in you, the way patience forms in wood left in good shade, the way mercy forms in hands that have held grief more than once. Memory can flatter the mind. Grain shapes the heart. There is another truth Orphism asks the room to carry without bitterness. A wrong older than any individual choice breathes in humankind like a winter that once burned the fields and left ash in the soil. The story is not told to swell the throat with fear. It is told to give shape to a feeling people already have, that sometimes sorrow begins before an act, that sometimes guilt arrives in a house that has not yet opened its door. The tale points to titans around a stolen divine child, Zagreus, and the tearing that follows, and the eating that turns feasting into a wound. From that wound goes the teaching. A stain was mixed into the human lot, not a sentence to despair, a reason to wash. Washing, here, is not theatrical. It looks like light on water at morning. It looks like food chosen with care so that life taken for life is reduced, and gratitude replaces hunger's noisy crown. It looks like vows that restrain the tongue from cruelty and the mind from gorging on what leaves it sick. It looks like baths that do not become mirrors for vanity. What the teaching calls purity is not a museum with glass and gloves. It is the habit of refusing to add smoke to rooms that already struggle to breathe. Someone wonders if the stain can be paid off like a debt with coins. The room almost smiles. If coin could mend the heart, a pupil whispers, there would be no poor. The mentor allows the whisper to become part of the lesson. This is not a debt in numbers. The mentor says, this is an inheritance turned into craft. You do not erase the ash. You learn to grow wheat in soil where ash lives. You use restraint the way a gardener uses channels to guide water. You keep festivals of kindness rather than frenzy. You make art that teaches the hand to hold without harming. Slowly the ash becomes food for roots. The body is praised here for keeping us warm and for letting us carry children and bread and tools. It is praised and yet named in a manner that could bruise if it were not spoken with such care. Soma. Sema. Body as house, also as cell prison if you like the truth frank, not because flesh is evil, because spirit is larger than rooms, and forgetting that makes us small in dangerous ways. The teacher does not ask anyone to hate their hands. The teacher asks them to notice that hands are windows. You can see through them to a sky that has needed you longer than your bones have. A nervous student tries the words aloud, as if tasting an unfamiliar fruit. If this is a prison, who built it? Not a warden, the mentor replies, but a weaver. The world weaves a body around a soul the way a cocoon builds around a patient fire. If you try to burn your way out, you ruin the flight. If you wait and strengthen and keep the husk clean, a morning opens that is not a calendar morning, and you find the wall is also a door. Sometimes the teaching wears discipline like a soft coat, sometimes like a woven belt. It does not admire suffering for its own sake. It admires clarity the way a sailor admires a dry rope. So it asks for habits that keep the rope dry. Abstinence from what makes the heart coarse. Refusal of meat when refusal helps mercy grow. Refusal of excess when excess turns praise into thunder without rain. Cleansing of speech because speech stains faster than wine. Work done without boasting. Sleep guarded from noise that pretends to be joy. None of this is glamour. That is exactly why it works. The connection to those who measure number and live by proportion is not an accident. There is a neighbour school that counts steps and finds music in order. Orphism nods to that neighbour. It loves order as a kind of kindness. A string tune properly asks less effort from the hand and returns more song. This is not a theology of math. It is a remembering that plenty of violence begins in disorder, and that a life balanced in small ways can resist large storms without turning into stone. Across the street from this quiet room, the city keeps its public rites with wreaths and processions and bulls and declarations. Orphism is not a protest sign against that. It is a clinic you find down an alley, lit by one lamp, where the physician speaks softly of fevers of the mind and burdens of the heart. In another quarter of the city, philosophers climb their stairs of thought and look out over forms and shadows. Among them, one who loved dialogues enough to make them into theatre mentions, rituals that wear the singer's name and places the soul in a tale where body cannot be all that is. He does not borrow the clinic's lamp to light his pages. He confirms that the lamp exists, that it has kept steady light in a windy town. The music sitting on the table has its own way of teaching the same principle. A string resists and then yields. The note comes only when mind and hand choose restraint and then pressure. Too much pressure, the string snaps. Too little, the note dies before it's born. This is the moral imagination behind Orphic practice. Keep the string, tune the string, play the string in service of something that comforts without stupefying and awakens without scalding. If a city were an instrument, it would prefer this kind of player. In the room, a woman with a voice like cool bread speaks for the first time. What about love, she asks. The kind that makes you want to run backward up a hill? Does the wheel ask me to abandon it? It asks you to refine it. The mentor answers, love that needs proof every minute is not love. It is appetite afraid of hunger. Love that trusts can walk behind a man up a black stair and not ask him to prove by turning. It can do that because it knows what the sun is, and it knows the sun is coming. Love does not stop being love when the body fails its test, but love learns to look forward rather than backward, and in learning that it grows quiet and does not lose its strength. The doctrine of rebirth can feel cold if taught the wrong way, like a schedule pinned to a wall by someone who never had to wait in a real line. Here it feels like patience that has held crying children and knows how to hum. It promises not a resetting of failures, but their softening into skill. A life that uses cruelty will return with cruelty marked in its pockets, not as a curse from the outside, but as a lesson kept until it is willingly set down. A life that uses gentleness does not become weak. It learns to walk a street with its hands open, and it notices that fewer doors slam when open hands are visible. At the mention of doors, you can almost hear another story, one about a gate made of night and a bargain that asked for absolute trust. That story is not repeated here to shake the heart. It is used to show the shape of the instrument. If a single hour proved too fine for human nerves, then practice was needed. Orphism is what practice looks like when a city listens to a myth and chooses not to turn it into a statue. It writes the lesson on bread and water and the way one speaks to a stranger. It teaches families to set a place for quiet, the most underfed guest at many tables, and to treat it with the same courtesy given to the loudest. The Titan's old axe is a shadow in this room without being a monster. It explains why people can want to tear beautiful things and why feasts can turn cruel without noticing when to stop. The answer given is not more feasting. It is a different ritual, not the rite of taking, but the art of tending. If the world was once wounded by a meal, then there is a way to bless the world with a meal. Eat cleanly, eat gratefully, eat less than your power allows. Refuse to make a spectacle of your renunciations. Feed the hungry with a spare that does not advertise itself. Wash your hands not to show purity but to keep from spreading harm. Simple acts become a liturgy too plain for most festivals and therefore perfect for a life that lasts across rooms. The young are never excluded from the room, but neither are they given fireworks to hold. They are taught to carry water steadily and to sweep thresholds as if the threshold were a friend. A child asks a necessary question with a bravery adults often lack. If we have to come back, is there no rest? The mentor's reply comes with a smile you can hear. There is rest between. There is rest inside. Rest is not a couch. It is a way of standing that does not turn your legs to stone. The child nods and looks at the bowl on the floor until the surface stops looking like a mirror and begins to look like a small sky. Plato's city of careful words glints at the edge of the lesson again, not to dominate the room, but to say that a life of thought and a life of ritual need not be enemies. When the philosopher arranges souls and bodies and speaks of forms as if they were landscapes you can visit with the right map, he's bending toward the same hill the singer once climbed. The road is different. The sky is the same sky. To call the body a prison does not mean you pound on the walls. It means you learn which hours to open windows, and you learn that windows are more important than mirrors. It is a relief to some that Orphism discourages drama while asking for difficulty. The difficulty is ordinary. It is harder than a contest because no one claps. Wake gently. Work without hurrying complaint into a habit. Leave an amount on the table that does not worsen any hunger. Let your speech be short and generous. Keep your anger on a leash so well trained that it lies down when company arrives. If a friend is drowning, throw a rope rather than a lecture. If a stranger is drowning, do the same. Purity measured this way cannot be shown off. That is why it matters. Now and then the room honours music not by playing it, but by remembering what it has done. A river once slowed for it. A gate once considered compassion. A ruler of shadows wiped his eyes because of it. The law did not change. The law is the keeper of doors. But an hour of mercy opened, and in that hour the living and the dead shared a wind. Orphism writes its rules for that wind. It asks a person to be the kind of person who, if such an hour arrived again, would not waste it by arguing with it. It trains the will to stand still without freezing, to walk without glancing back for proof, to believe in light the way a farmer believes in spring not as a rumour, but as a habit of the earth. The balance between two great calls is felt in bone even if unnamed. One call loves noon clarity, order, the clean line of thought. The other loves midnight heat, dance, the unbuttoned shout. The singer belonged to noon and died at midnight's hands, and yet his song outlived both timepieces. The room does not curse midnight. It asks noon to remember how to dance without breaking. It asks midnight to remember how to bow without breaking. In a city that often forgets either act, Orphism offers a spine made of both. This is not a philosophy of compromise. It is a discipline of wholeness. A man who has been silent until now places his palm on the floor as if to feel the building's pulse. What if I fail, he asks, not as argument, but as truth. Then you have a teacher, says the mentor. Failure is a better teacher than pride. Carry it as instruction, not as iron. If it tries to stay iron, wash it until it rusts into memory. Then plant something kind in that soil. The man breathes as if a rope had been untied inside him. There is no applause. There is a kind of warmth that moves through the circle the way tea moves through a chilled hand. Outside, the city keeps time with sandals and hooves. Inside, the room keeps time with breath. Each in-breath is a receiving. Each out-breath is a letting go of smoke you did not notice until now. If someone were to lean at the door and listen without entering, they would hear very little, and that is the point. A palace shouts to announce strength. A clinic whispers to multiply it. The bowl of water cools the air by existing. The unplayed lyre preserves the honour of sound by silence. Any path that speaks of cleansing risks being mistaken for contempt. This one refuses that mistake by staying domestic. The ground rules are set at the level where sandals wear thin. Do not make your neighbour's road harder. Do not make your own road a theatre. Hold your grief without making it the table's first guest every night. Hold your joy without inviting it to insult those who have none this week. When in doubt, do the small good that asks nothing from applause. Over many rooms, such habits become a stare. There is a custom here that startles newcomers by its gentleness. Before the lamp is pinched, a line is spoken softly enough that strangers think it is an aside. Practice what is clean until it becomes what you are. It is not a slogan. It is how the wheel turns without grinding. A person who carries that line through days will be different by harvest, without knowing exactly when the difference began. This is how Orphism keeps its promises without needing to write them on marble. If the room were to speak of poetry, it would not quote lines to prove anything. It would point to how a poet once took the singer's name and wrote sonnets like lanterns, not to defend a doctrine but to show how art can step over hurt without stepping on it. It would murmur that somewhere, a modern voice gave Eurydice fuller breath and a clear complaint against arrogance, not to ruin an old story but to equalise the wind within it. The room is not jealous. It knows that when myths are healthy, they feed many mouths. The lamps have thinned to coals at the wick. Shadows touch the walls with a hand that does not want to startle anyone. The mentor gathers the bowl not to break the spell, but to protect it. Water sleeps with its face to the ceiling. The lyre on the table looks like a moon that has forgotten to rise. The door opens onto a night that smells of grain and stone. The city is the same. The people are not the same. Change here is not a drum. It is a steadiness that survives surprises. Someone at the threshold thinks of a hillside and two figures and a last step that did not happen the way Hope had planned. The thought does not hurt tonight. It feels like a letter set aside for mourning because the reader has grown wise enough to know when to stop. In another part of town, a painting shows a man leading a pale companion through trees that seem to listen. In another, an old film lets mirrors and roads argue until a poet slips through them. None of these are invoked here by name, and yet the room knows them as kin. A breeze so light the lamp barely notices it moves through, and makes the lyre string hum once, the way a bee might graze an herb. The sound is confirmation without spectacle. The wheel turns, but not like a millstone grinding, more like a planet keeping its appointment with dawn. The people step into the street with that sound still in their breath, and the night accepts them without ceremony, the way a river accepts a slow oar. No one says goodnight loudly. That would break the surface of the bowl even in memory. They speak as if the air were shy. Tomorrow, someone whispers, without making tomorrow into a threat. Practice, another adds, and the word is not an order. It is a promise that does not need to be kept by force. In a house somewhere, a child goes to sleep with the phrase windows, not mirrors tucked under the pillow like a charm that has been told it does not need to prove itself. The street narrows and then widens. Starlight takes the roughness from corners. Inside, the small room empties without losing its warmth, the way a kiln keeps heat after the potter leaves. If you were to return at this hour and place your ear to the door, you might hear the faintest echo of the string that hummed once. And you might think it was your own pulse. You would not be wrong. A teaching that survives generations does so by learning to become the thing it teaches. This one has learned to be a pulse, patient and exact, in a city that sometimes forgets how hearts keep time. At the corner where dawn will begin, the air smells of fig and metal and a kind of clean that is not sterile. A trader yawns. A baker turns flour into morning. A woman washes a step and the water finds its lower place without drama. Above, the sky holds back its colour a little longer, as if to let the room's quiet reach the people before colour wakes noise. Somewhere a moth rests, not because the flame has gone, but because the moth has finally learned to circle without burning. The room keeps the last of its warmth the way a hearth keeps a story after the fire has thinned. A lyre rests on the table with its strings slack by choice, as if a bowing of the head could be an instrument too. No banner hangs on the wall to say what school this is. The teaching tonight prefers to arrive the way dew arrives, without proclamation. There is a hush that does not fear itself. There is a lamp that learns the names of corners. In that hush, the old tension breathes. Not as a quarrel, but as two kinds of weather that share one sky. One way of living loves brightness and line and the steadiness of noon. Another way of living loves the warm dark, the pulse that forgets counting, the kind of laughter that turns bread into a drum. People give these ways many names. Here they will be allowed to sit without arguing. The room knows both, because the singer's life was a line drawn by both. He learned from Apollo, whose gaze makes edges honest, whose hand tunes the string so that sound does not become smoke. He died under the hands of those who followed Dionysus, whose dance turns the body into a vow and the air into wine, and whose storm can mistake tenderness for refusal. Between them lies the human road. The mentor arrives without ceremony, the way a steady wind arrives when a window is open. The voice is careful with its own weight. If you pull a string too hard, it calls for revenge, the mentor says softly. If you do not pull at all, it forgets that it is a string. The people in the circle accept this as if they'd been waiting to hear it in words that did not make them choose a camp forever. This is how the room explains the old story, not as a tribunal, as a field with two farmers who must share water. One of the students is not satisfied with parables. If the singer belonged to brightness, he asks, why did darkness take him? Because belonging is not possession. The mentor replies, noon is still only half a day. If you stand only there, you forget how to walk at night. He sang for order so purely that he forgot to bow to the hour when celebration becomes more than music. The hour came to collect him. The hands that tore him did not know they were paying a bill they did not owe. The city had left it on the table. No one flinches at the verb. The room does not paint the scene with sharp bristles. It allows the mind to know without insisting the stomach join. In this telling, the maenads are not a lesson about women, nor a spectacle about cruelty. They are an answer to a question that was never asked aloud. How far can a life lean toward clarity without making heat feel like an enemy? How much can a city worship noon before midnight believes itself despised? The answer arrives in an orchard where music refuses to dance because it must. The refusal is not a sermon. It is a limit. Enough denial, and heat breaks into pieces the very thing that once soothed it. The fragments do not understand what they have done. They are fragments, not an army. The room holds out another truth for the hand to weigh. Orphism did not rise to avenge the singer. It rose to mend the habit that made his end possible. It says the soul does not end where the body ends. It says a person can practice ways of living that keep noon from turning arrogant and midnight from turning blind. It borrows the discipline of number without losing the mercy of bread. It keeps ritual quiet, so that it can find the heart without waking the crowd. It takes the ancient wound people call Titan blood and calls for washing that is more than surface. Slowly, in the slowest way that still feels real, the teaching turns ash in the soil into food for roots. A young voice at the door asks the question that is a bridge. If the singer had practiced this, would he have lived? The mentor does not turn the truth into a shield. He may still have died. The voice answers, but he would not have been hunted by a debt. He would have known how to walk through a festival without fearing its heat. He would have known how to play in a storm without thinking that playing was surrender. And if the hour had still come for him, the hour would have found him ready to meet it without bitterness. This is what the room means by system. Not a prison of rules, a set of habits that help a person survive both delight and sorrow without becoming cruel about either. The body is not condemned here. It is kept clean enough to guard the soul. Food is not despised. It is chosen in a way that does not ask another life to scream so that we can forget our hunger for an hour. Speech is not muzzled. It is trained to avoid the pleasure of sharpness that leaves the mouth sweet and everything else bleeding. The cleansing is practical. The tone is tender. The result is a kind of strength that does not need applause to exist. The people listening have seen cities warp under either extreme. They have watched temples act like courts when they were meant to be clinics. They have watched open fields become places where frenzy puts on a mask that looks like freedom. If this room can be believed, there is a way to keep both edges from cutting. Apollos' gift for proportion can keep the hand from seizing. Dionysus' gift for ecstasy can keep the hand from ossifying into a fist. The singer carried the first gift like a lamp. The second gift came to his last hour like a wave. He could not hold both at once. Perhaps the room hopes to teach others to do what he could not. The mentor tells a small story to make the size of the lesson harmless. A boy on a ship once played louder than a set of voices that lure and drown. He saved his companions with a lawful sound, a sound that remembered measure when measure mattered most. There are shores, the mentor says, where that is exactly the medicine you need. Then the voice lowers. There are woods where a strict hand breaks the twig it tries to guide. There you must sing softly enough for leaves not to think you are the wind's enemy. The circle knows which tail the ship belongs to and which tail the wood belongs to. No names are required. The air is gentle enough to carry both meanings without turning either into a slogan. It is tempting to say the maenads were wrong and leave it at that. The room refuses to be that simple. It is not because it loves to forgive. It is because the disease it treats will return if you only shout. Ecstasy wants to be loved. If you starve it, it will find its own food and take a city with it. Clarity wants to be honoured. If you mock it, it will go underground and turn cold, making the heart a judge's bench where no one can win. Orphism offers a third thing to do with both. It teaches worship that is quiet enough to keep breath available for thought, and bright enough to keep joy from needing smoke to be felt. At this hour, conversation turns from eyes to hands. The mentor gives examples without calling them examples. The first is a meal that does not borrow suffering to make itself grand. The second is an argument carried out in a smaller voice than it could be, because the aim is not to win but to remove heat from a room. The third is a visit to water at dawn, not because a list demands it, but because water knows how to say the slow word that closes yesterday without punishment. The fourth is the keeping of silence after music, so that gratitude can be heard. The fifth is a way of walking past a place of frenzy without despising the people within it. None of these are heroic. That is the point. Someone asked why the singer's head kept singing after the end. The room does not turn the image into a horror. It turns it into a mercy. Art continues when the body cannot. The mentor says, that is not triumph. It is function. The song must keep the lonely from breaking. It will do so with or without the singer's bones. The tale remembers this, so we do not ask the living to do what the song can do better. A silence follows, not heavy. The kind that lets people discover they are already on the right road without a speech telling them so. The tension between the two gods moves again like a shadow across a river under moonlight. Apollo stands for pattern, and pattern is devotion to what stays true across change. Dionysus stands for heat, and heat is devotion to what makes life life. The singer honoured pattern so well that heat, feeling insulted, rose like a sudden wind to strip the field. It is not a parable invented to scold. It is an account that makes grief understandable without needing hatred to make it bearable. Orphism places a teacher in the city to keep fields from stripping themselves. It says practice this set of quiet things so that neither gift has to eat the other. A girl at the edge of the circle speaks with a courage that is mostly innocence. If the law of the deep place is so strict, what good is all this quiet living? The law keeps the door, the mentor answers, and it will not resign. What we practice is not a way to force that door. It is how to walk toward any door with a soul that can be trusted. If the door opens a little for you, you will not waste the hour with panic. If it does not open, you will not turn the corridor into a theatre of despair. Practice does not buy miracles. It buys steadiness. The room remembers a bargain from another night, one that asked for trust so absolute that it would have been indistinguishable from sight. It does not rehearse the pain of the last step again. It uses that memory to measure the value of habits that make such an hour survivable. If a man is asked not to turn, the practice of not seeking constant proof becomes a plank he can walk without thinking. If a woman is asked to follow a voice without a face, the practice of listening becomes a lantern she can carry through fog. The wheel of return gives time for this practice, and the clinic gives methods. Between them, a human being is no longer at the mercy of moods. The people here have heard of neighbours who love ratios and triangles with a zeal that would make a cathedral blush. Some of those neighbours walk in step with this room, not because numbers save, because proportion is kindness wearing a robe of exactness. In a life tuned by proportion, there is less waste of force, less injury from sudden moves, fewer regrets shaped like broken strings. The singing man's training belonged to this clarity. The dancing hands that ended him belonged to the heat that clarity kept forgetting to respect. It is not a mathematician's job to bow. It is a person's job. The room teaches that bow. At this point, the lamp gives one long breath that could be called a flicker if the air were less polite. The mentor looks around as if counting heartbeats for a ritual that requires none. What we call purity is not glass, says the voice. It is linen. It can be washed as it is meant to be used. Do not keep your life in a cupboard where it becomes fragile with pride. The circle receives this with the sort of nod that only comes from images that make sense to hands. Linen can be torn. Linen can also be mended. Linen ages beautifully when cared for. Enforcement turns linen into armour. The room wants nothing to do with armour except when there is a storm, and even then it prefers roofs repaired in spring. The mention of roofs brings minds to homes, and homes bring minds to festivals. The city has many of these, some belonging to thought and some belonging to vine. The room does not campaign against any. It asks participants to learn the difference between a celebration that fills a cup and a frenzy that makes the cup a weapon. The story of the singer's end is repeated in this light like a warning on a shoreline. Not to scold ships. To keep them from rocks they do not see until too late. In the warning there is also a pledge. The art and discipline together can escort a city from season to season, without needing to break anything to feel alive. It is not an accident that those who speak of forms and souls in careful words also mention rites with the singer's name. The The philosopher bows to the musician in a way that does not look like bowing if you only watch the face. Ideas and ritual share a road here, not as rivals. The ritual guards the body from becoming a fog that smothers the soul. The idea guards the soul from despising the body that carries it. Between them, a person walks a middle that is wide enough to welcome strangers. If the singer had walked that middle longer, the room suggests he might have found midnight less offended by noon. The talk turns once more toward the women in the tale. The room refuses to make them symbols only. It refuses also to make them monsters. They arrived angry to a man who would not play for a feast that did not know how to listen. Their anger carried the weight of a god who loves heat. Their act carried a harm the city still counts in its bones. Both can be true at once. The lesson taken is not that celebration is dangerous. It is that celebration without measure punishes what it does not understand. And because the singer's life had come to mean measure to the city, celebration took revenge on the idea itself. An idea cannot bleed. It can change houses. It took up residence in a different kind of room and began again with linen and water and bread. A whisper near the doorway asks the question people always think and seldom speak aloud. Are we allowed to be happy here? The answer comes without a delay that would make it suspect. You must be, the mentor says. You must be, or you will call sorrow wisdom and pride humility. Joy only becomes a danger when it believes it must be louder than everything else. Joy that knows how to share a table leaves room for other guests. Even silence. The whisper turns into a smile that the lamplight can carry. This is where practice becomes visible in the smallest ways. The apprentice who sweeps a step does it with care enough to honour a threshold. The cook salts with a pinch that remembers every tongue in the house. The student who loves to win debates learns to end sentences sooner. The youth who loves to dance learns to rest and keep the heat from spilling into neighbours' windows. The man who once drank to drown a winter learns to drink to celebrate a harvest and then to stop. The woman who once kept a creed like a sword learns to keep it like a garden. In each small act, a city tilts a little away from storms it once mistook for weather you could not refuse. The people are tired in the good way that comes from breathing correctly for an hour. The lamp is working less hard to convince the night that the room exists. The liar waits without sulking. There is a sense that nothing more needs to be said and that much still waits under the floorboards of words. The mentor rises without creating a ceremony around the standing. When you leave one thing behind that does not belong to you, the voice says. A resentment, a hunger for proof, a cleverness that makes rooms cold. Leave it here. It will not be lonely. We know how to keep such things company until they forget the need to make trouble. Feet shift on wood the way a river shifts on stone. Smiles move through the circle like a quiet current. The city outside has more noise waiting, but part of that noise will never find these people again. Each carries a short sentence like a charm that does not want to be called magic. Practice what is clean until it becomes what you are. Not a law, a habit of weather, the kind that stays whether the sky places its hand on the roof or not. When the door opens, air comes in with the ordinary scent of wheat and metal and a hint of rain that may not fall. On a far wall in another quarter of town, a canvas waits with two figures and a path. On a stage in a different season, a voice waits to sing a bargain into softness. In a dark room with mirrors, an old film waits to let a poet walk through glass. None of these futures are named here. The room simply lets its last note hang in the air long enough for the city to hear it without knowing it has heard. And then the note becomes a kind of quiet that follows souls along the street until home. Windows begin to gain their pale colour. Not from a declaration, but from a promise kept every morning whether it is thanked or not. Somewhere a baker breaks the first loaf and does not know he is part of a rite. Somewhere a painter rinses a brush and does not know that the water remembers a story older than paint. Somewhere a reader touches pages that speak the singer's name and does not know that the sound crossing a tongue is a rope thrown from one age to another. This is how systems become households. This is how myths become furniture that does not need to be noticed to do their work. The last person leaving turns back, not to check that the room exists, but to be sure the lamp is safe. The look is not a breaking of a rule, it is simply gratitude with eyes. The room accepts it, and the corridor accepts the person, and the sky accepts the corridor, and the morning accepts the sky. At the curb, an old man hears a note that might have been wind or might have been string and chooses to call it blessing. He walks as if carrying a bowl and does not spill. In the distance, where the city keeps its objects that remember more than they speak, a gallery is already turning its lights to the setting men prefer for certain stories. A figure in pale stone almost tilts. A figure in darker paint nearly moves. Between them, air does the work of binding that language cannot. The singer's face, the follower's hand, the curve of a path that cares nothing for either and yet keeps them safe within its curve for as long as a look lasts. People will file in later and stand and feel a pressure behind the eyes that is not sorrow and not pride, and they will leave different by a fraction that will become an inch by night. The room we left would call this success. Before the city fully wakes, an echo decides where to rest, not on a wall, where it would become an inscription, not in a mouth, where it would become a slogan. It chooses chest, somewhere the size of 2 open hands, and sleeps there until a day when someone must walk a path without a backward glance. On that day, the echo will rise and become a steadying. The person will not know where it came from. They will simply walk, and it will be enough. The street narrows and then widens the way a throat does before and after a song. The people take this as a hint to breathe in and out without rush. Under their steps, a city made of quarrels and reconciliations keeps its shape. Above their heads, a sky made of brightness and secrecy keeps its balance. Between them, someone remembers that linen can always be washed, that there is time, even for those who think there is not, because time is the name the soul gives to practice when it refuses to be frightened by clocks. A small laugh rises from nowhere, the kind that makes no one look around to find its owner. It has the sound of release. The sort of release you feel when you grasp that you do not need to own either God to live, that you can love line and heat together if you let each watch the other, without envy. The sort of release that allows you to accept that a story can end in a field and still send a voice downstream that will teach a coast to listen. 3 lifetimes later, the sort of release that lets a lamp go out without fearing the room will disappear. By the time the first market cry decides to be loud, the people from the room have already placed their day where it belongs. One small action at a time, a greeting that takes less from a neighbour than it could, a portion set aside without telling anyone why, a sentence that stops early, a glance that forgives a noise because the noise is a child, a song hummed not to impress, but to keep hands working kindly. If the city is capable of rescue, it will happen this way. Not by a miracle at noon, but by 1,000 unadvertised mercies that teach midnight to be generous and noon to be gentle. Somewhere a page will turn and someone will read the poet who took the singer's name and made towers of sonnets out of air and patience. Somewhere a stage will lift a body with a melody that softens a rule without breaking it. Somewhere a bold voice from another century will hand Eurydice a flame of her own and let her speak into the space that used to silence her. The line between then and now will thin until it feels like a breath. And perhaps, tonight, when the lamp is lit again in the small room, someone will bring one of those echoes with them and place it on the table beside the lyre, not as proof, but as company. The door that closed has already learned how to open softly. The bowl that held water will be filled again and again, not because a command demands it, but because the hand has learned the shape of the act. The string that didn't snap will be tuned before evening. The city, if it sleeps at all, will sleep with one ear listening to a promise it cannot name. And the promise asks to be nothing more than a companion. Will do what promises do when they are kept without witnesses. It will make the next hour kinder. At this quiet edge, it is possible to think of museums and theatres and a dark mirror in a film that taught a poet how to step through his reflection. It is possible to think of a canvas where trees lean as if they too would listen to footsteps on the path. It is possible to think of music rising in a hall where a bargain is retold with mercy. The room leaves such thoughts unpinned so they can fly to whichever window needs them. The heart takes them and keeps them under the tongue for later. The lamp learns a new way to hold still. The city is awake now, but the people who carry this teaching will not let noise steal their quiet. They will walk as if guided by a sound too soft to argue with. They will look ahead more than behind. They will love heat without letting it burn, and they will love line without letting it freeze. They will be the kind of people who, when asked to turn, will know whether turning is kindness or fear. And when they find a painting, a page, a stage, or a screen that remembers the singer and his path, they will stand a while and let the art do what art does, which is to keep company where rules cannot, and to console where victory is foolish. The lamp is out, the room is not gone, the story is not ended. It has only walked to a different street where images are hung and songs are housed and words are kept like seed. There, in the place where keeping has its own rights. The next chapter waits with lights half lowered and seats made ready for people who do not yet know they are about to remember something they never learned. The hall is not yet awake, but the air is already tuned to a single note the way dawn leans toward light before it appears. Somewhere behind the velvet, an invisible hand touches a string to find its centre. The room replies with a soft hum that refuses to disturb the seats. In this hush, the oldest story in the house unrolls without needing paper. It begins where sound begins, with a promise so small that only those who have lost something can hear it. The promise is this: if music can teach stones to listen, perhaps it can teach grief to loosen its grip. A page turns in a book older than the chandeliers, and the first voice that arrives is calm the way a field is calm after harvest. It calls the singer by his name and places him in a world where bees and vines have their own laws, and love is a weather that can change without warning. The voice belongs to a poet who writes like a farmer counting with care. He teaches that an accident can bloom into fate, and that fate can wear the face of a snake. In his telling, a shadowed godling startles desire into motion, and a bride runs where the grass hides a bite. The bite does its work. The groom's song answers not with rage, but with a plea so honest that even kings of the dark forget their office for the length of a breath. The story here is not only love, it is the discipline of sorrow, ploughed and sown, so that later ages can harvest tears without starving on them. When this book closes, the room still smells of earth. Another book opens as if it knew the first would hand it the thread. This voice loves metamorphosis, not as spectacle, but as a way of telling how the world survives itself. It writes weddings that give off smoke instead of light, and laws that hold even when singing begs them to bend. It listens to a footfall that never comes and watches a man trust his ears until trust becomes fear. When he turns, the law completes itself without malice. The bride knows the language of leave-taking and speaks it once, softly enough to bruise a lifetime. What follows is wandering. The singer refuses to let his instrument forget the name it was tuned to carry. He sings until women of the night wine mistake refusal for insult, until frenzy cannot tell the difference between a no that guards a wound and a no that despises joy. The end is not an ending. The voice will not let it be. It gives the head of the singer to the river and allows the river to keep listening. This is how the poem praises art without lying about its power. Between those two voices, a city learned how to hear. The tale was not only a love story told one way, it was a lattice of possibilities that invited listeners to ask which small hinge turned the gate. Was it a chase through the grass, or a dance without fear, or simply time acting like time? Was the turning a failure of faith, or a miscount, or the kind of mistake love makes when it cannot bear to remain blind? The details never ceased to matter because they were never merely details. They were the place where meaning rested its head. The ages after the poets did not leave the story in the fields. They carried it into rooms where light entered through coloured glass and names were spoken in whispers that travelled farther than torches could. In some of these rooms, the singer was pressed into a shape he had never asked for. The story was made to mirror a rescue the listeners already believed in, and the lyre was handed to a figure whose voice had other work to do. The exchange promised comfort. It cost clarity. Scholars would later call this a distortion, not from malice, but from the habit of bending every narrative to one large hope. Even the gentlest bending changes the path of a stream. The stream still finds the sea, the banks tell a different story about how it got there. In the next century of the tale's long life, another kind of room blossomed, one with stages that loved to dress truth in song. Here, music did not only serve the story served music, and both bowed to each other in a ritual of craft. The curtain would rise on a field that looked like elsewhere. A shepherd might speak, because shepherds have a way of making the highest longing sound like ordinary air. The singer would step into light that knew how to flatter grief without devouring it. From the first chords, the house understood that the art before them was not an illustration of power. It was power remembering that tenderness is a kind of law. Those who built this house of sound chose the tale with care. Where else could they show music ordering chaos without turning into thunder? Where else could they ask an audience to sit inside a law and wish it to soften, and then accept that it would not, and still be grateful to have wished? The first time this was done on such a scale, the world of stages learned something about itself that it has not forgotten. The story carried the weight without breaking. It did so because the singer's promise had always been musical. He believed in composition as a set of mercies, in measure as a way to honour longing so it does not become hunger. In the hush between scenes, another door opens to a different kind of mercy. A newer room looks at the tale and removes some of the old scaffolding to let the heart stand closer to the edge. The condition remains the same, as fair as a law can be when it is cruel by nature. Walk Do not turn, trust what you cannot see. The path rises. The audience climbs with it second by second. The singer hears what he cannot bear to hear, the absence of a footstep. The woman he loves hears what she cannot bear to guess, the absence of a glance. She mistakes obedience for indifference, as anyone would in the cold. The police shape the music into a rope that pulls as well as leads. The rope tightens. The man turns. The law keeps its word. The house of song is brave enough to let the room feel the snap. It does not decorate it. It sings the pain clean and lets silence do the rest. And then, because this is a place where art sometimes answers rules with grace rather than argument, a tender force arrives to undo the damage for one night only, because people need to know what forgiveness would have felt like if the world allowed it. The applause that follows is not for a loophole, it is for the thought that there can be houses where love is stronger than law without the roof collapsing. Some evenings, another house chooses laughter as its candle. The same path becomes a corridor for mischief. The hush is replaced by a grin that knows how to carry a tune. The gods in this telling are not gravekeepers, but fellow performers in a theatre where everything sacred has learned to dance. The old bargain is turned upright and backward until it becomes the punchline it always feared. A man can walk into the dark and be entirely himself and still find a way to mock despair, until despair has to leave the room because the gig is up. The audience leaves with cheeks that ache, and the ache keeps them from the kind of tears that bring sleep, but it brings another medicine. It teaches that even tragedy can be turned by craft into a mirror that does not punish the face. The picture galleries keep pace with the stages. A painter walks into a grove where evening filters itself into a soft agreement with leaves. He holds the moment where the singer's body thinks about looking, but the soul begs for patience. It is not thriller suspense, only the quiet pressure of a choice. Light gathers around ankles and elbows. The path looks safe and treacherous at once, as paths do when meaning is watching. The brush teaches the viewer that time can be stretched by tenderness. The woman's hand does not accuse. It floats near the line where touch would break the rule. No one moves, and yet the whole painting is movement. If you stand long enough, you will hear a footfall that does not exist. That is how the canvas keeps faith with the story's centre sound. Another painter chooses a different moment. The deed is done, and the look has already cost what it cost. Faces carry knowledge like a sealed letter they cannot refuse to read. The singer's mouth holds the shape of a word he wishes he'd not needed to say. The woman's eyes keep a kindness that refuses to curdle into blame. Around them, air agrees to pretend it is still, to spare them the indignity of seeing their grief as spectacle. The canvas refuses drama in order to respect it. You leave the room quieter than you entered. A third artist keeps only a memory of a path and offers instead the sensation of a falling away. He sketches as if the world were made of charcoal and apology. The couple are almost silhouettes. They carry more emptiness than form, but the emptiness is somehow eloquent. The distance between them is measured not in steps, but in what might have been. Without shouting, the drawing climbs into your mouth and removes words you do not need anymore. You accept the theft because silence is the only currency that buys this particular understanding. All of this, the poems and the plays and the canvases, would be impressive decoration if the story had not carried another weight. The weight is the argument about what the singer's failure meant. There were rooms where the tale was used to teach that the highest kind of love is the one that dies for the beloved and returns by another door. In these rooms, the singer's reluctance to die was called cowardice by a philosopher who preferred a cleaner geometry of sacrifice. In other rooms, later, the same reluctance was made to look like a refusal to become a saviour the world did not need. The tale itself did not ask to be the anvil for these hammers. It was brought to the forge because people needed a place to strike. The result served doctrine more than story. It served certain hearts too, which is why the bending endured, and why honest readers later straightened what they could without insulting those who had found comfort in the crease. The cleanest way to hold the story in rooms like this is to place a chair for each of its truths and let them sit without making them fight for the only cup. In one chair sits the knowledge that the singer's art could tame almost everything except the rule that guards the door between worlds. In another sits the knowledge that law without mercy cannot teach a person to keep faith. It can only punish them when they fail. In a third sits the simple grief of a woman who was asked to follow without a voice, and did so as far as she could. In a fourth sits the craftsman's pride in the music that can carry such grief to listeners without breaking it further. When the chairs are placed this way, no one has to pretend that one truth must starve so another can eat. The world of stages did what the galleries did in paint and the poems did in line. It made room for all four chairs at once. People in velvet seats could feel the pull of law and the pull of love intersect like crossed strings, and find that the crossing did not snap either. They could watch a man trust to his ears as far as he could and then forgive him for behaving like a person. They could watch a woman forgive more than she should have been asked to forgive, and then allow the music to repair what the story would not. Those who preferred their sorrow with a sly smile could go to a different house and watch the same players behave like conspirators in a gentle coup against grand seriousness. They would laugh themselves lighter and leave with a new respect for how laughter guards the heart when tears are tired. Between one house and the next, the story learned to be generous. It does not demand one reading anymore. It can carry a hymn and a lament and a joke and a meditation and never once lose its name. That is the mark of a myth that has done real work in the world. It gives itself to many crafts without becoming a servant. It gives itself to many ages without becoming dated. It allows itself to be misunderstood by the merciful, and uses the misunderstanding to smuggle kindness into places where argument would fail. Somewhere off stage, a voice tries on a line in a mirror and hears how it might sound in a hall where forgiveness is allowed to arrive as melody. If I do not look, do you still love me? The mirror replies with a breath that could be mistaken for answering. In another room, a librarian closes 2 volumes and returns them to a shelf that knows exactly where to keep them. In a studio with soft northern light, a painter wipes a brush and decides that the space between 2 figures is not empty after all. It is thick with promises neither can make, only receive. Walking out of any of these rooms, a listener carries the gentlest instruction the tale has to offer, without ever saying it aloud. Treat your longing as something that must be, measured to remain itself. Treat your trust as something that grows the way gardens grow, with attention and patience, and the acceptance of weather you do not command. If you must make a vow, make one that does not require your beloved to become proof. Make one that leaves your back unguarded and your hands free to carry what the day gives you. When the hour comes to walk by sound alone, you will know how to say yes to it. The house from which we began finally fills. The first note becomes a lattice, and air begins to flower into chords. The story takes its place without announcement because it has earned the right to be assumed. It will not be told the same way as last time. The same river will carry a different reflection, and still be the river. Tonight perhaps the light will gather on the path in a way that let us see how close the couple came to the door. Perhaps the plea will be kinder, the refusal easier to forgive. Perhaps the laughter will be hungrier and the gods will be more ridiculous, which is to say more like us. The tale is robust enough to absorb the change. When the last chord of the night rests on the rafters, it will not fall. It will loosen like cloud and drift toward other rooms where the story waits in other shapes. A poet will catch some of it and spin sonnets that turn suffering into a ladder for the spirit. A filmmaker will catch some of it and let a man step through glass as if boundaries were simply a music problem solved by listening harder. A critic will catch some of it and ask the bride to speak, not as ornament but as judge. A student will catch a breath of it and sleep more easily than before. The curtain lowers like an eyelid that chooses to trust whoever shares the dark. No one calls this an ending. The note's last thread runs out of the building and down a street where the paintings wait to be seen tomorrow, and where quiet arguments about the tale's proper meanings will resume, kindly, with coffee. The myth has learned to live in such places. It has learned to let each age find itself in the turning and the loss and the persistence of song. It has also learned to keep back something for the next telling, not as a trick, but as a respect for the living who will need a fresh place to set their grief when their own path becomes steep. If you stand at the door and listen, you can hear the city receiving what the house has made. You can also hear what is not yet here, the paintings that will be painted, the pages that will be written, the stages that will be set, the better questions that will be asked of both the singer and the bride. A thread runs from the harp to the pen to the lens to the brush, and the thread does not snap because it was never rope. It was always breath, and breath, given time, remakes a world. The room keeps its breath the way a forest keeps its dew, and into that tender stillness steps a voice that has waited centuries for the floor. She does not arrive as a spectre or a lesson. She arrives as a woman whose name was spoken to move a plot forward, and who is tired of being an instrument. The lamps lower themselves to the colour of honey. The orchestra puts down its thunder and learns to listen. It is Eurydice who speaks, and the words rise with the steady courage of a tide. You can hear the first syllables as felt rather than heard, the way grief travels through the ribs before it finds language. She does not describe snakes or dark paths. She chooses something simpler and harder. She names pride, not the bright kind that holds a person upright. The other kind, the one that places a lover on a pedestal and calls it salvation. You thought my life a prize for your song. Her line might say if it were not busy being both accusation and release. The poem that gives her this ground does not need to shout. It knows that a whisper carries farther when a hall has learned to be kind. It calls out arrogance and a cruelty born not of malice but of certainty. The kind of certainty that makes a man trust his art more than the person he claims to rescue. It shows how rescue can become possession when the rescuer cannot imagine a world where the beloved is an equal subject of the sentence. When Eurydice speaks like this, the myth's furniture rearranges itself. The chair that once held the hero's sorrow moves a little to make room for a second chair that holds her clarity. The air between them becomes livable at last. The old story is not discarded. It is asked to stand next to itself and consider everything it omitted out of habit or haste. The result is not a trial. It is a correction that feels like a blessing. The audience learns how to hear the condition in Hades' court as something more than an obstacle for a male bravery to conquer. It becomes a measure of mutual trust no one prepared Eurydice to share because no one had invited her to speak. The poem does not grant her triumph at his expense. It grants her the dignity of naming what happened. The tone in the room calms again. Not because the heat has passed, but because another voice has arrived that knows how to fold pain into music without breaking the notes. It is a voice that builds with patience, a lattice of thought and breath where a singer grows tall enough to be a tree. He does not argue with the woman we have just heard. He answers a different necessity. The necessity is this, to turn experiences into songs that do not lie about the weather and still give shelter. The singer in this arrangement is no longer a man walking uphill in darkness. He is an emblem for what human making can become when it stops serving the ego and begins serving the field. The word for that is not escape. It is transfiguration, a way of letting the body's truth and the mind's work meet in a place where they can stand each other. In these sonnets, Orpheus is not a trickster of doors or a beggar of kings. He becomes a principle. He is the current within craft that turns grief into form, not to domesticate it, but to give it a vessel that can travel. The poems address him as if calling a wind into a garden and asking it to stay. They do not flatter his power. They assume it and then set about testing what that power should be used for. The answer is never dominance, it is service. He is asked to sing so that stones can hear themselves as part of a world that has meaning. He is asked to sing so that the dead and the living can share a border that is not a war. When the lines settle, they teach a listener to trust that the most durable kind of song grows out of attention and restraint. The myth becomes less of a legend and more of a rule for breathing when the air is thin. A different room opens, one with mirrors that prefer to be portals rather than reflections. The same story is staged again, and the names are familiar, but the furniture has been modernised. The poet is not dressed for a vineyard. He wears a time that belongs to cities. He meets the old laws where they live now, at the corners where art and ambition shake hands. The film understands that myth is not costume. It is a grammar. You can dress it in a century and it still says what it always said. The camera follows a man who listens harder than he looks, and who learns that language itself can be an underworld with its own ferrymen. That fame can be a coin. That doors are everywhere. None of this contradicts the tale the poets gave us. It extends its path into neighbourhoods where motor and neon have replaced torch and laurel. The promise remains the same. If you sing true, something will open. If you falter at the threshold, the opening will collapse into consequence. The film does not decorate the collapse. It lets the afterwards spread like ink through water until the image remembers what it means to be haunted. Return to the gallery, where paint is allowed to keep time the way bark keeps rings. The first canvas offers evening under trees that consent to be part of a rite. The singer leads and does not dare to look. The woman follows, present and almost not. The way a voice can be present in a room even when the mouth that made it has gone quiet. The painter is careful with distance, he makes it elastic. He lets the space between the figures hold not only fear but care. And you can feel his brush stopping just short of telling you what happens next. This is not a trick of suspense. It is respect for the moment when a person chooses faith over confirmation. We know from other voices how the choice ends. The canvas refuses to exploit that knowledge. It asks us to inhabit the second before the turning. It helps us practice patience without preaching it. A second canvas chooses the moment after, not to rub salt into the wound, but to let the remorse be seen clearly enough to be forgiven. The faces do not plead, they accept. The painter understands that guilt is loud and sorrow is quiet, so he paints the air between the two as a soft accord. The viewer stands in that quiet until the body's defensive questions, why and how and what if, grow tired and sit down. It is not absolution. It is something less dramatic and more useful. It is accompaniment. You leave with the sense that grief can be held without being solved. The third pair of hands sketches a different truth into the paper. The lines are sparer. The world reduced to the hall of black and white and the honesty of leaving out what you cannot bear to pretend. The figures are nearly memory. They have lost their edges but kept their weight. The sketch suggests that stories live not only in our events, but in the shapes absence leaves behind. It is not interested in explaining cause. It records the ache in a way that will age well because ache has outlived every explanation ever made for it. What these images share is an instinct the tale has taught them. Do not rush the threshold. Do not cheapen it with spectacle. Let light and posture do the speaking. Let the path up from the dark be as ordinary as possible, so that the choice not to look becomes the only difference in the world. The painters align themselves with this ethic without announcing it. Their canvases lower their voices and draw a bed over the story so that we can lie down with it and not be harmed. The readings in our day also take up an argument that hovered around the tale from its earliest tellings. Was Eurydice a device? Was she a MacGuffin whose beauty justified motion while denying her a mind? This line of thought has its uses. It helps critics articulate how adventure stories often install women into sacred engines, then pretend the engines run on fate when they run on silence. But the same thought can become a trap if it stops there. The more generous approach is to let the charge of being a device become a doorway for her voice to enter. The poem that accused pride already did this work with precision. It clears a table that had been set for only one guest and pulls up a chair. When the chair is in place, the myth's smallest mechanics begin to change. The silence behind the singer on the climb turns from plot noise into a decision that belongs to two people. The law in Hades' court becomes a law that tests both. The idea that a hero can retrieve the beloved with will and skill alone yields to a deeper idea. That two travellers must believe in the same future at the same time without turning to certify it. The tenderness of the trial enlarges when seen that way. It ceases to be a test of male nerve and becomes a meditation on mutual trust under impossible conditions. This does not erase the old drama. It rounds it. In this company of voices, the charge of arrogance does not stand alone. It connects to a larger lesson about power and art. The singer who sang at stones and rivers cannot treat people as instruments. If he does, his music begins to sour even if the notes remain pure. The modern readings return him to the surface of the world where equality is not a lyric but a requirement. They ask the artist to prefer presence over control, listening over demonstration. And in that ask, the figure of Orpheus becomes less a tragic genius and more a craftsperson who knows that transformation begins with attention. The evening continues to move at the pace of a heartbeat that has learned its work. A brief exchange rises in the air like moths that refuse to burn. If I keep walking, he might say. Do you keep becoming? The answer does not arrive as sentence. It arrives as a shared pace. The steps match. The story understands that this is the closest thing to victory the world allows. Not conquest over death, not triumph over law, but a walking together through uncertainty in which no one insists on being the proof of love. Elsewhere in the city, a stage resets the myth for laughter and keeps it honest through play. The familiar bargain is tripped and then stood upright. The gods behave like actors who know they are loved more when they admit their vanity. The audience is delivered from solemnity without being delivered from meaning. This lightness does not wound the tale, it preserves it. Joy is another way of carrying weight without damage. A myth that cannot be danced cannot be trusted to comfort. The laughter here, the sly nods, the choreography that turns doom into a line that can be sung twice. All of it tells us the same thing the stricter rooms have told us. The music is the medicine. It can be brewed as lament or as farce. Either way, it brings the body back to itself. The modern halls of thinking have not abandoned the old philosopher who judged the singer for refusing to die. They sit him at the table and let him speak his critique. Then they ask the room to consider how love acts when it does not fetishize sacrifice. They let Alcestis keep her honour, and do not require Eurydice to measure herself against it. They insist gently that courage has more shapes than one. The myth as read today is large enough to hold all of this without becoming an argument about the past. It becomes a demonstration of how old stories accept new uses when the uses are careful. In the background, the thread of Orphism glows with the least ostentation. We feel its ideas without the need to rehearse them. The thought that the soul is a traveller and the body a room on the way. The thought that purity is a practice. The thought that the world is a lesson in restraint. All of it provides a weather for the modern readings to unfold in. The artists who paint and write and film do not kneel to that weather. They acknowledge it the way one acknowledges a season. They trust its influence without pretending it controls the harvest. On the walls of the gallery, a placard by the Corot hangs with quiet authority. It does not tell you what to feel. It tells you what you're looking at. The piece breathes in the space between the two figures and teaches patience by example. Across the room, the Leighton gathers the rebellion and the remorse into bodies that look unbreakable until you notice the hands. The sketch by Rossetti holds its own corner like a window to an inward room where form and loss agree to sit without correcting each other. The works do not compete. They do what the myth does. They share a theme and allow each other their separate method. These artists and readers are not building a new legend on top of the old. They are learning to live with the old one in a way that does less harm. The question of who gets to speak is answered by the invitation to speak. The question of what art can do is answered by example rather than manifesto. The question of how to carry longing is answered by a different kind of strength than the kind that breaks doors. It is a strength that keeps time with breath, and that declines to turn love into a spectacle. Every so often, a line of dialogue returns to the room as if to test the windows. "You thought me a shadow," Eurydice might say, less in anger than in exactness. "I was a person before you sang." The reply that serves the myth best is the one that yields ground gracefully. "Then sing with me," he might say, and the hallway into morning opens a little. No contract is written, no miracle is promised. The change takes place at the level of attention. Listeners leave knowing what they knew, and also knowing to know it differently. The film projector clicks into silence. The last canvas darkens with the afternoon. The book of sonnets closes with the care one reserves for tools that have saved a life. The poem that accused what needed accusing has finished the sentence without insisting on a verdict. A room learns what it is to be faithful to more than one witness at a time. It learns to balance admiration for art with the responsibility to those who live in its orbit. It learns that myths endure not because they refuse revision, but because they absorb care. And now, the hall that began our evening begins again to collect its breath. The string that tuned the air at the start returns to its patient work. The story has shifted slightly. The way continents shift while we sleep. There is more room for the woman to speak and more reason for the man to listen. There is more patience in the paintings and more confidence in the poems that the work of consolation belongs to craft as much as to courage. If you stand at the back and watch the audience put on their coats, you can see new questions perched on shoulders like tame birds. They do not ask for answers. They ask for practices. How to carry love without turning round too soon. How to keep walking without imposing a destination. How to sing without drowning out the person beside you. No one calls what just happened an ending. The air is too full of small beginnings. The path up from the underworld is still a path. It still requires trust. It still makes demands that exceed the talent of any single voice. But the rooms we have visited have multiplied the number of voices allowed to try. They have also taught the listeners the simplest kindness a myth can bestow. When the urge to look back comes, breathe, and in that breath, remember that the person you love is not your proof. She is your companion. The difference is a door. The music that remains is not content to stay indoors. It slips into the city with the grace of fog and the usefulness of dawn. It wanders by studios where new work waits to be made. It pauses at desks where a line will begin that was impossible yesterday. It lays a hand on a shoulder in a theatre where play keeps the world from becoming brittle. It rests in a museum overnight like a promise that will be kept by the very act of opening the doors in the morning. It finds its way even into ordinary households where someone will put a cup on a table and discover that its ring of sound is enough to feel less alone. If you listen closely, you may hear a reply from somewhere just beyond the windows. It is not the river with a severed head upon it. It is not the dog at the gate. It is the simple consent of a world that has accepted to be sung to. It tells us that the story will be ready tomorrow to be told again as carefully as it was tonight, with room for Eurydice to speak and for Orpheus to learn, with room for the painters to hold their brush a heartbeat longer before naming the moment, with room for the poems to carry grief like fire carried in a lantern. The light does not blind, it guides. It will be enough to find the next steps. The room remembers how to be quiet. It has learned this from forests and from chapels at dusk. A single string finds its pitch, not by force, but by listening to the air it is in. That is the first lesson the myth offers for today. Do not hunt for control. Find the note by hearing the world. Orpheus arrives again, not as a champion of gates, but as a companion for breaths. If his lyre once calmed rivers and stones in old lines you know from Virgil and Ovid, the same image now invites a smaller practice. Let sound be a way to hold yourself without holding too tight. Let a steady tone be the rail on a dark stair. There is a temptation to ask stories to do everything. The tale has always refused that. Art, in this account, moves kings in the underworld, pauses punishments, tames a hound at a door. It does not cancel a law. Hades says what he says, and the condition is simple enough to recite even in sleep. Walk forward. Do not turn to verify what love should learn to trust. The clarity is part of the comfort. Limits are kindness when the night is long. You do not have to invent a new world to feel safer. You have to keep step in the one that is here and make room in it for a second step that matches yours. If you want a language for why the body and the mind disagree at thresholds, one is already in the archive your story keeps. Some readers place the singer in the current of Orphism, where the soul is a traveller and the body a temporary room, where a life can be a passage that teaches restraint, where purity is not an accusation but a habit. You do not have to subscribe to any right to borrow its gentleness. It is enough to notice how this weather of thought encourages patience. Soma as a house, Psyche as a guest, breath as the key. The guest does not slam doors, the host does not chain them. They agree to walk through together. A different kind of clarity arrives from the philosopher who judged the singer harshly. The judgment is not a sentence for us to inherit. It is a caution about what kind of courage we admire. You can hear it without giving it the last word. The picture of a lover who will not die to prove love is not the picture this series has chosen to praise or to condemn. The practice it suggests for us is smaller and kinder. Courage can be the quiet refusal to turn around when fear asks for proof. Courage can be the small consent to keep going without turning a person into a trophy for your pain. Listen to the more recent rooms where the myth was given new furniture. In a poem from H.D., Eurydice does not beg to be an emblem. She takes the floor and names the pride that supposed her life a prize to be retrieved. That voice is useful tonight, not as a rebuke that cancels the older tale, but as a rail that keeps the path from narrowing. When fear asks you to check and check again, when art asks you to display and display again, her voice reminds you to choose presence over possession. Do not sing me into an object. Her line could say, steady as a hand on your sleeve. Sing with me. If you practice that in a small room, the night softens, not with magic, but with manners. The sonnets that call upon Orpheus in another century do not argue. They assume his power and then instruct it. They ask a maker to become a gardener of attention. They ask a listener to become a tree that can translate wind into shade. They treat grief as a material that can be shaped without being denied. The myth turns into a workshop where transfiguration is the task, not entertainment. A craft emerges that anyone can borrow. Slow the breath. Match it to a line. Let that line hold not only your pain, but the world's noise you can afford to release for a while. The song is not a vow to restore the dead, it is a promise to keep the living from breaking. On a screen that loved mirrors, a poet of cinema once walked the paths the tale describes and found doors in language and fame. That walk is instructive for cities made of speed. There are doors everywhere. Glass where you think there is wall. Wall where you think there is air. The myth wearing that coat teaches the same old caution in a room of neon. At thresholds and spectacle is a hunger that can devour the very proof you want. The practice becomes to pass quietly. Do not narrate your passage so loudly that you cannot hear the person who walks behind you. A screen can be a river, a camera can be a lyre. The rule does not change. If you prefer paint to reels, the galleries that kept the story alive are patient tutors. One painter holds the moment when the singer leads and refuses to look. He keeps the space between them tender and exact. Nothing is over-explained. The viewer is trained to stand in the second before a choice and learn the weight of not acting. Another painter chooses the second after and lets remorse fill the air without scolding. The gravity in those shoulders teaches what a lesson feels like when it does not humiliate. A third hand reduces the world to line and shade until it becomes memory itself. The paper refuses drama, and in that refusal the ache can breathe. These images are not decorations. They are exercises. They are ways to practice patience at thresholds, to trust presence that feels faint, to witness loss without replaying it until it frays. If you ask the operas what to do with the old pain, they answer with structure and with air. One score holds the bargain in a form that is austere, where the condition is sung as if it were a prayer, where the plea at the brink is shaped so carefully that you can feel the muscles it takes not to look. Another score takes the same tale to a place where joy becomes a solvent that lifts bitterness without washing truth away. The laughter there is not disrespect. It is a way to carry weight without damage. The two answers are not enemies. They are tools you can choose between at midnight, depending on the weather of your heart. What, then, is the meaning today? It is not a thesis. It is a posture. The myth suggests a way to move through rooms where memory pulls and fear whispers. It gives names to pressures you already know. The fear that the promise was a trick. The need to verify a presence because the silence behind you is too complete. The urge to rehearse a wound in case repetition can protect you from a second strike. The story does not scold. It offers a simple practice. Look forward until you reach light, then turn. Not because you do not care, but because care can be cruel when it demands proof in every step. You could try this at the smallest scale. Sit where you are, place a hand lightly upon your chest, measure 4 counts in, 4 counts held, 4 counts out, while the air changes places in you. Remember that the old rule about looking was not designed to shame a lover. It was designed to build a capacity for trust. If you want an image to help, borrow the ones the tale keeps offering, a shore that brightens, a path that becomes less steep one turn at a time, a dog that yawns and lets you pass because you did not come to fight. The body learns quicker from images than from orders. Give it pictures that want nothing from it except steadiness. The tale also insists on limits because limits are tender. It will not promise that song can secure a life against fate. It will never claim that art changes laws at their core. It will not pretend that grief can be sung out of existence. It will say, with the calm of someone who has been to the deep and returned with hands unarmed, that music can organize sorrow into something bearable, that a poem can turn panic into a sequence of breaths, that a canvas can hold a moment so you do not have to hold it with your teeth, that a film can teach you the etiquette of passing through glass without cutting yourself. These are small salvations that build upon each other until a night ends. There is a question that often returns when the room is quiet and the story has finished telling itself for the 100th time. Was Eurydice only a mechanism? The more careful answer we have been moving toward is to let her speak and then build a practice around what she says. If a lover's pride can turn rescue into possession, then presence must correct it. If a lover's song can drown a voice, then listening must be sworn to as a craft. That is not a judgment on a man in a myth. It is an invitation for us to conduct our own oaths differently. Do not use me to rebuild yourself. Her line might teach with a softness strong enough to move stone. Stand beside me. Walk. The path does not shorten, but it becomes possible for a longer time. Some nights require a sterner companion. The philosopher's hard sentence can help here too. He refused to honour the singer with the miracle of a living return and called him timid. You can disagree without discarding the discipline his stance can sharpen in you. Refuse the theatre of grand gestures that cost other people their lives or their voice. Better a small fidelity practiced through a long dusk than a stunt that asks for applause at noon. The myth will stand by you in that refusal. It has always preferred music to pageantry. There are other details in the older lines that are not small. A guide whose feet know the crossings where ours forget. The word for that guide keeps the border safe. You do not need a staff to recognise the pattern he keeps printing on the path. Move steadily. Follow simple rules. Accept that partings are part of the map and that one day, without drama, the map itself will fold. The thought can feel like cold water. It is also a relief. It releases you from the burden of single-handed triumph. It leaves you free to attend to the only parts of the journey that were ever yours. The step, the breath, the song you carry that steadies the person at your back. If you need the company of the painters again, go stand before the canvas that holds the second before the turn and make it a mirror. How would you stand if you trusted the next few yards of path? How would your shoulders rest? If you need the company of poems, open the pages that call Orpheus not a man but a principle, and let that principle be your spine. If you need the company of play, put on a light score, and let laughter carry what pride cannot. None of these require a new library. They require a choice to practice rather than to perform. There are listeners for whom the words about Orphism soothe like rain. For them the idea that a soul travels and learns, that restraint is not punishment but a craft, that a life can be a series of gentle undoings. arrives as permission. There are listeners who do not want that language and for whom the myth's work is entirely in its images and music. It does not matter which door you take. The rooms connect. The boundary between doctrines and songs is thinner than it looks. What matters is the same practice wherever you sit. Do not turn to prove what patience can protect. Do not turn a person into a sign that your art works. Do not use art to threaten laws it cannot change. Use it as a lamp that throws a halo around a path long enough to get you to morning. It is possible that the single most useful part of the old tale for a present audience is not in the underworld at all. It is in the afternoon after the second loss, when the singer does not try to break the door again, does not stand before kings to bargain again, does not seek a trick or a clause. He wanders, and he sings. The end that waits for him in different versions is not our lesson. The wandering is to keep shapely company with hurt without making it your instrument, to keep a string in tune until the rooms it enters are less harsh, to let the head and the heart, the craft and the will, the Apollo and the Dionysus in you, learn a truce that does not crush either. You can test the practice tonight in a way that asks for nothing heroic. When the urge to check a presence presses your back, let a question rise instead of a turn. Are you there? If the answer comes, let it be only a step matched to your step. If there is no answer, let the discipline be to keep walking until light touches your shoulder. The old law did not set a distance. It set a direction. The difference frees you from winning. It asks you to persist. In the great chain of tellers who kept this story breathing, some clasped it to devotion, some to reason, some to performance, some to paint. Their agreements are more important than their quarrels. They kept the rule that music is medicine, not a sword. They kept the courtesy to let sorrow speak without turning it into a spectacle. They kept the practice of threshold, where one does not rush, where light is allowed to arrive on its own schedule, where a companion is allowed to exist without becoming proof. If you listen now, very lightly, you can hear a version of Eurydice's voice that is neither anger nor plea, simply a human scale. I am walking, she might say. Let us trust the road. And you can hear an answer that has learned its new manners. I am listening. Between the two, the air warms a little. Not by miracle, by practice. The cliff that frightened the first tellers becomes a hill you can climb without drama. The gate that scared the first listeners becomes a doorframe you can pass through without naming the act. The evening keeps its promise to remain kind. The myth keeps its promise to remain clear. The singers you carry, the painters you recall, the thinkers you have met along this path, hold their places without crowding you. Under their care, the simplest version of the lesson becomes possible to repeat. When love calls you to the edge of a border, bring patience rather than proof. When art hands you a tool, use it to carry, not to break. When loss makes you small, choose a form that can hold you without erasing you. If everything else fails, return to the sound a single string makes when it finds the room's true pitch and let your breath be that sound for a while. The lamps lower to a calm that remembers dawn. The path ahead thins into a pale ribbon where steps require less thought and more trust. The story, which has walked beside you without demanding applause, offers one more image to keep by the bed. A river that's not a threat, only a slow glass carrying stars. A hound that is not a judge, only a living warmth at a threshold. A queen whose rule is exact and not unkind. A king who keeps his word. A guide who never hurries. A woman who refuses to be a mechanism and becomes a subject again. A man who tunes his pride to the key of service and becomes a craftsperson again. With these, the night is no longer an argument. It is a room where rest can happen. Nothing concludes. The line thins until it is gentle enough to cross without ceremony. The lyre returns to its corner and hums a little, not because it must, but because the wood remembers hands. The air leans closer, as if asking for one more breath in that measured pattern learned tonight, in and held and out, enough to carry you to a place where images can do their last work. The door between rooms is open by the width of a thought. Morning is not here, not yet, though you can see where it will enter. Leave the space for it. Leave the path as you found it, only softer. There is time still to let a final whisper make itself useful. Do not prove me, the voice behind you says without urgency. Walk with me. The reply is not a promise, not a boast, only a consent that feels like setting down a heavy bowl. I will. The next yards do not announce themselves. They appear. The river has learned your name by now. It says it softly in the way water holds light, not with speech. only with patience. A single string hums somewhere behind you, thinner than a hair, sure as a star. That is enough. You do not need a chorus to cross a night, only one note that will not abandon its pitch. The gate you have walked through so many times looks small at last, not because the law has changed. The law is still the law, but because your step has grown patient, and your hands have grown kind. You remember how the singer stood where darkness meets pale stone, how the bargain was clear and how the heart was louder. You remember the price of a quick turn. You remember the cost of needing proof. Tonight the story does not ask you to judge him, it asks you to learn a gentler craft. Trust a presence that walks without noise. Trust your own forward motion and the light waiting where the path thins. There are companions in this room that need no introduction. A king who keeps his word, a queen whose stillness is exact and not unkind, a hound that rests its heads upon its paws and lets travellers pass who have nothing to break, a guide who knows the crossings by touch, who never hurries, who points once and is silent after that. They were here before your first telling, and they will be here when you no longer need the tale. Their courtesy teaches a courtesy. Speak less, listen more, keep to the rule you chose. Leave the gate as you found it, only softer. The artists who took the story into their own rooms have set out small lamps for you. One canvas finds the moment before the turn and holds it without cruelty. Another looks into the quiet after and lets remorse breathe until it becomes a lesson rather than a wound. A third reduces the world to charcoal and shade, a language the night can read. The stages kept their own lights too. One score teaches restraint until it becomes a mercy. Another score loosens the rope of sorrow with laughter that does not mock the truth. Nothing contradicts anything. All of it simply returns you to the same practice. Hold to the note, keep the pace. Let love be a guide rather than a proof. There are voices you have met along the way that continue to be useful once the tale ends. A philosopher who wanted courage to look like sacrifice reminds you that theatre is not the only bravery. A poet who gave Eurydice her own breath reminds you that love listens before it retrieves. A garden of sonnets asks you to treat grief as clay, to shape it, not to deny it. A film that loved mirrors shows you how to pass glass without cutting your hands. None of them change the river, they teach you how to cross it more gently. If you want an image to carry into sleep, take the simplest one the myth offers. Not a hero at a throne, not a storm, not a roar. Take the small distance between two people who have chosen to walk in the same direction. The space between is not a test, it is a promise. Presence is quieter than fear, quieter than proof, but it outlasts both. If you want a sentence to carry, take one that does not shout. Walk with me. If you want an answer that does not boast, let it be only this. I am listening. The lesson that art brings back from the border is not conquest. It is care. A song can calm a dog and pause a punishment. It cannot cancel a law, yet it can make a human hour livable where it was raw before. A poem can organise panic into breath. A painting can hold a moment so you do not have to clench it in your jaw. A film can teach the posture of moving through thresholds with your pride set to a lower key. These are small salvations, and they are the ones that last. When the night is long, small and steady is how you reach morning. You can try the practice now without leaving the bed or the chair. Place a hand lightly over your chest. Inhale to 4. Rest for 4. Exhale to 4. Imagine that faint string matching the measure, not as a trick, only as a companion. On the inhale, let the old need to turn and verify loosen by a grain. On the rest, let the rule that kept the lovers safe for so many steps become your own. On the exhale, let the path brighten by the width of a breath. Repeat, and let repetition be kindness, not compulsion. If memory visits with the weight of a second loss, do not send it away and do not feed it a feast. Offer it a chair, offer it water, offer it a song that does not ask it to perform. Some version said the singer wandered after and sang to any field that would have him. That image can be a mercy. Wander is not abandon, song is not denial. It is a way to befriend what cannot be fixed until it stops owning you. When you rise tomorrow, keep one courtesy from the underworld in your pocket. At the edges of doorways, slow down for the space of a blink. Not because you fear a trap, but because thresholds teach attention. At the start of a conversation, choose listening before display. Not because you doubt your place, but because presence is stronger than proof. At the tug of an old story that asks you to reenact a pain, answer it with the new craft you learned here. Keep going until the light touches your shoulder. Turn only then. The river's surface is smooth enough to hold a sky. Stars ride there for a while before dawn calls them home. Your breath has found the room's pitch and keeps it without strain. The gate behind you has nothing more to say. The path ahead does not demand. It invites. If there is a voice at your back now, it is not urgent, only kind. Do not prove me. It says in a tone like warm stone. Walk with me. You answer without noise. I will. The promise is ordinary, which is why it lasts. By the time the string fades, the note remains in the wood. The way a forest remembers wind. It will be there when you need it next. The myth does not end here. It does not need to. It steps aside the way a guide steps from a doorway once you have learned the way yourself. The room tilts towards sleep. Your body follows. Let the light you have not reached yet arrive on its schedule. Trust that it will find you. Trust that you will not need to turn to meet it. Close your eyes. Keep the cadence. Let the companions hold their quiet watch. The world above and the world below befriend each other for a few hours, which is as much miracle as any of us ever require. The singer sets the lyre down. The wood hums one last time. The river carries a low shine. The path is yours.